Welcome to a quick dip featuring whatever that is.
Mark's hair.
You do the thing where you bow, you know?
And Emily. Yeah.
The
But
cap.
the floppy hat dropped. Anyways, the
Blurb
voted
writer.
on top 5 supports of all time. Emily, drumroll.
All right. So in number 5, Lemon Nation. Number 4,
Lemon Knob.
Biofrost. Number 3, Vulcan. Number 2, Aframu. And number 1, Core JJ.
Ding, 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 ding.
Fun
Thoughts,
fact.
Mark?
Ding, ding, ding. I
This-
gotta say, surprising list a little bit.
This was the closest between 1 and 2 of every position.
Mm-hmm.
I can spoil that. There's only 15 points separating Core in first and Afro in second.
And I expect this one to get a ton of reactions when it gets released in the Reddit thread about arguing about number 1.
Yeah.
Because I feel very strongly it should be Afromu personally. I don't know if anyone on the desk here disagreed.
I mean, yeah, just because remember, this is the 10-year award for the whole length of the LCS.
Yeah.
This man has been playing the entire time,
12 years of League of Legends.
even
Yeah.
predates the LCS.
Yes.
Yeah.
And has had a huge impact throughout the course of his career. I mean, he is part of the Rush Hour, most infamous, most lauded duo ever, on top of even still this split, split, getting accolades at the support position. So yeah, I also was surprised when I saw this, and I was like, a lot of people are indexing not even on just recency bias, but like the specific back-to-back finals for Team Liquid year. Like that's where this the Core JJ legend really built.
The weird thing is, Ole was the support for
the first two.
Yeah, for the first 2. So he's only had the other 2. I'll spoil my own list because I did put Afro first. I think the biggest accolade I can give Afro is that at one point, Jat and I were statistically trying to see if there was a demonstrable improvement from when Afro joins a lower tier team or mid tier team, and how he boosts up his AD carry and the team to success. Because there were a few years where Afro would just join a team with a rookie AD carry like Johnson, and then suddenly everyone would be talking about that AD carry. Stixxay was a super unpopular pickup for CLG when they let go of Double Lift, and he and Afro became one of the most lauded bot lanes, went on to go to MSI finals that year. Afro is such a valuable player and a valuable teammate.
I mean, it's not just with him either. It's Cody Sun became a star with him. Johnson has not become a star, but became very good when he came out. Neo had his best split by far when it was Afro supporting him. He has helped elevate so many AD carries game, plus the longevity.
And remember at MSI, so we're talking about international performances where you're representing the LCS, I think should for sure be included. I know that was a little side debate or conversation that went on, but international events where you're representing a different region, fine, don't include those. But when he went with CLG and made finals, let me remind you, they not only made finals, he literally set the support meta.
Yeah.
Yep.
He actually set the support meta, and T1 is conforming to the CL. That is to me the biggest influence that actually North America ever had on
Meta-wise,
international play. You brought up a really good point previously of the TSM year. I forget which year it was, but when TSM was at Worlds and all the rumors from scrims were coming back. 2016, they were beating so many teams. This also, the CLG, when they got to finals at MSI, Aframu was literally running the meta and everyone was trying to catch up to us.
Yeah.
That feeling, I was like, holy crap. So I actually think it's just crazy that Aframu is not number 1, especially considering it is a it's 10 years list. It's actually kind of mind-blowing. I feel like a lot of the votes were lazy.
I also think when we talk about impact, we talked about how no one's catching him statistically. Afro is in that category where it's just thousands upon thousands of better stats than anyone else in the support position. And so for me, it's him hands down. The argument for Core JJ, if I was going to make it for the people who put him number 1, is that he's had the highest peak of any North American support player and maybe any North American player ever. Some of that happened when he was winning the world championship or whatnot, but those first couple splits when he joined North America, it was like
Yeah.
God came to North America. And in that sense, you could say that he has had some of the best, not just support splits, but splits ever. And I can't disagree with that. I understand like the mountain peak that he has set, but it, you know, started in 2019. As insane as he is individually, he doesn't have like the most accolades even in that time period.
That was crazy.
Vulcan has more accolades in that time period. Has three titles, of course, too. You know, so
especially considering it was only the second two of those Team Liquid finals. That's crazy to me.
A fun statistic, just piggybacking off of something Mark said when I was looking up to like write Afro's blurb, he has, of all LCS players since 2014, he has the most assists at 4,409. The next closest player is Impact, and he is 1,136 assists behind him.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's like jaw dropping. And like again about the point about these guys are still going. Like Afro's not really slowing down. Like he hasn't joined a top team. A lot of the teams he cycled through since leaving 100 Thieves have not been like talent laden rosters.
Yeah. I think the only argument is the one that you gave of like the peak split. Because Core JJ did have the stronger peak split where he actually just dominated the league. And I think that's where a lot of it comes from. It's funny that all of our conversation is around the top 1-2. What about the rest of the list?
So Emily, you said it was Xpecial, Bio, and then Vulcan, right?
No, it is Core, Afro, Vulcan in third, Bio fourth, Lemon fifth.
Lemon fifth. Wow, Xpecial with the snub.
See, I think I actually agree with it because I think you're including a lot of Xpecial pre-LCS.
Maybe. I mean, he was a part of them until 2015 summer when he joined Curse. And while I know we were not incredible,
that's where
we still got first in regular season in summer 2015. We got third place a handful of times, and during that time period Lemon Nation was not like smurfing anymore. C9 fell off in 2015 and had to have that insane gauntlet run where they upset us. Fair enough, but like he actually had a relatively short-lived career. During that time, it's very much the same argument about how all of that C9 roster just redefined what North American League of Legends was. And he did some, I hated scrimming him. He would like abuse vision so hard and you would have no idea if he's roaming or if he's just sitting in lane with a Morgana binding ready to like screw you over. Like I don't dispute the peak at all, but it is that argument that we're talking about like how much you give to founding something versus consistency. It's
tough. I put Lemon in fifth over Xpecial, and a lot of it was because of that like early impact he had. Also, like it sounds so stupid to say this in 2022, but just the idea that he had a notebook and they were planning draft and he was essentially doing the coaching is so like you think about it now, and it's so cursed to think that teams weren't prepping drafts. But like
flashbacks for me, I hate it.
It's so like the fact that he forced teams to actually think about stuff like that, I think is really important. It would have happened eventually, but you know, Lemon was the player who was that smart about the game that he like forced you to have to Mark's point, he hated scrimming against him because his understanding of vision and the fact that he actually helped lead the team and essentially coach them.
That was my sole reasoning for it.
Good point.
For switching him, because it was this kind of like structural change. Again, I'm looking at these big impacts that players had, like the Afromu on an international meta of an international tournament. Like that to me is bigger accolade than a lot of these like, you know, championships and stuff like that. And Lemonation changing how players approach the game as well was a pretty big one. Yeah.
I think it's a good debate. Biofrost sneaking in there at 4, I think feels right. He gets slept on a little bit, but like you talk about those years of TSM dominance, like he was there. Yeah, he was doing that.
I think what nailed that one down for me, and I was like, all right, I feel really good about this, is that when he came back, even on Dig, like he was really good, and people were like, oh my god, everyone is telling me from solo queue, they're like, I was like, what about Bio coming back? And they're like, don't worry about it. It's not looking that good in solo queue. You know, I stomped him the other day or whatever. But then he comes in and he's actually still really good. That for me, I was like, okay, good. I'll submit.
Yeah, I think him coming onto TSM at that time, like people think about it now because that 2016 summer team, as we've already talked about, was like so lauded by people outside of NA. But him coming onto the team was like a very shaky, like, I don't know about this because they had tried the veteran support coming in with Yellow Star. That did not work at all. The Yellow Star double if bot lane was not a success, even when they did make it to finals. And so a lot of people were ragging on Bio when he first came in, and they were just like, yeah, he's just going to do whatever double if says, and he doesn't have any of his own skill. And I think he definitely proved people wrong in that regard.
Yeah, there was a whole boot camp situation too. I think it was Ignar who was trying out at the time, if I remember correctly. There was a big tryout for Biofrost to earn that spot, so it was a really cool like come up story.
Yeah.
The other thing that's really interesting about this list is all of the top 4 are still active.
Yeah.
So not only are there some sick matchups coming up this weekend, but like in theory, this could be repositioned actively as these splits go on. You know, we talk about Impact being untouchable and, you know, Smithy being temporarily untouchable and some of this stuff, you know, like this feels like a list where things could get jostled around. Like Vulcan could fly up this rank.
I was going to say, we didn't talk about Vulcan much, but I think that he is the one that on this list is going to do the most climbing, especially if you snapshot right now and how Team Liquid, how Core JJ is playing right now, and how Vulcan is on a course right now to pass Core JJ. And so that I think Aframu already, you know, should be above, but that could be the most movement.
Yeah, Vulcan, what he does with the remainder of his career is really interesting. I also think the coolest thing about Vulcan is we talk so much about players leaving the infrastructure that they came up on. So like obviously Vulcan came up on Clutch technically, who have a lot of the same coaching staff and analysts as EG now, actually, for people that didn't know that.
It's funny. I called EG Clutch last weekend, and then a fan, actually someone who calls into the dive a lot, Shauna Tonin, was like, oh, I wonder why they're Clutch, and like had these pictures of all of these current EG employees that were on Clutch, and the list is like 6 or 7 names long, including him.
But I think the most impressive thing is like on C9, and Blabber has talked about this too, where like when you're surrounded by an org that gives you that much support, going to a different team can sometimes be tough. And I think EG obviously has given him the support, right? And he's familiar with the staff, but he was also tasked with helping bring up Danny in a way, because Danny's weakest point was like his laning phase. And obviously you can kind of maybe rip them apart for some of the deaths in lane at MSI or during spring playoffs, but I don't think you can deny that their 2v2 lane has improved a lot. And he's helped in that regard, like so much with this team. And I think that's another really cool thing to look at.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if Vulcan can actually climb up the rankings. Is there anything else you want to say before we call out some of the matchups between these guys? Okay, no. Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. 1 versus 2, baby, on Saturday. Afro versus Core JJ. Maybe Afro can get revenge for getting surpassed by Core JJ on the list. We also have EG versus TL, so Vulcan versus Core, about that thing that you were just talking about. Biofrost doesn't have any super hype matchups himself, unfortunately, this weekend against other people on the list, but number 4 still competing as well. Like, it's an insane thing to think about.
Yeah, I think it's super cool because, I mean, especially a lot of the conversation right now, too. Team Liquid is dipping. Core JJ is personally dipping right now. So it could be an opportunity for... Because I think we all 3 of us were pretty strong Afromoose to be first. This could actually be an opportunity for the Core JJ voters to be like, see, and have them like individually stomp them. And look for 2v2 lane kills and stuff like that.
Oh, the last time someone called out Afro for having like old man hands, he and Johnson.
Clap, clap.
True. All right, well, that's going to do it for this discussion of the top 5 supports. If you like this little segment, make sure to leave a comment, say you want more for the other ones. That's a little weird salute with the friends in the list. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you later.
Hello, welcome to the LCS and the LCS waiting room. It's Support Sunday here as we celebrate LCS 10 by tracking all of the different positions and some of the top performers across 10 years of LCS history. We already got a taste of what Kobe, Mark, and Emily think of the top 5 list that was released earlier in the week when it comes to supports here in the LCS. Just as a quick reminder, it goes Core JJ, Afromu, Vulcan, Biofrost, and Lemon Nation. I know we have tons of thoughts, and we're going to come back to talk about it in just a minute. But before we do, we thought it'd be wise to hear from some of the players themselves on what they think of this top 5 list.
It means I've been playing for quite a long time. I'm happy to have gotten the award and be on the list. I feel like everyone on the list deserves to be there. I would say the list is pretty accurate. Core hasn't been here for very long, but he's made a huge impact since he's been here. I think you could argue for either Afro to be first or Core. Vulcan has had a lot of success as well, so he deserves to be on there. And then Lemon, I think you could argue for either him or Xpecial. And then I'm happy to just be there.
Thanks for everyone who voted for me. It's an honor for me to get the best support in the LCS history, and I just want to keep it until next year, and next year. We're still competing each other. Like today I played against Afro, tomorrow I'm gonna play against Vulcan, and it's gonna be really interesting until LCS system.
I've been here a long time, Still think, I can beat anybody. Always fun playing against them. Only person that I was surprised wasn't on the list, Xpecial. Playing against him back in the day on TSM, he was with Chaos and he did pretty well. I thought he was really good.
I think Core J is amazing. He's really, really good, obviously. But it's kind of criminal that Afro isn't there because Afro's been in the scene for so long. I thought he'd be number 1, but it makes sense. Those are all top 3 most talented supports and the most long-term supports. So.
Welcome back, and good to hear from each of those players on their thoughts. Criminal! Well, it's interesting because you had Biofrost giving the more balanced. I can see the arguments in going both ways. Afromu, Core JJ, Smoothie leaning a little bit more towards the criminal side of things. But I guess to me, Jat, it just points to kind of the main talking point when this list came out was between those top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a couple things to touch on, and I can reveal a little bit about the list. So it's a collection of people like Emily and I who are on the list, and then also a lot of former pro players. So the dive conversation, I think, was very accurate for the conversation we've been having, because we see the list as a list of total accomplishments. Afromu blows everyone away in terms of total assists because he's literally played all of LCS, has great career accolades as well, but it was close between the two. I think some people see it more as a best player list, and Core has been so good in probably 3 of the years he was in LCS. He was arguably the best player in the league. So I think 1-2, it's like 1A, 1B almost between the two of them. I personally voted for Afromu, but the side of Core JJ, I think, is just playing against him every day. The dominance he showed put him at the top of a lot of people's lists.
Yeah, I think the other thing that I always find super interesting when we ask players, right, either former pros or just pro players right now about MVP stuff, is they always go to who is toughest for them to face. And so, I assume Core is incredibly consistently tough to face. So I also voted Afro. I am kind of sad we don't have a core defender to take that side, right? Because I did want to point out that I do think a lot of times you ask pros, and the reason why I think it's always interesting to get their perspective is due to stuff like matchups and then how difficult it is to face this person in solo queue, in scrims, and then on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And so in this case, even though I didn't get to vote, I also agreed with the idea of Afromu being first because it's the constant discussion about dominance versus longevity. And how consistent Afromu has been in his career. He has been on CLG in the LCS longer than Core JJ's just been in the league, right? And so I think oftentimes people forget about that. They forget about the history at the very beginning. Recency means a lot, and for the last couple years, it has been dominance from Core JJ.
Well, and there's also a conversation, Jad, about what they've accomplished while in this league, right?
Correct.
And that's another piece of separation, right? No one's going to shout you down for pointing out necessarily that Core has won a world championship and made plenty of world appearances, but not all of that was done as a representative of the LCS, and this list is evaluating their time here.
Yeah, one thing that I like the call out is the X Special one.
Love that.
Just from that, I love that idea, because for me, that was a tough one. When I was looking at between 4 and 5, I think Lemonation, I was even struggling, should I put Lemonation? Do I think Lemonation is better? Of course, I didn't get the chance to vote, but I was like, do I think Lemonation is better? Because the last kind of feeling that I had from him was like, we talked about, or at least you guys talked about on the dive, of like Afro setting the meta at MSI and all these things. Lemonation sort of did that as well with Ash Zyra.
Yeah.
Like that was a combination that was really popularized because Cloud9 pushed that. And so like, and also the coach before coaches on stage, Elimination with his notebook. So those things are something that you always remember of the old days in the LCS.
If this was a top 6 best supports, X Special actually is number 6.
Yeah.
The difference between 5 and 6 was literally 1 point.
Yeah, it was razor thin. Razor thin.
So he's there in spirit. Unfortunately,
And you heard
it's a
Afro
tough
talking
call.
about it as well. Exactly.
I can give you a strong Core JJ case though.
Okay, please do.
All right.
I mean, so I had the privilege of coaching him for like 14 months. And this was there for one of his MVPs, but also seeing his like day in, day out dominance. So he very rarely, if ever, has an off scrim, right? So the player you see on stage is the player you see in scrims. He's actually just more aggressive and pushing limits more in scrims.
Gotcha.
If he knows how to win a game, he will find a way to get that win. So much so that it's like, oh, you can't put him on Lulu or Soraka or Janna. Not because he's not good at those champions, but because he will actually just win you the game if he's on a engaged support when he's at his MVP form. He has an extra MVP over Afromu.
Yep.
Afromu does have the one, but if we compare those MVPs, the Afromu MVP would have been the first split of franchising where going into the last week, there was like a swath of 5 or 6 teams that all could have gotten first.
Right. Yeah.
He had this miraculous weekend. It's a deserving MVP, but was very close. Core JJ's MVPs was a split where this team started 14-1.
Yeah.
Nearly looked like they were going to go undefeated, lost the last 3 games of the split because they kind of coasted through the end of the season, still finished first. Next one, he was 15-3. Like, Core completely dominated the league in his periods of dominance.
Yes.
So I definitely understand why he is there.
Yes.
And actually tracking his LCS accomplishments, if you take away total assists, like, he still has 6 first-team All-Pros.
Right.
Right? Way more than Afromu. The 2 MVPs is 1 more.
Yes.
He's got multiple championships, so he's still, even just in his short time, has incredible accolades. So I understand it, and I don't think it's a total tragedy.
I think it's perfectly logical, and it's both cases are very arguable. I just real quickly want to mention the fact that Vulcan, Biofrost, we kind of jumped over the 3-4 positions, right? And I thought it was cool that Mark and you guys were talking about the fact that 4 of these 5 players still actively playing in the league. So this list really could a live update almost, over the coming splits to see where each of these guys go, but also too for Biofrost to just say, really what this list says to me is it just tells me how long I've been playing the game. It's a valuable argument. Longevity matters when it comes to a list like this, and the fact that a number of these guys have persisted as long as they have has been incredible. But we did mention one of those guys who got a nod and barely missed out on the list in Xpecial, and as we were able to do yesterday with Xsmithy live on air, this time we were able to catch up with Xpecial to see where he's at now.
Be there to stop it all! Oh, the redemption! Xpecial wins the game!
Throws down the ignite. It looks like the first one can come in. The toss. Oh, he gets slayed out of it again. Xpecial, why are you so good?
After I quit playing, I've been coaching. I've been coaching a lot a little bit in LCS, a little bit in Academy, and more recently, these last 3 years, I've been coaching in Harrisburg. I did a lot in League. I played for a very long time, but I wanted to do more than just be a player. I wanted to be somebody who could be more well-rounded, and ultimately, I do want to help grow NA esports. I'm very passionate about one thing, and something that I've never lost is I do want to see an NA team win the World Championships. I think what was most awesome about LCS was the transition over time and how much better it got year after year. I remember the first year when we won in the season 3 spring, we won, we got up, it was like some confetti would come down, the room was dark, the camera wasn't too great, and nowadays it's a lot different. You got much bigger arenas, You got much more fans. It's definitely been a different experience, and I love watching League of Legends grow from the very beginning because I played since season 1. I played before that. I was playing back when we were literally playing in Freaks Basement. So I've loved how much LCS has grown.
It's good to see that face again. While we were watching that video, I turned to Jad and I was like, I'm replaying a couple of very special like turret dive defenses, special on Thresh, and you call it Saint Vicious. Like, oh,
it was 2013. It was in like Spring Split, and it was when LCS still did like road shows in the middle of the splits. So we're actually at an MLG. And he just totally toyed with the Jarvan. Saint Vicious' Jarvan under turret, like interrupting his flag and drag like 2 or 3 times for kill. It was insane.
Just a total nostalgia trip. So thank you for that, special. And congrats to him on still very much being there at the top of people's minds when it comes to best supports in the history of the LCS. From supports, though, we're going to move to another accolade, another conversation that needs to be had, and that's around the FTX Most Improved Player. But this time we're going to take a little bit of a different approach. In the past conversations around this, we've been trying to identify maybe some key candidates for it. And while this tweet thread that we're showing, Emily, does suggest contracts, it's more of a thought experiment on how to evaluate Most Improved than anything that we want to talk about.
Yeah, so I love this conversation between Kelsey and Dom where they were talking about contracts specifically, but it also kind of gets into like, what do we think of when we think Most Improved, right? And how both of these people evaluate these players from the inside, and then Kelsey's obviously being informed from Contracts' play in scrims while he was on EG last year. And so I thought it was an interesting discussion because whenever we talk about Most Improved, I feel like we throw out a bunch of names. Contracts, first of all, hasn't been on that list before, but then this is a very well-reasoned discussion about like different facets of what we think improvement is. So I just wanted to open the conversation. I thought it was a good thread.
Where do we land on that? I think it's because one of the conversations here is a comparison of peak to now. Right? But peak could have been 6 years ago, right? Versus a year-long award. So that whenever you talk about just pure ability, I feel like it becomes a messier conversation.
It does. And I do think 2 things. First, internal conversations don't really matter. I don't care if someone's been playing well behind the scenes, if they're just insane in scrim environments. If it doesn't show on stage, then you're performing poorly. Like, that's just flatly what it is. So like if there's an uptick in your performance from what is most recent, I think that matters. When it can be difficult is, let's say, if someone we know is at their peak, has a really bad split, then or a year actually, since it's a year-long award. It's like, then I would imagine that you would still be in the conversation for Most Improved, but you have to have a solid reasoning of what they improved upon. So with Contracts, I mean, Spring Split was awful, and it's not a team-wide. Yeah, sure, the team was bad, but a lot of his individual play was bad, right? Especially in the first like 3 weeks. And so like, it's very reason to say, though he was good on Evil Geniuses in the Evil Genius system, when the team was already really well experienced later on in the split, and he's strong individually 100%, but like, I would judge his play when he got to have a real start on CLG than I would, the year before that.
Yeah, I mean, I also think peak versus current play is interesting when you consider someone like Someday, who I know you've brought up as someone who you were considering for this year, because like having watched him at peaks in Korea, for example, like we're not counting that, but that's still in my head. Like KT Rolster Arrow Someday, and KT Rolster Someday is always going to be in my head, right? In terms of like what this person is capable of compared to his peers. And the peak performance thing is something that's always really interesting to me in terms of talking about improvement. Because if we're talking about Someday individual improvement from last year, he's like transformed kind of back into that player, if that makes any sense.
That's so interesting. It's like you take a snapshot from a moment in time. But like Someday has been one of the best top laners in the world.
Right, so do you give him the credit for getting back to that? Like, it's tough.
It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger lifts weights for a little while. He's like, and now I'm really strong. He's the most improved strong player. Like, it's just, it feels a little weird to me to give it to someone like Someday because he's had such high peaks before.
That's the difficulty of this conversation, but that's why I appreciate the nuance that that was being reached in this conversation through Twitter, no less. So impressive on that one.
Thank you, Kelsey and Dom, for letting me use you for content.
Alrighty, well, if all of the LCS talk has you eager to compete, FTX is hosting the Nexus Stars tournament this August with hundreds of limited edition in-game items, a gaming gaming PC and a $10,000 in cash up for grabs when it comes to prizes. Open qualifier kicks off on August 27th and 28th, with the finals taking place on September 3rd and 4th. You can learn more at nerdstreet.com and check out FTX US. With that, though, we're going to wrap up Waiting Room. We're going to get ourselves into the show. We got a lot of big games today, but first, let's check in with CLG.
Mr. Sterling is basically our office dog. He is always roaming around, being a little beggar, especially during lunchtime and dinner, but he's very cute.
Sterling is our superstar, the star of our office, the best player on our team. Without him, we're nothing. The players love him, the staff love him, he's really good for morale. All around, just great guy, great atmosphere guy, really brings a lot to the team.
Welcome back to the LCS. That is an adorable doggo.
Yes.
Why don't we have an LCS arena doggo?
We need
Bring
one.
your dog in.
Where's the LCS analyst doggo?
Get Azula in.
Yeah.
I would love to petition for Azula to become
Let's go.
analyst doggo. All right, I got 3 signatures right here.
Right
We'll
there,
collect
right
more
there.
after this. Let's dive into the matchups today. We have a big one to kick things off. We got a lot of big matchups across the whole day, but we're kicking things off with CLG versus FlyQuest. CLG got the win over Cloud9 to go from a 3-way tie for third to a 2-way tie. If they can take down FlyQuest here, they continue to go on a run. Let's start with predictions just to figure out whether or not any of you think that's what's going to happen. Raz, I'm going to start with you.
Okay.
Because why the heck not?
Of course. Look, I already had the bet. I think it's very clear based on the habanero bet.
This is okay.
Who I would predict, it's going to be CLG. I also just
Alrighty.
think that CLG has been playing really well in the past few weeks. And so it's just consistency. They're on a run.
They are.
So let's keep that run going.
They're looking for 5 straight here, Jat. Raz thinks they'll get it. Do you?
Yeah. So I've been looking at the numbers.
Uh-oh.
As you do.
Yep.
I've been doing
And
some math.
CLG is really good at counter picking stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they're blue side.
Uh-oh.
They win a lot fewer games on blue than on red. I think there's something like 2-5 on blue, and the rest of their wins, 7 of them have come on red side.
Fair.
Pretty stark.
And they're blue side. So I'm going to go with FlyQuest. I think
Don't
they're
want
close
Fly?
enough that the side selection is going to switch it over.
Okay. It's a draft play, which means you're the tiebreak here, Emily.
I'm tie-breaking with Raz.
Boom!
Oh!
So I get to be the only correct person on the desk?
I don't know about that one.
Time will tell on that one, my friend. What's the reasoning, Emily?
So I basically am looking at CLG's early game and how hyper aggressive it is. We even have a segment coming up where I'm going to chart all of their first bloods. But I think FlyQuest, although they could come back through like late game team fighting, especially with some of these late game comps that they sometimes like to run, like late game 5v5 team fighting comps, I think that CLG should be able to get more advantages early.
In a moment, we're going to let Emily dive into some of those early game advantages, but first we'll talk, Raz, about how CLG took down
such a
Cloud9
good
just
game
yesterday.
This was a great game, and for me, it was mostly just on the compositions. And this kind of goes back to the conversation about like where we play CLG, because I think some of their game losses have been due to their draft, that they would blind something and it would just feel pretty poor. This one, sure, really smart draft from CLG, but also Contracts just had an insane Wukong game.
Yeah, this to me was like CLG has they go big or go home in draft a lot of times. I think they've won several games off of draft, especially in week 1. This is a return to that Seraphine comp, even though there were tiny nerfs to Wukong, tiny nerfs to Seraphine.
Yes.
And that just let them come through. And then CLG said, oh, by the way, we get to just destroy you. It didn't look like C9 actually had many things to do in that game.
Exactly.
Wow.
Your sleeve. Your poofy sleeve touched it.
I know.
It was disaster.
It happened to be at MSI too. It was very cursed.
We were trying to be so slick and having Emily set up under the video.
I know. I was trying to get all my work done ahead of time, and I couldn't do it. All right.
We need more of it.
Take it away.
Is the LCS average of first blood time, which is 6 minutes and 25 seconds. I'm going to go and mark out all of the games where CLG didn't end up getting a first blood. It was TSM, it was FlyQuest.
Okay, all right. I'm learning.
And then it was, let's see, all the way back
So they
to
get first blood a lot.
They get a lot of first bloods.
This actually reminds me when CLG was having an incredibly bad year.
Well,
But
so
with
hold on.
First
Out
Blood
of-
Kings.
Yes. This is 14 games, right?
Yeah.
Or roughly?
So they get a lot of first bloods. This is 5 minutes for people that don't know.
Okay.
Almost all of them. So only one, CLG versus C9, week 3, day 1, is going to be above 5 minutes. Right here.
Seriously?
Yeah, right here. They were.
That's their latest first blood.
Yeah, they were 5:57.
Okay.
So, actually, I should circle instead
There we
of.
go.
This is
all right.
this is killing Dash over here.
It is
He
a little
hates
bit.
when we-
That's all right.
better than I would.
I die inside every day on
So
a little bit more.
That's a quote. Get that quote up there.
we got 3:58, so like
Okay.
about 4 minutes.
about this one?
We have 3 minutes. It's 2:57. We have one all the way down here,
Level
which is
one.
a level 1. Yep.
Jesus.
Then we have the highest one. Oh wait, so they are actually two up, one higher. I lied. There's a
above
6.
average.
Yeah, there's a 6:42.
Okay.
Up here. So
Yeah.
that's
Emily
bad.
just lost all credibility.
I know,
but that's
right?
okay.
I just suck at this. And then this one is about 2:56.
Okay, we support this.
Yep.
Okay,
And then 3:55 is here.
That has to be contracts.
And then we have 1:54 and 1:45 from yesterday.
goodness.
So yeah, it's actually pretty nuts if you chart all of their. So it's kind of like
Draw a
this,
line through those.
This,
we go.
this. We got the peak there, and then we go back down here, and
Scoop
then
under.
There's the
Or
gap.
across. Yeah, I like it. There we go.
There we go. The gap.
so many before 5 minutes. Like they are incredibly aggressive early. It's actually so fun. Like I love this team.
Well, and the reason why I love this is because we talked about how in yesterday's setup, both CLG and Cloud9, two of the teams that are happy to be aggressive. And when those two things meet, of course, it ended up with an early kill going over
Yeah.
the contract.
Yes.
Yep.
And we see what CLG can do with it. And that's the piece, that's the additive piece for me, is that this is a CLG that looks very different than in spring. And with that confidence, contracts will
Absolutely.
run away with leads.
It's actually really funny that we're doing this today because yesterday it was not only just a level 1, it was the Cloud9 level 1 in Bay.
Right, they went for it.
Yeah.
Yes, and it was CLG saying, no. Get up there, Poom.
Yep.
As he runs topside to just stuff it. So this team has clearly practiced their level 1s, feel very confident, and have an active conversation about it if the enemy team has a stronger level 1. And so those usually come through, it seems, as well as contracts' early impact on the map.
I'm pretty sure they're the only team that after the game, 5 coaches come on stage. Like they have as many coaches as players on stage after it's over.
That's pretty great. That's pretty great. Well, then, this is a lot of the CLG side, and we expect there to be an explosiveness coming out of the CLG camp. Now, I kind of want to talk about how FlyQuest can deal with it. Most of the time when we talk about FlyQuest and their success, we're looking towards Jose Dioto, who's stepped up pretty phenomenally throughout the year, as well as Takui, and the way that the two of them work alongside each other.
Yeah, when it works, it works. And FlyQuest look incredibly consistent with strong fundamentals. But the last, I'd say, 3 games, they have been having some lowlights. Blabber popped off on Olaf, Inspired popped off on Wukong, and they lost yesterday to Santorin, having some really good early ganks and unpredictability. So those two, I think, really need to succeed for FlyQuest to get wins.
And it's really crucial for both of these teams because if FlyQuest win, they actually get the head-to-head over CLG. So depending on how things shake up in Super Week, that could be really, really important. And alternatively, it could be really important for CLG to get this win because then they bring it back to 1-1.
Yeah, and patience is crucial because it feels like when I'm watching this team, at least when they're contesting for Rift Herald. First Rift Herald, I really want to be able to see that because last time I was like, oh, Jose Dioto's contesting way earlier than his team is there for. And it feels like that was something that we criticized them last split for. Don't want them to fall into that.
And they're so much more important now on this patch.
True.
So we'll have to see. As we head out to the arena, FlyQuest are reflecting on their own history here. Check it out.
We've got the Scorpion King right here, baby! Let's do it! You know who I missed from the FlyQuest cinematic universe? The eyeball with the wings on it. When they first joined.
Yeah.
You remember that guy?
The OG.
Yeah, that's my favorite FlyQuest character.
Looking for the quest, I think.
They're gonna have to bring him back in FlyQuest Infinity War. But right now, we got a different battle on the menu, my friend. CLG going up against FlyQuest, and CLG looked good yesterday.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw, partner.
CLG currently on a 4-game win streak, Flowers. This is the longest win streak they've been on since 2019.
Whew.
Massive stuff for them.
The before time.
Yeah. With the name, though, Counterlogic Gaming, now would be the time.
Oh, no.
Let's get right
into it,
into
You're
it,
the chosen
though.
one. You're not supposed to doom them to this.
Let's get right into it, though. They banned away Jax on blue side, which has most commonly been used as a counter pick to the Gwen. And you're always looking at some top lane matchups there when you're looking at CLG. Dokla, of course, the new big addition to this team, going up against Philip, who was promoted from Academy for FlyQuest there. Top lane matchup should be big. And regardless of Hex Flash being disabled, the Poppy priority has remained supremely high throughout the LCS. Contracts had an amazing game on this champion previously, and they lock it in first pick again.
And even yesterday, Contracts had an amazing game on Wukong, and Wukong's one of those champions that Poppy can do a good job of shutting down, like stopping him from being able to find the engages he wants by being able to block those dashes. Honestly, Poppy's just at the top of the table in the jungle tier list right now, and it ain't changing anytime soon. Over on the other side, though, you want to talk about tops of tier lists? Sivir has been rising and soaring to popularity as an AD carry ever since the changes, so that one's going to be locked in first and foremost for Fly.
Yeah, and as far as the FlyQuest lore goes, Jose always hovers this brand. I'm waiting for the day, because he kept it as a pocket pick for jungle brand for so long in Latin America. I'm waiting for the day that he brings it to the LCS.
Maybe one day.
Burn it all down. But today will not be that day. It's the Trundle, the most common matchup here into Poppy. We go over it every single time, but you can ult the Poppy, you bite the Poppy, steal the AD. You're 1 versus 1.
Ult the Poppy, bite the Poppy, smack the Poppy. There's so many things.
There's three steps to success from Captain Flowers. Ult the Poppy, bite the Poppy, smack the club.
You just got to trust the process. Over on the other side.
This is what I mentioned, though, with the Jax ban. You can see it early on in the second ban, Jax ban there. That makes you already start thinking Gwen.
On the way.
And there she is.
Well, we're going to get Gwen, we're going to get Azir. So the top half of the map locked in here in the first half of the draft for CLG.
Yeah.
We will need to see their bottom laner. We will need to see their support in the second half. Does FlyQuest want to go for a solo laner here? Or do they want to get their support? Looks like we're going to get that solo lane action. So Fiora versus Gwen in top lane.
I have seen this attempted yesterday. I saw this attempted yesterday, and solo was the Fiora, and
yeah, that didn't work out so hot, huh?
Impact was the Gwen, and Evil Geniuses, to be fair, it was mostly because they correctly timed and ganked the top lane over and over.
5-man game.
And got the Gwen ahead. So we'll see if CLG can give similar attention to this matchup, because Gwen Fiora is definitely a tiltable matchup. Skill-based for sure, heavily influenced by these jungle and support rooms.
All right, second half of the band's rolling in now, though, as FlyQuest looking towards those AD carries.
I like
They're
that
gonna ban out the Misfortune. We got Ahri banned out by CLG. Want to remove that one. We constantly see that as a pick into Azir if you're looking to have a little bit more playmaking, a little bit more early presence compared to the hyper-scaling of the Chicken King.
Yeah.
And what's FlyQuest going to do here? Do they want to target AD carry again? Are they looking to maybe hit another one from the support pool? 3 out of 4 of their bans thus far have been marksmen, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them keep trimming that pool down, and there it is. Lucian banned away.
All right, they're going to deny the Lucian. I was going to say, maybe the Aphelios then rises in priority here for Luger and Poom. We shall see. Aphelios Lulu would definitely round out that 5-on-5 for CLG. They're targeting mid lane protection bans for the Azir, though.
Yep.
One of the reasons Azir is so popular now is you're not really that scared of a lot of these long-range poke counters that really do counter the kit for Azir. We have not seen a Vel'Koz.
No.
We have not seen a Xerath mid.
No.
I have been hoping and wishing and trying to will them into existence as far as mid lane counters, but
you gotta focus up.
I need to draw in a bigger spirit bomb.
This is not working well.
I really hope that one day we do get to see something like that, but until then, this is kind of the halfway there. The long range, the poke. That is the key tenet that you're looking for when you're picking into Azir.
Yeah.
Try and poke this champion out. Doesn't have sustain, so Zoe can get there. It's not as abusive or as cool as the Vel'Koz or Xerath, but we'll take it.
She can't fire them straight through the minion waves and just go with the full artillery mode type thing, but she can still hit some big damage from downtown.
Not the Aphelios Lulu. Twitch Lulu.
Let's go.
That is insta-lock too.
Yeah.
Twitch is very good into the Sivir, and combined with the Lulu, like we said, this is a massive, massive team fight here from CLG later into the game, especially. Definitely some good scaling here on both sides, but CLG, theirs feels very solid. I would say Philip could be the star of FlyQuest this time around.
Yep.
And leave it to the youngest guy on the roster with the Fiora counterpick there into Gwen to be the possibility of a snowball of the star here. If they could get him fed early on the Fiora, get that split pushing advantage, that would be huge, huge, huge.
So one of the things that's immediately jumping out to me here, Kobe, especially with the Afro Mu Leona locked in as the final pick for FlyQuest, all the engage there, CLG has a lot of good tools if you engage on them, like Azir can throw you back with his ultimate. You've got Lulu for defensive power. You've got Poppy that's able to stop people and sort of break up that engage. But CLG's actual engage potential is very low.
Yep, them being the ones to go for the aggressive play is going to be hard. So when you see a team like that with low engage on their own roster, it means you need to get to the objectives first. You set up there. You can use the vision kind of as your pseudo engage. And then, Gwen flanks, Poppy flanks, and Azir sweeping in. Palfox did have a huge 1v9 Azir game versus Team Liquid, where he was the main initiator, going in with the Azir sweeps. So that is the possibility there, but similar things here for FlyQuest. I mean, they've got Zoe, so if you can get mid-priority for FlyQuest, Zoe getting out to the side lanes, roaming around, throwing out these bubbles, looking for picks.
Just going fishing.
That's what they want to do. They want to open up this map. They've got Fiora to try and snowball and split push, and Zoe to pick them off.
You got Trundle to set up too. Trundle and Zoe just fishing around with pillars, with bubbles. You get those slows, you catch somebody out. It's easy to hit the solar flare from the Leona and go for that hard engage. CLG looked good taking down C9 yesterday that they were tied with in the standings. FlyQuest slipping a little bit lower, but they'd love to come back here. Alrighty, and before we get into the action here, Dokla's got some words on expectations for his team. Let's check it out.
Yeah, I feel like we are good, but at the same time, we've lost in pretty bad fashion as well, especially against EG. So I think that's just we're not a top 2 team, right? So it's but I think we're definitely doing much better than what people expected of us, and I'm still happy about that, and I think we can definitely just get a lot better. So I think we're at a really good spot right now, and looking forward to just keep improving, keep proving people wrong, and I hope they believe us when we're actually a good team.
Not a top 2 team, but you are a top 3 team, my friend, and that is well above where people expected you to be. Jose does see them place the very common Raptor ward.
Yep.
So a lot of the times, the information that you have about the information your opponents are getting is sometimes even more useful. Takui with the sweeper on Zoe comes in, sweeps it out, and both solo laners got it. So you know what that means. Solo laners can get level 2 off of just the experience of the first wave. It doesn't mean a tremendous amount for the Zoe versus Zir matchup, but it could for the Fiora matchup. Fiora, Philip up there can get level 2 off of the first wave, and Dokla is going to have to give up priority on that wave. Fiora already at the level 1 has a big advantage because playing Grasp, you can go in for those lunges. Meanwhile, the Gwen level 1, kind of hard to stack up your Conqueror and gonna have to give that push over to the Fiora.
Right, Conqueror feels better as the game goes on. It's gonna be the better late game rune, but Grasp just has that snappy trading in lane to guarantee you that early control. You can see on your 3-lane view right here, Palafox is going to be the first one to get the wave fully shoved up, have control over that there in mid lane, as Philip's got control top side, and the wave is also being pushed in bottom by FlyQuest.
Yeah, definitely all the early stages here playing out as expected. Philip, as you say, with control, and both junglers pushing away from top lane. So Philip knows, can play aggressively up here, get the wave all the way into the tower here against Stokely. So Philip should be able to get off his early recall, no problem, and walk right back through to the lane, see what he can do if he can get a nice little purchase off. Meanwhile, they do see Trundle positioning here towards the bottom river, so Palafox should know. Double wards on Jose. Contracts knows as well, so he gets off his red buff, doesn't want to fall victim to the invade.
Yep, just does not want to risk anything there. He knows that his own mid laner is not in any sort of position to come back him up. About 150 HP left, healing up a little bit of that, but Palafox needs to go back. Yes, he has teleport to return to lane, but he does not have lost chapter money. He simply can't do it at 3 minutes into the game, so the back not going to be what he would hope for. Just a Dark Seal in the inventory refillable potion there to at least have a little bit more sustain once he returns, and he's back into lane. Takui now resetting, doing the same thing, coming back with a similar buy, Dark Seal, but corrupting potion on the Zoe there. As bottom side, it's Luger and Poom getting the wave shoved back out down here after they got pushed in early.
I do want to point out the small things, the positioning in lane there from Luger and Poom. They know Johnson activate the W, so there's no reason for them to push up. Trundle was waiting in that brush in the river. Luger does not walk up the wave. He knows it's going to push right back to me. No reason to overextend, so CLG avoid the Trundle possibility of a gank, and that means there's, you know, maybe 10 seconds ahead for Contracts in the jungle. Poppy, level 4, gonna use those 10 seconds to come into lane for a possible counter gank here. I don't think they're gonna be able to force a dive or anything. He's just waiting around for an aggressive move, and there it is, aggressive.
Jumped on, and now Afro gets away. Flash out to make sure that he stays alive.
Such a good flash from Afro because Contracts just flashed on Poppy. If you don't answer that flash with Leona, that charge takes you into the wall.
Yep.
So good flash from Afro. He redirects it and makes the charge from Poppy instead of stunning him into the wall, take him into the turret, and they just back out. So flash for flash trade, pretty much even there. Well done by Afro to evade the gank.
And I like seeing this violence around the bottom lane, man, because both these AD carries, incredible AoE teamfight potential as this game goes on. Twitch and Sivir can both delete the entirety of the enemy team if they're allowed to free fire.
Yeah, exactly. The only difference is the timeline on when they get to start deleting people. Sivir, definitely big on crit scaling. Twitch on just Blade of the Ruin King is when I get excited.
Oh, yeah.
See that little rat running around the map. Hiding and looking for those ambush plays. Contracts, though, back up to the top side here. Philip down to 50%.
Okay, so they got a nice HP advantage in the lane state. Jose Dioto clearing out those Krugs, though, and considering this turret, it'll be able to protect anything. CLG knows there's not a dive to be had here with Jose sitting right there, so they're going to back away as Takui gets aggro on Palafox here in the mid lane. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Paddlestar follows it up. Easy 1-2 punch there.
The Zoe headlock puts you to sleep.
It's the sleeper hold.
I just imagined Zoe sleeper hold instead of the Sleepy Trouble bubble. And we'll have to work out some different animations, different skin for that. Meanwhile, bottom
I don't know if Zoe could make it in the WWE, dude.
Yeah. The smallest sleeper hold ever. Palafox, though, level 6 now acquired as well for the Azir, has the self-peel. Both of them.
Going in.
Shuffle
Takui backwards. Contracts coming in looking to make this one happen before Jose Dioto is able to turn it around, but Palafox is in danger. Home run, baby. Baseball back to the dome. First blood for Jose.
Jose gets the kill. It's not a defensive Azir ult. They go for the offensive one. Can't get him. Jose going to chase Contracts out of his own jungle now, too.
Yeah, Poppy ain't winning that 1v1. Jose doesn't even care about the chickens. He just wants to beat Poppy upside the head with that bat.
All right, he cares a little bit about the chickens. That's the residual prize here. Let's see about the beatdown. Lollipop versus baseball bat.
Smite is up for Trundle, but not for Poppy, so this is easy secure there for Jose. Gets that one. Meanwhile, back in bottom lane, 2v2. Poom at under half HP, but Johnson's the one taking the brunt of the damage from CLG's hit back.
All right, FlyQuest out to a little bit of a cushy lead here. Contracts running through the ward. He knows Afro has no flash, but the distance is enough there. Good job from Afro, again evading the gank.
Just too much, and meanwhile, Jose was able to capture that bottom side Scuttle Crab there, so he'll pick that one up for their squad. Currently ahead, has the 1 kill in the game, as well as more farm than his opponents, so nice early game jungling state here for Jose. He moves forward. There is flash available on both bottom laners for the side of CLG, so this gank, at most, just looking to grab those sums.
disappearing championship trophy there for a second. Jose makes a little bit of a visit.
Kui's doing a really good job hitting these Sleepy Trouble balls on Palafox in lane. I feel like every time we pan towards mid lane, we're just seeing another Sleepy Azir.
Yeah, nice stuff from him so far. And since they both had Dark Seals, Takui got the assist on this takedown right here. He's got 1 stack on his Dark Seal. So close there from Contracts, trying to get that Poppy Shove into the Azir wall.
Yeah.
That actually probably would have been the difference in burst damage if Takui was a little bit closer on that wall. And they were actually able to get that stun proc, but swing and a miss there for CLG, and Jose was there to punish, so rightfully so, Takui and Jose at the top of our FTX total gold graph.
Nice bit of vision from the control ward there of FlyQuest in the top side jungle of CLG that's going to see Contracts walking through there, heading towards the top river.
Yep, and we have the earlier recall. You can look at the map. That's about 15 to 20 seconds earlier recall from the CLG bottom lane. So they guarantee this Riftfield. Yep. Meanwhile, coming from base right now, the Leona and Sivir should be able to just route back down to the bottom side. So nicely picked up here. Good little timing window from CLG. That's what you get from bottom lane priority, Captain Flowers. You get to push the wave first. You get to guarantee your jungler eyeball time.
Got that Herald. FlyQuest might have knew about it, but they couldn't have done a thing. And now Luger. Oh, no, buddy. Oh, no. Johnson just picks that one up. Easy peasy.
All right, all these plays CLG are trying to make around Takui. He just lands the Sleepy Trouble bubble, and they get another kill for FlyQuest. This time, the price is going to be a counter jungle. Philip, though, he's going to be the recipient of a dive.
Oh, Contracts coming in. A nice riposte from Philip. Can he outplay this any further? No. Snip, snip, and he is cut down. CLG finally on the board.
All right, they deny a couple of the minions, but Takui actually teleports in to get the majority of that wave that will push up to the tower. Meanwhile, Poom dodges out on the Zenith Blade here from Afro Moo, and the sneaky Twitch is coming back.
Okay, Poom at about 200 HP, though. Remember this Lulu, no ulti, still only level 5. As Jose Diodo is down here. That's going to zone away, take some plates.
This level 6 Leona ultimate advantage here is a bit scary, but they don't want to go for the dive, don't want to risk it.
Right.
Send Jose right back out to the river, just grab Scuttle Crab first, and possibly prep for some dragon attention. CLG going to check that dragon just to make sure.
All right, let's take another look at how Luger got caught here. He thought he was being sneaky, but it didn't work out so well.
I think the main thing here to me is zooming out and looking at what the entire map looked like leading up to this. This was off of both bottom lanes recalling, and CLG had not seen where Johnson and Afro went after their recall the entire time they're taking the Rift Herald. So that was a bit aggressive, and they got kind of lazy in tracking their opponents there, thinking, oh, you know, we haven't seen them in a while, maybe they don't exist anymore. It's object permanence, Flowers. It's one of the
it's one of those
first things that you learn. Even if you don't see it, it still exists. And the Johnson Afro Moot double roam. Good job from them staying in Fog of War. You know, you never want to reveal your position if it's not necessary, and they were able to back up Takui with the bubble.
And now FlyQuest looking at the Drake. They want to grab this one for themselves. No really early priority placed on this from either side, despite the fact that the Drakes have been buffed on 12.14. So it looks like Jose is going to try to take a bite out of this one. You can see FlyQuest rotating over both Johnson and Takui to guarantee that it happens. With nobody from CLG rotating over anytime soon, it looks like this is just going to be a free pickup for the side of FlyQuest. Yep. No contest on that. Phillips got Afromu behind him up here on the top side, trying to trade into Dokla a little bit, but he can just back off real easily.
I wonder if Poppy's going to get here for a counter on this support roam, because Contracts is just out to the top side. Afromu, he makes the attempt, you know, trailing there to see if there was going to be a dive or Dokla got super aggressive. Because Dokla does not expose himself, though, no possibility of the counter gank. And this Gwen on top side still in control of the minion wave.
One of the nice parts about Johnson being on Sivir, not only does it have that powerful late game carry potential, but it's pretty easy for him to clear away a lot of these waves while Afro roams around and looks to make plays. Yes, he's going to have to concede some farm, but he can still stay in pretty solid shape down here, especially against a Twitch Lulu that doesn't have any way to hard engage on him underneath that turret.
Yeah. All right, I think next big window we'll see in this game is Luger's next recall for the Blade of the Ruined King. And if he decides to go for an aggressive Twitch play. You know, there's two kinds of Twitches, Flowers. The ones that go back to lane.
My Twitch and their Twitch.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the ones that go back to lane and push the minions, and the ones that go hunting for those plays. CLG, I feel like they are the type to go hunting. Contracts up to the top side, gonna further feed this Gwen. I do like this. Trying to put more money into Dokla has been successful for CLG in the past. Jose is here, though.
Jose is ready to go. Trundle versus Poppy. Trundle's going to win that 1v1 pretty much every time, so Contracts walks away from it. Meanwhile, FlyQuest putting more bodies here in the top side river. Jose gets the Scuttle Crab there. As Fox moves in, he finds a double shuffle. They just found themselves some money. Jose Diodo trying to survive here as Afromu flashes over the wall. FlyQuest survives, seeing what they can maybe find in retaliation here. CLG went for the play, but not quite enough damage to get either target.
And the big thing, Flowers, though, even though they don't kill Afromu there, they don't have the burst damage. Well, Takui on Dokla, dodge here on the bubble should mean he's fine. The big thing is, look at that mini-map. That mini-map means Twitch gets free turret plates on bottom side.
Oh, baby.
Working away. Look at all this money Luger just got off of that top side play there. CLG
that's Bork money. He's got that Blade of the Ruined King.
It's Borkin time, baby. CLG, they go for the 3 versus 4 outnumbered play. They failed to burst down Afro just because of that stopwatch. Good stopwatch from Afromu, but it does mean CLG working their way back into this, and they're back up now plus 550 gold.
There's actually something kind of like cathartic about seeing Gwen use her 200 years power to defeat Zoe's 200 years power and immune to bubble. That was nice. I enjoyed that.
Counterplay is something that is essential to design.
The FTX total gold on the left side of your screen. It's Luger dominating the tables here. Has the completed Blade of the Ruined King. Has the completed tier 2 boots. Twitch is in a good spot to have a solid impact here.
Looking
if
for
we get
Zoe.
to see a fight, let's see. All right, Luger's going to find Takui up here.
Flash.
Forces out the flash.
Whoa!
Underneath the turret, but Takui's stopwatch will be the only thing that prevents the death there.
I can see it now on the CLG subreddit. Delete stopwatch now! These stopwatches are just blocking CLG play after CLG play. Another survival here off of stopwatch for FlyQuest.
Alrighty, FlyQuest and CLG having a nice back and forth here in the early game. Nobody getting too far ahead. CLG with a very modest gold lead right now. 90 seconds until our next Drake spawns. Hextech Drake means we're not going to get that as the soul, but it's a very powerful individual Drake on its own now. 9 attack speed, 9 ability haste.
Yeah.
As Palafox going towards Johnson here in the mid lane, but now he's got to be careful. Johnson may be able to look to turn this one around. Afromu on the side, keeping Contracts away. Johnson doesn't have the health or mana to continue making this fight go further, as CLG will back away too.
Aggressive posturing there from Palafox, and good kind of blocking from Contracts. The bodyguard here in front ejects Jose Diodo, allows Palafox to walk out instead of having to use a flash or something there on the Azir. Takes a decent chunk of damage, but Luger and Poom just going to take over control of the mid wave. They'll push it out for him as he goes back to base.
Jose walking up, seeing if there's anything. Nope, just going to be able to zone him away from this wave so Takui can clear it out. Goes for the trouble bubble there with the extra flash that he had, but doesn't result in a whole lot of anything. Meanwhile, down here in bottom lane, the Fiora versus Gwen matchup, still honestly pretty even between these two.
Yeah, Philip got to hit the break point he's looking for. Divine Sunder, finally. You get that Sheen proc. So we were talking earlier about the combat pattern of Grass versus Conqueror. Yep. Now that he's got a Sheen item as well with the Divine Sunder finished.
Just plays into it that much more, right?
Exactly. Those quick trades, just trying to go in. You see the vital point towards you, you go in. Q, easy decision tree there.
Yep, Gwen wants to stack Conqueror, stack Riftmaker. Your job is to prevent the stack attack. Make it as fast as possible.
I like that.
Don't want anything to do with that, as the Rift Herald goes over to the side of FlyQuest here for its second spawn.
And these
it's immediately dropped.
Yeah, these secondary ones, they are definitely powerful now. I think the priority should go up on these on 12, 14. Because, like you can see here, with 4 people, they basically guarantee a tower kill.
Yeah.
They also give you 200 extra gold when you take it, so nicely done here from FlyQuest, and they're looking for a bit more.
They want to make sure they get this second charge. Remember, those tier 2 turrets do not regenerate, so that's 2/3 of the HP guaranteed right there.
Yeah, and they force the flash out of the Poppy as well. Plus, Philip getting the trade on bottom side. It is going to be traded for the top side tower. Azir there, you see Palafox also getting solo gold in the split. Does mean that they're also going to probably give up territory on this dragon though. Palafox has no teleport, so it'd be difficult for CLG to fish for their play. Actually, the double recalls, both solo laners from FlyQuest missing the timer here. So Dokla sweeps in. CLG keeping it leashed here. 5,000 health on the dragon. Contracts coming over. Jose's watching though.
Jose is still keeping an eye on it. Steps forward, sees about 3,000 HP. CLG would
Luger.
rather not have a smite fight, so they'll just yeet the Trundle away. Easy secure.
Ejected from the club.
Thrown out by the bounce.
The Dragon Club, Game of Thrones club there. Foul Fox going to clean up the rest of the minions towards mid as well and continue to eat up on this Azir. So Twitch and Azir, as well as Gwen, all very, very strong scaling threats here. As the map opens up and these towers go down, a lot more room to work with in looking for some of these picks, though. So I want to see if either of these AD carries, honestly, can find themselves a pick. Either Sivir boosting up Aphromoo with the Sivir ultimate for speed and then Leona ult, or the Twitch surprise ambush.
Right.
Hoping for some big ones.
Pop out somewhere where he's not expected. Down here in bottom lane, it just remains the 1v1 for now, but you can see Luger and Poom coming up. They want to try to force down this turret, just strong arm this. They've got about half a wave left here. Philip cannot stick around and try to defend it. He issues the grand challenge onto Luger, but CLG don't really care about
Challenge
that.
denied.
Challenge, no thanks. We're going to refuse that one and just take the turret.
Just got hit in the face with the glove, and it's like,
Nah.
no, all right, I'm not falling for that. CLG do push down the tower, though. Let's see about the top side of the map is getting answered as Contracts rotates over. Hovering up there around the Zoe, but now they caught sight of Jose, so they give up a bit of that priority. Teleport there. Can they catch? Takuya's flash is back up, though, so he actually doesn't feel scared at all.
Yeah, CLG is just turning back towards Jose and Johnson. Now Aphromoo rotating up here as well. Jose going in. He's going to subjugate the Poppy immediately, and the fight breaks out. Contracts walking away. Dokla here on the front line, but Gwen is immune for the time being. Trying to get the snip on multiple targets. Dokla trying to get himself out of the fight now as FlyQuest takes a lot of damage into a lot of health bars, and Luger is grabbing himself the first kill. Philip now trying to stand and fight in the middle of a 1v3. Riposte is down, but he's at Kui's help. They'll make it a 1-for-1 as they lose Contracts for Philip. 2 dead on the side of FlyQuest, 1 on CLG, and CLG are looking to find some more. Poom goes in for the slow, and Palafox has the follow-up. Luger with a little bit of poison over the wall, won't be able to find enough damage to grab anybody just yet. As looks for more, and he finds it. The Emperor picks up the 4th kill of the game, make it the 5th as well. Double kill Palafox.
Palafaker, the demon, will chase you to the ends of the earth, Flowers. Boom flashes for the Glitterland slow. Palafox keeps up the chase, and CLG are on that Baron right at 20 minutes.
You love to see it. FlyQuest now have to deal with the fact that CLG is going to grab themselves this massive objective super early on. They're really trying to stick around long enough to grab this. They know Contracts. Poom has died to the minion. Contract shows up now. He's made his way into the pit. They secure it, but FlyQuest is coming in looking to punish. Palafox gets over the wall. Dokla's at 100 HP. Luger's got about 350. Dokla running into the enemy jungle. Luger running into the bushes.
It's a scramble, baby. Every man for themselves. Dokla's going into the tower, and Luger is going to the fountain.
Okay, double kill back for Takui. So it was not a clean Baron for CLG. Losing their jungler was one of the issues. Let's listen in on the comms for the replay.
Only Zoe. Oh, she's out.
Don't take this time. You guys can wait for me to be in range too. Maybe get vision here. Any blue? Blue. Wait for me.
Okay, we need someone to tank then. I'm gonna die.
I'm almost here.
Maybe? Oh,
It's like a
bad.
I'm going to stay.
Luger tank. I'll die for it. Okay, get out. Fast. TP.
I'm out. Run.
I'm fine.
Yeah, just try to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, try and get out.
Fast.
Run. I really like the resigned Dokla. I'll die for it.
Hey, somebody's got to, man, all right?
No problem.
Somebody's got to play that role.
And he did indeed die for it. So FlyQuest end up picking up 3 kills for the payment of the Baron. That's why we only have a plus 500 gold so far on this Baron power play for CLG. We'll see if they're able to push out. Probably have enough juice to be able to take down at least this mid-outer tower. But FlyQuest, off of that gold from the kills, looking for more.
As the Odo going in, taking a chomp out of Contracts, but he's not too worried about it. CLG have 25 seconds until the Drake spawns. They have a minute and a half left on their Baron. Palafox going to find some damage over the wall there onto Jose as Philip is pushing out the bottom lane. Dokla doing the same on top side.
Yeah, interesting. We've got only 13 seconds left on this dragon, and Dokla does not have teleport. So FlyQuest with a 5v4.
Oh, Let's see where it goes, though. Philip's already coming in on the side. Luger is under pressure, and Poom is already down. Contracts wants to get away, but they're still chasing. Takui jumps over the wall, but he has to jump right back. CLG are scared off, and FlyQuest win a fight that earns them a Drake.
Good flank there from Philip. FlyQuest utilizing their 5v4 advantage to get the kill plus the dragon. It does cost them a turret for split pushing Dokla there, and Palafox trying to sneak in and get the mid turret as well.
Alrighty, looks like that turret is gonna fall in mid. Luger was hanging around the area, but does not want to risk anything. Second Drake for the side of FlyQuest. Third Drake overall here in the game, score 2-1.
This is a tight one, Flowers. FlyQuest there getting the extra kill, getting the dragon up to number 2, but CLG taking down 2 turrets, although I think Palafox had to run away so quickly, did not get local gold for the mid tower. We didn't have the camera exactly on it, but that is a decent little chunk there as well. Let's see about getting right back out. This is now 2 item power spikes for both AD carries.
Yeah.
Little bit of extra lead there for Johnson with the pickaxe lead. So Sivir really starting to scale now. And once he can upgrade that and fully build out the Infinity Edge, then FlyQuest will have their AoE damage for these team fights.
And there's one tanky target on the side of CLG, and that is Poppy. That is Contracts, right? And that is the dream scenario for Trundle, because your job's already done for you. You already know who you need to ult every single fight and what the best way to play that is. Yeah. Trundle loves a composition with one strong enemy tank because it can beef up his own stats so well. As Dokla and Philip gonna find one another here in the jungle, and Big Dokes is ready to take it to the FlyQuest top laner, who immediately has to retreat.
This is interesting too, because CLG were spread, so CLG are pushing both lanes right now. The minions on top, Palafox on bottom. They're playing the map while Dokla gets a health advantage in the 1v1, allowing them an extra 30 seconds to work with. Every minion wave, an extra 30 seconds to move on the map. Gives you that pseudo vision of the minions moving up themselves. And just gives you the option for another turn. Contract's trying to watch for Palafox, but he's caught.
Contract's getting caught by Jose. He finds the ulti knockup and is able to get himself out with that steadfast presence movement speed bonus. But while FlyQuest put all these players on the bottom side, Dokla's pushing top.
And that right there is just so clear why pro players take Phase Rush all the time on so many of these melee junglers.
Yep.
Because Phase Rush allows you in opportunities like that to get out, actually escape with your life, rather than always looking for the offensive.
Yeah, it's the difference in, you know, a rune like Conqueror. If you're already an extended duelist, it just makes you better at the job you already do, whereas Phase Rush enables things that are otherwise not possible. Just a bit of a difference in philosophy for what you want to get out of your keystone slot there. But hey, this time around, it keeps the little Yordle alive, and that's what matters for CLG.
I think we will see probably this game hinging on if the Zoe bubbles hits. I mean, FlyQuest do have good follow-up. They've got a Leona long-range ultimate, so if Takui can find some Zoe bubbles here onto CLG and look for the pick for themselves, they'll have a really good chance of playing off a numbers advantage. But if they are unable to find those, Palafox is so strong on the Azir now. He's almost level 16. He's got 7 stacks Dark Seal. He could actually upgrade that into a Medjai's and have it be worth it at the moment with the safety of a Banshee's Veil himself. That Azir is definitely not to be trifled with. Another flank coming here from Philip, though. FlyQuest looking for another 4v5 start.
Well, CLG is ready to start the fight themselves. Contract's going to go to sleep there from the bubble. It's not a target they really want to go after. Jose Diodo already using the Subjugate. So they're just sort of waiting on that to wear off for the side of CLG. They're backing away now. FlyQuest staying together here in the mid lane, but Philip going back bottom to answer Dokla. Remember when they 1v1 there in the jungle, it was Dokla winning that handedly.
Yep, and that was another one of those 36-second windows we talk about. Philip pushed up the minion wave on bottom, so he gets a chance to go look for a play, hovers for the flank on mid, and as you said, even though the bubble hits, it's on the least likely target for FlyQuest to dive in on. And Contracts heals right back up off that crab.
Especially because you look at Zoe's build. It's Sorcerer's Shoes, Shadow Flame, Ludens. That's an incredible amount of flat spell penetration, which is great if your opponent has a lower overall value. Not so great against a tank. Kind of need Void Staff there. So, you know, Poppy sitting on top of her natural tankiness from the W, on top of the Turbo Kim tank, on top of the Negatron Cloak. Those Paddle Stars aren't much of a paddle.
Well, we get another chance here. 50 seconds on the arrival of Ocean Dragon. Would be number 3 for FlyQuest. Jose gets jumped on a little bit, just some chip damage here.
Not too worried about it. That Drake, though, I'm sure both teams are going to have sights on that one, as Afromu is right there in front. Luger popped out, shoots him a couple of times, not a big deal. Jose at 1/3 HP and just barely still doesn't have his ulti ready to go. He cannot participate in a fight other than throwing out a pillar right now, as they summon up an Azir turret here in mid to have a little bit of a forward operating base.
And I do have to say, the support item activations are pretty decent here. The battle song attempt there from Lulu, you usually try and Whimsy, speed him up, plus battle song, look for the pick. If you go into the fight right after that and you don't get your pick, the locket activation is such a big team fight turner advantage there. So FlyQuest, that extra shield could mean a lot. Not going to be the case, though. CLG just pick up the dragon with Dokla soloing it, no problem. The rest of CLG just back off.
Well, they want to, but the Trundle Pillar's looking to stop that right now. They interrupt the channel on the ulti, and now Contracts could be in trouble. He goes to sleep, and he takes a dirt nap. Johnson grabs a killing spree, and FlyQuest are 5v4 on the map now for the next 35 seconds, and that's the enemy jungler who died. FlyQuest moving up now to pressure the Baron as they see CLG has taken the Drake.
Yeah, at the very least, FlyQuest will be able to clear out all this vision. CLG can poke around here and try to stop them. There is a Scryer's Bloom plant right here for the vision, guaranteed. FlyQuest probably should have popped that one themselves. Here comes CLG.
All right, FlyQuest is in the pit. Jose Dioto's at 1/3 HP. Jose's got to be careful here. Dokla coming in. Jose under fire as it looks like they're going to lose Afromu potentially too. It's Jose gone first, and CLG's looking to strike. Afro dies second as Philip wants to fight back, and Dokla barely stays alive. Luger's coming in from the side. Rat-a-tat-tat, fire the gat. Luger's ready to go, and he's found the shutdown on Johnson. Takui heads for the hills, but those hills have eyes, and the eyes see you. That is it. Double kill plus the ace for CLG.
Every member of FlyQuest put in the dirt. Luger starts it out on the top side while Dokla goes for the engage with Palafox backing him up on the left side, and CLG will get the Baron again.
Let's look into another comms replay, see how it went down.
They have double smite, guys. They have double smite. We actually need to...
I look down the pocket. I look kind of down the pocket.
I can look here?
Yeah.
Slow.
Yeah.
Turn on the flash.
No flash. Leona's one in the pit. Charles dead.
Turn on that.
Leona 1 HP.
Leona flash.
Yeah. Leona's dead. I'm looking.
Fiora.
I'm hitting Sivir. We win. Yeah.
Zoe has one flash.
Okay.
You guys just try. I will chase.
Do whatever you need to do.
Yeah. I believe.
Sivir. I believe. The faith is there. CLG with Baron number 2 picked up. And we are well on our way towards the infinity edge of the Twitch now as well. Sivir with the 3-item power spike, but we're almost to 4 here for Luger after that one. He picked up so many kills. He finishes the Hurricane and gets the BF sword here for his infinity edge. That Twitch is rich.
This is a scary place to be for FlyQuest, down 5,000 gold against an Azir and a Twitch. They're each on 3.5 items. The Poppy's plenty tanky enough in the front line. Gwen is winning in the side lane 1v1. What's the call? What do you do in this situation, my friend?
You got to look for a big pick, Flowers. Try and find them separated. CLG together are too strong. And so they're doing just that from the side of FlyQuest. Split push here for Fiora, trying to just split the map. The rest of the team's just going to buy as much time as they can. Sivir attempting wave clear. It's very difficult into the Baron, though, because Baron reduces that AoE so much. Palafox goes for the big sweep.
Oh, Palafox doesn't want to let him play a slow game, but Palafox is already dead, but he's going to be traded away for 2 as Jose and Afromu both fall. Contracts yeets him back on out of there. They're going to be able to take the tier 2, but Philip is winning the race. He's inside the base of CLG, cracking through the top lane inhibitor.
CLG, though, they're going to get 2 inhibitor turrets down. See if they stick around for the actual inhibitors themselves. Dokla recalling with the Baron-empowered recall. He'll get back in time to at least chase Philip out of the base off the Nexus turrets. It is 2 inhibitor turrets almost taken. The bottom one still a little bit of life left there. So CLG, yeah, they get an inhibitor turret in mid, but no inhibitor itself. And FlyQuest get the actual inhibitor kill there for Philip. Pretty big stuff for the counterpunch from FlyQuest.
Honestly, considering the state of the game and all that stuff that I was talking about that CLG was sitting on that made him so scary, it couldn't have gone much better for FlyQuest there, I don't think.
Yeah, nice commitment to the split push there. Philip with the Hull Breaker, Fiora takes out that inhibitor very quickly. CLG. They did a lot of damage to the bottom inhibitor turret as well, but those things will regenerate up to 33%, the closest 33% that they are getting to. So 1/3 of the HP of that bottom inhibitor tower will remain. And of course, they don't get any super minions themselves. So Big Dokes up here. Pushing into the super minions, not a really big problem though. Oftentimes, especially late game here, if one inhibitor is down, it's fairly easy to defend and clear out if you're the team that has the gold lead. Because you've got the items to easily push on it, and you can kind of counteract that extra pressure.
CLG pushing up with 4 here in mid lane. They got Dokla up in top side. They know that Philip is afraid of him in that 1v1. If Philip's just got to push against an empty lane, take out some turrets, take out some minions, yeah, he's fine. Dokla's an entirely different story. 20 seconds on our next Drake, and both teams are tied 2-2 in that count. With CLG's current control over the map, I fully expect them to just take that Drake as a consequence of that, but FlyQuest are moving up.
Yeah, and CLG are being more safe about this one. They actually pull Dokla down from the top lane. They let Philip push that wave out one more time, that super minion wave, in order to get better positioning for the dragon.
Oh, Luger just unloading onto Joseoto, and Contract slams him into the wall. He stays alive a moment longer, but Luger's got the damage, but CLG went really far in. Are they too far up? Dokla's gonna be low, but he stays alive with a stasis, and Palafox sweeps in to clean up. Boom! Still right behind his carry, looking to make this happen. Yes, they lose Contracts, yes, they lose Luger, but they take 3, and CLG are looking for more.
Palafox has zeroed Philip off of Dokla's body there, just as he's about to go down. Palafox, this Azir, the Emperor is commanding them off of the inhibitor. They take it down, and CLG now heading towards that dragon as well. Takui is on the way. He does not have a smite with his spellbook right now. Ghost and teleport the 2 summoners.
All right, Palafox moving in. He'll be able to shred through this Drake incredibly quickly. Let's take another look at how the fight went down with Jose nearly dying at the very start here.
Yeah, he opens up on Luger, and Luger just returns the favor, all the damage through, but the huge stun turn around there as Aphromoo re-engages on CLG members that were chasing in the base. And then here, Dokla survives with under 100 HP as Palafox sweeps Philip off of his stopwatch body to save his teammate. And wow, Dragon number 3 picked up there for CLG. 4.5 minutes left on the arrival of the Soul, the possible Soul Dragon. Objective bounties have popped up for FlyQuest. But as we said, that downed inhibitor on top lane for CLG has been managed very easily, very well. Those super minions have not gotten into the base to lay any further destruction. They continually send Dokla up there. He's extremely rich, feeding up off of those. And then the Twitch and Azir late game. Oh, Contract though?
Contract's getting chased after here, but I think FlyQuest may have bit off a little more than they can chew. Joseoto does not want to go in any further against
Sivir ult. They do not have that Sivir ult move speed to help them reposition now for side of FlyQuest, and Dokla is pushing in on top lane. Dokla will be at that turret fairly soon here as the rest of CLG push FlyQuest off the defense.
And Luger is 5 items plus a stopwatch. This Twitch is ready to go, ready to team fight, ready to commit to the DPS, knowing he'll be able to keep himself safe with that aggro drop. Dokla going all the way in here. Poppy disengage, throw him away, keep him off of that tier 3 turret. Johnson trying to get back and stay alive. Luger barely kept around by the power of the wild growth, but how long is it gonna last? Not long enough. Takui gets the kill, and CLG have lost their marksman. Contracts tries to continue falling back with the rest of the squad. Palafox is the damage, and Dokla's at 40%. Philip's coming in from the side. He wants to keep this one going, and Contracts is going to be focused down. Philip gets himself back, but Gwen is immune. They still keep running, but FlyQuest keeps chasing. CLG needs to keep disengaging this. Joseoto's still coming. Looks like we might have an attempted recall here. Palafox gonna get caught out. Aphromoo goes in and he finds the stun. TP going out from Dokla. There's another death. Palafox goes on a killing spree as he dies, but now Poom is trying to escape from Philip, and there's no way out. Nice fight coming out from FlyQuest, but Dokla's in the enemy base.
Dokla went to the base to try and take down some inhibitors, but FlyQuest are going to get the Baron Flowers. That is an objective bounty. 500 base extra gold on the neutral objectives, increased by the amount that they are behind. FlyQuest with the comeback kills inside of the base. They chase down CLG, and the reward will be the Baron.
Catching Luger like that was so big for FlyQuest. They were behind such a high amount. They needed to catch one of these valuable carries. And here's the Roccat flip the switch on how they did it.
So bottom of your screen, you see Luger, but guess who's behind him? Afromoo. Big chunk from Takui onto the Luger, and so Afromoo says he's going all in for it. Takui burns him down, and then the chase for FlyQuest. After taking down the Twitch, the heart of the CLG team fight there, they poke him, continually harrying them with these long skill shots. Takui from the outside, Philip goes in with the riposte to buy some time, while the rest of the members finish up contracts, and then it's a scramble this time from CLG to try and teleport out of there. As you know, both solo laners tried to use their teleports. Palafox got interrupted by the Trundle Pillar. Meanwhile, Dokla did escape, but mid-inhibitor is the only damage CLG were able to get done. Meanwhile, FlyQuest with the Baron buff trying to push in.
Philip getting jumped on by Contracts and Palafox together. If they can take Philip out here, that's going to relieve a lot of the pressure that FlyQuest has earned for themselves. Riposte is not enough, and CLG have taken out the enemy top laner. They got a 5v4 on the map for the next 60 seconds. So as FlyQuest try to crash the wave mid, but they know they're down a man, and they back away.
Yeah, that's a good pick there for CLG. They put a stop to that Baron push from FlyQuest. No further gains for FlyQuest. 2,000 gold, currently the bonus from that Baron power play. Map has gone very dark, though, because we've been just running base to base. When you're spending so much time running towards the push.
PvP means no time for vision.
Exactly. And now we've got the Dragon. 45-ish seconds left on that one, so a couple more minion waves to push here. Takui fishing again with this Zoe, level 18. That poke is FlyQuest's opportunity. You see the burst damage.
Yep, just the bubble takes off about a third of Poom's health, so a Battlestar follow-up is lights out. Jose the Odo stepping forward. CLG staying grouped up. They've summoned the Azir turret on the ruins of the FlyQuest Tier 1. FlyQuest has...
They can run straight for the inhibitors, though. CLG actually don't care about the Dragon. They can just run straight for the inhibitors.
Okay, but FlyQuest has Philip back on the map, so it will be 5v5. The Azir turret still zoning FlyQuest away for now. CLG just in the base.
You don't need minions to take down inhibitors because there's no backdoor bonus for just inhibitors, so they can just slip in. They get the middle one.
And now they're walking up top, but they realize they don't have the time to take the inhib out itself. They're staying grouped. Jose the Odo at half HP. CLG are hungry for a fight here.
W down,
Luger still creeping around, still invisible. Philip issuing the grand challenge onto Dokla, but he's got to be careful. Riposte now going to find Contracts, who has to get away too. Palafox, the Banshee's Veil keeps him safe from the Zenith Blade. CLG really testing the waters here, not afraid to scrap, but FlyQuest meeting them and stopping the push.
Can they actually circle back around, cancel the recall here, make a run for the inhibitor? FlyQuest trying to go for the Dragon again. CLG can run for this inhibitor. This will be number 2 top inhibitor. Luger's going to blow that sucker up.
CLG is saying we know FlyQuest is going to go for the Drake. We will trade it away for the inhib top, and CLG get what they came for, but what is the cost? Sleepy Trouble Bubble on Poom. Okay, no follow-up. CLG is able to escort him out of there. Drakes are tied 3-3, 40 minutes into the game, 33 kills on the board.
FlyQuest kind of throwing down the gauntlet here and saying, fine. All right, if you take 2 inhibitors, we can still defend. We've got a Sivir to mow down these minion waves. The real breakpoint here is CLG. Can they reset and push down the final inhibitor? Oh, they're going to go for the pick instead. Philip's got to run.
Philip honestly doesn't even take that much damage. He's not too scared of it. Sleepy Trouble Bubble comes out, but Dokla does not get hit by that one. Afromoo here, but they won't be able to move in time for a true pincer attack. FlyQuest control over the topside river, but there's no Baron for 2 minutes. There's no Drake for 4 minutes. There's no real neutral objectives to fight over at all right now.
Exactly. That was the calculation of FlyQuest saying, okay, we will be able to defend the next couple of minutes of these super minions being down. The real pressure does come when you get all 3. That's when every lane spawns multiple super minions and they all buff each other up. Getting 3 down is overwhelming pressure, but until then, FlyQuest with a lot of wave clear, honestly. This is full item Sivir almost. The last Zeal needing to be upgraded there. But that AoE is no joke. So as long as FlyQuest try and stay in their base, they've got hopes for clearing it out, hopes for defending. CLG, it's very clear, Flowers. There's 1 inhibitor left. You need to go bottom. You need to get this last one. If you can finish off that objective, then that is the final bit of pressure.
With this coming down to what's going to be a big, like, monumental fight, we need to take stock of all the things that can change that fight. Hourglass up for both solo laners of CLG, Guardian Angel up for Luger. There is also a Mikhail's Crucible on Poom to be able to save anybody that needs it. Over on the other side, tick, 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 tick. What's that? It's the sound of an overpowered item, Kobe. We got stopwatches all over the place here. We got Fiora and Trundle both with those. We've also got Zoe sitting on 10 stacks of the book for some extra AP. No Guardian Angel on Johnson, though. If he gets caught and he dies, game over. Luger gets a second chance if it happens the other way around.
All right, here comes the big moment. Super Minions pushing up on top side. You see Fiora's trying to deal with them now. Philip trying to get a little bit of a window for the rest of FlyQuest, CLG. Everybody pushing in. Palafox just went back to base. That better have been a big purchase. I want to see what the purchase from Azir was there. Palafox is probably full build now. There it is. He is full build. Everything done. Zhonya's with the death cap. See if this is going to be the difference. Baron arriving in 17 seconds.
And with Azir and Twitch, you can just, and Gwen, you can just burn this so fast if you're CLG. You can probably kill it in 5 seconds.
Look at these possible wards here, though, from FlyQuest. They've got wards all around the back of the Baron. CLG, though, right up the front.
They're willing to fight. Contracts with a stun to the wall, and Jose Diodo, he has to flash away to stay alive as Philip's looking to come in now with a TP, immediately riposting as he arrives, but now he's got to be careful because CLG are ready to punish. Takui firing back with a little bit of artillery, but Palafox's Banshee's Veil stops it in its tracks.
Oh, the tension rising. Flowers, they send Philip back to base, but he can go to the fountain to heal. He doesn't have teleport this time around, so CLG think that's enough time to rush the Baron. 4 members of FlyQuest. Philip coming out of the base. They want to contest.
They do this so fast. 6 seconds. They started it with 18 on the clock. They finished it at 24. CLG get Baron, and the fight just breaks out. Aphromu's going to lose half HP, but so will Contracts. Wild Growth to keep him alive, and now FlyQuest look for a chance to re-engage. Jose Diodo leads the charge, but Aphromu's immediately killed. CLG have lost Palafox, and Dokla's stuck in a stasis. They continue trying to run, but they've lost both solo laners together now, and FlyQuest get a punish again.
There are super minions that will destroy these Nexus turrets, though. That requires attention. 2 super minions isolated on that top Nexus turret will take it. This requires the recalls for FlyQuest. Flowers. We got another Baron, but FlyQuest will return to defend.
All right, let's take another look at another comms replay in this crazy game.
Poppy, no flash, Poppy, no flash.
I think we got ult in 6, ult in 6.
Keep going. Asir, no flash. I chase, I have a stopwatch. Keep going. Yeah. Asir, no flash, guys. You guys win. Switch. I pillar here. Chase. Poppy, no flash, do it. Lulu, no flash. Wait.
The 1-for-2 there. FlyQuest getting the extra kill. Taking down his ear. Sivir, though, doing most of the work. Bouncing through the entire CLG team, and here comes the Dragon Soul.
Oh, baby, no matter what, it is Soul time. Let's see who's able to claim it. CLG, they've got the Azir, they've got the Twitch, but man, when Sivir can put down 8,000 damage in a fight, you ain't exactly afraid, huh?
That sucker scales so hard now after that mini rework. Let's see it.
Okay, FlyQuest are going in. Philip gets thrown back over the wall. Contract's looking to disengage somebody if he can, but he's already dead. Takui goes unstoppable, but Johnson goes down. It's a 1-for-1. CLG killed the enemy AD carry, but they don't have a jungler.
Yep, one of these is not like the other. The Sivir is down. The team fight stronger for CLG, but they can't secure.
Oh, but they found Palafox. He's going to be killed instantly. Aphromo makes it look easy, but now Dokla's looking to turn it back around. Snip into the back line as Philip tries to fight back, but he's got to run away. Jose Diodo's got 10% HP, and Dokla has blood in his eye.
Oh, Luger's still up, and that rat is scary. He's going to keep Afro and Trundle out of the pit. That will be Dragon Soul for CLG.
House of the Dragon Soul for CLG. Despite the fact that they lose the jungle, they chat up, and they take the objective.
Where's our dragon-loving fan from yesterday? That guy would be popping off. We got all the dragons in this game.
Full collection.
CLG now with the extra sustain. My goodness, 46 minutes into this game, and the base on both sides have openings. FlyQuest have already taken down the top inhibitor. CLG taking down all the inhibitor towers from FlyQuest base. Here, let's take another look at it, though. So, Contracts, the first one to get focused down, but the whole time, Luger is using that ultimate melts them and gets the key kill, taking down Johnson, taking down Sivir with the range advantage there and burning the flash. Afromu, though, shows the veteranship there, goes in, they assassinate Palafox, but without a Sivir, you don't have the extra carry.
Oh boy, Philip just might die here. He's trying to stay alive. He falls. Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
Oh,
there's the sleep. It's immune by the power of the Zonias, but it's not immune long enough. 1 kill for 1 Guardian Angel.
The stopwatches, the Guardian Angels, the revives, the difference makers in this game.
This is why I wanted to track them.
From the very beginning, Flowers, the FlyQuest stopwatches make the difference. They get the extra kill in this fight, but there's no objectives. This is officially the longest game of Summer Split of the LCS already.
I knew we were going to get a good game with CLG FlyQuest. I didn't know we were going longest game of the split material.
Because these two teams are hungry to climb up the standings. There's been too long with the old guard at the top. Let's see about this, though. FlyQuest knocking at the gates.
FlyQuest, they still have a 5v4 for 15 seconds, but they ain't got no waves. You can't do much if you don't have the waves, but Philip has the wave bottom, and he'll grab the tier 2 at least. Problem is, we're getting to the point of the game, Kobe, where everybody's just full on items anyway. So, this kind of golden stuff doing a whole lot for me.
Yeah, gold doesn't matter. The inflation is through the roof. You can't even hold any more items here. Everybody approaching level 18. The supports almost even approaching. 17 for Poom, 16 for Afromu.
That's the true measure of how crazy this game is. Supports are nearing max level. You never see that.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, we are selling boots now as well. I saw them disappear. Johnson actually thinks better of it, though. He undoes that sell on the boots, gets them right back, and let's get back out to another fight because, you know, late game, you get an actual team fight win, you can just run it through to the Nexus here. Bases are already exposed. They've got one more big one in them.
And you saw Luger just sell the Guardian Angel that doesn't have the cooldown ready anyway. Yep. He has Lord Dominic's Regards now for extra armor penetration, so he can gun through that Trundle there on the front line that has the Frozen Heart, has the tabbies, all this other good stuff.
Oh, he's going for a pick. Look at this Twitch. Twitch movement to the red buff. Could they go for the pick onto Philip? The Baron's not up yet. Does they have a little window of time?
Oh, I thought you were being facetious at first saying who's going to pick the red buff.
No. Oh. That is actual opportunity because there was no wards up through there. They could go for the little window. Now Baron is too close to spawning, so you can't commit too far down to the other side of the map. And Philip coming for the flank.
Philip's rotating up. Let's see, can FlyQuest find their moment here?
Him.
Palafox still has Banshee's Veil, that's the thing. There's your Azir turret summoned up. That's something else FlyQuest always has to be aware of. Anytime you're near these turret ruins, Azir has the ability to create these little bases for himself. As, contracts over the wall, finds a stun on Afromu, losing about a quarter of his health here. Trophy goes down from Trundle. FlyQuest regrouping, getting everybody back together.
All right, Philip on the bottom side. Jose takes it.
Jose on the front line still. Nobody fully committing to an engage just yet. Contracts channeling the ulti. Another trophy comes out. Looking to interrupt it here a little bit. Philip goes in, riposts, and then disengages. Philip at about half. Afromu doing the same. CLG not significantly injured.
And look at the cooldowns. The Afromu Johnson ultimates used there, as well as Philip from FlyQuest. So CLG know we won the small battle of the cooldowns for ultimates. Only Dokla's Gwen ultimate used there.
And Ocean Soul makes it so easy for CLG to have these small back and forth 1-2 punches and disengage. They can heal off that damage, go back and look for more. All their health, all their mana still full. FlyQuest having a little bit of damage still registering as that Azir turret falls on the ruins of tier 1.
Minions up on top side. Those things doing a lot of damage to the inhibitor right now. CLG trying to keep FlyQuest in mid while the minions do their work. It's almost done. CLG minions working away.
Philip's going to stop it. He wants to prevent this from going down for free, but CLG's taking the chance. They're going after the bear and seeing Philip up there in the top side. Remember how fast they burn this down. FlyQuest moving up. They don't want to give it away. Philip coming in now for the TP. There's the cooldown CLG was looking for. They bring Philip back here.
They counter TP to the counter TP.
Now they know FlyQuest doesn't have a way to get back in there and match him in time. Dokla's going for the in-hit, and CLG have found the macro outplay for now. What is FlyQuest's answer as CLG disengages with a 4-man
double TP, they're going for it!
To bring Palafox in. They want to go for the end of the game as FlyQuest are trying to get back to the base. Philip wants to survive, but Palafox wants to stop it. The Nexus turrets are gone. CLG just won the
quest in over 51 minutes.
Longest game of the year with one of the craziest endings. The teleport bait, the Baron bait, the re-TP into the enemy base. Awesome.
CLG continued their longest win streak since 2019. Right into playoffs. They are peaking at the right time.
What a game. Give me more of this. Give me 4 more of these today.
Collecting all the dragons. So many Barons. I don't remember how many now.
3 or 4
Over
or 5 or something. There's a bunch. A lot of purple this game.
And those are the games I really like to watch because the late game scenarios in push and pull with inhibitors and Barons and Elder Dragons even coming to the Rift next really bring into context so much of this map movement.
It's also the part of the game that's least practiced, right? Because it's the part of the game you play most rarely. 6 items, you're not always getting there.
And Dokla is always willing to finish it with a split push. Always looking for that offensive teleport. The counter teleport from CLG, such great macro at the end there. They pull them out to Baron. Once they get Philip's teleport, they counter teleport into the inhibitor. Palafox doubles the teleport. They go for the end. Love to see calls like that towards the late game. The confidence there. Melt those Nexus turrets. They fall like paper in the late game there. Once you get past 50 minutes.
Azir was taking off 25% of the health every single time. Just thunk, 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 thunk.
Fun stuff.
Honestly, that was just awesome. Like CLG having the confidence and the trust in each other to go for that and finish the game there. Because when you're playing at, this 6-item, 50-minute phase of the game, one big mistake, your death timers are 70 seconds. You're going to have all the time to think about it when you're staring at that gray screen because it's tough. But CLG, they earned the dub on that one. And after the break, High's going pro to pro with contracts before the next banger game between 100 Thieves and Cloud9. We'll catch you there.
Wait. Yeah, I'm going to TP. Yeah, TP.
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro. I'm TPing. Solve it. Solve it. We can get dash off this. For sure.
Pure will base. We can't stop. And Zoe's not showing either.
Yeah, I have TP. We win 2v2.
Okay, then come TP.
Yeah, I'm TPing.
It's 3v3 here.
Look. We need the pressure. Look, Leona. Pressure Leona. Just kill.
They're basing. Sivers going.
Let's go base. Let's go in the base. We end. It's GG. It's GG. It's GG. Oh my god.
A lion! Ah, yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a Red Bull. Red Bull? Still, you'll never be faster than a lion. I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just faster than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish!
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
for another segment of Pro to Pro. Today we have Contracts with us. After that banger of a game, I'm sure you're feeling pretty hyped. I have a few clips for you. Don't worry, it's gonna be for the first half of the game, so you won't have to relive the second half of it. This first clip right here, I pretty much want to ask you, when you're starting a game, how do you decide what lane you want to start at? Obviously, top is pretty volatile, and Gwen and Fiora, but your bot lane is also pretty volatile as well. So can you tell me about why you choose to start blue and why you do it leashless?
So basically my mindset for pathing is basically I just look at all three lanes. It's like who gets pushed in, who gets prio, maybe if they can dive a lane. It's just like all these different factors factor into it. In this game specifically, Gwen loses push early to Fiora. Azir should also lose push to Zoe, but somehow he got it this game. So I was pretty surprised. Bottom gets pushed, but for Trundle especially, it's very risky to push and play for Prowl because his early game is really strong. So basically my overall thought process early game is just to farm safely and protect for the first round at least.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Moving forward, something I like for trying to ask junglers is, so you get this Herald, you got a wall back. Here you're obviously making a call that you're going top because you ping it, you only have 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Is this how you wanted to use Herald when you originally got it, or how do you try to use it? Do you try to use it before a dragon, try to break first turret? Can you talk to me a little bit about how you like using Herald?
The way I see Herald is usually enemy team they're only plays to match Herald for the most part. Like if you're not matching Herald, then you're just gonna be losing out. So I'm trying to pull them to one side and then go to the other. Obviously he matched well, but sometimes he's just gonna be able to match and I can't really do much about it. So I mean just 3 plates for Gwen in this carry matchup, which is pretty important for her.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I have one final clip up here before, right here. So before I go on this one, I'm gonna open the map a little bit. It's kind of a little bit scuffed because you can't see the side of here, but there's a Zoe up here that's hitting a tower, and you guys are about to TP. So before this fight happens, can you tell me about what your game plan is happening? Baron isn't spawned yet, and it looks like you guys are making a play on Zoe, but can you just tell me about what your overall game plan is here?
Basically right now we're just trying to overload on top side.
There's a TP here, and there's a Zoe up there. You just can't see her.
Yeah.
She's there.
Yeah, I mean, basically we're just trying to overload on top side. We use our bot lane to push out bot one time and get bot turret. So after that, they have to respond to bot wave, and then we can shift towards top side. I think we definitely scuffed it up a little bit. We weren't fully connected on what we wanted to do. I think we had to probably wait one more wave and then we could have done it. Like probably contest mid as 4 and then move to top side afterwards. So we kind of pulled the trigger a little bit too early, but they tried to all in a Gwen and it wasn't too great for them.
Gotcha. So before this play happened, you're basically looking to start a fight. And I guess the fight is just because you feel like they're out of position, or?
Yeah, I mean, we're just feeling really strong in the game right now, and we have like decent TP flanks and position advantage, so I thought maybe it could be okay. But I think, yeah, again, we pulled the trigger a bit too early, and I think we probably could have been able to get punished by a better team if we did the same thing.
Gotcha. Awesome. So these are the clips I have for you today. Obviously, a lot more happens after this. Honestly, I thought the game was going to end in like 10 minutes from here, but it kind of turned into a banger. So I'm sure it was fun for you. That's it that we have.
Not really. It wasn't that fun.
All right. It was fun for us to watch at least, okay?
I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you, Raz.
Yeah, we enjoyed it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us today, Contracts. That's it for us. We're gonna head over to Fudge and FBI and their OCE rivalry.
I haven't really talked to FBI much, but I definitely feel a little bit of a rivalry against him just because whenever people talk about OCE players, the 2 players they talk about as best is me and FBI. And I almost feel like I'm objectively the better player just because I've gone to quarterfinals of Worlds and he hasn't. But I can definitely see why people put us up against each other because we are the 2 best players from OCE, and obviously me playing against him feels like a bit of an ego battle. Even though he's not my laner, it feels really like weird because most of the time I'm like, oh, I'm playing against the enemy top laner. But in reality, like this time it's like, oh, I'm playing against another OCE player. Like I have to beat this guy. I am the best OCE player, and that's definitely I definitely feel that rivalry a little bit whenever I play against 100 Thieves.
I think Fudge is always very outspoken, and that's good, but looking at his recent performances, I think he should probably learn to keep it down when he's not playing so well. I respect it though, so hopefully he can turn it around, but as of right now, I don't even think he's the best top laner from OC. So.
Woo! A little bit of spice, a little bit of rivalry between the OS players in Fudge and FBI. They're going up against each other in the very next match of the day. So one of them will look a little bit more correct than the other, I guess, in 35-ish minutes or so.
I love it, especially since it's like we don't get to hear from FBI so much because the rest of his team is also outspoken. So just getting to hear the small, just like attacks. Just like, amazing.
Sit down.
It's so cool to see so many tight matchups today, exactly. We just got a big one, longest game of the split out of CLG and FlyQuest, two of the other teams that are looking for that postseason positioning in Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. It was Cloud9 that fell down yesterday, though, Jat, against that CLG squad. So they're looking for the rebound here against a very strong-looking 100 Thieves.
Yeah, really important matchup for both these guys. You can see Fudge trying to focus up, and there is, I think, a more budding rivalry between these two teams, partially because what happened in spring. So if we kind of cast our minds back to the end of the regular season in spring, it's when Summit had been running away with the MVP race, and it looked like C9 was going to be the #1 seed going into playoffs. And this is where the Owen Summit began, where he just got picked on game after game, and this became actually the blueprint for 100 Thieves eventually to do again in playoffs against this guy, and kind of ended up running Summit out of the league and made C9 change their entire roster. But it was Someday and 100 Thieves who started this process.
Yeah, it was the perfect storm of just not only just how to deal with them in draft, but also just naturally how 100 Thieves tend to play the game is by going through topside and ganking pretty consistently. And so I just love that basically what got Cloud9 to this portion of the split, the massive changes that they had, and their overarching goal going into playoffs and being a team that plays the game the right way, the way they see it, is partially due to 100 Thieves.
I'm glad you brought up the 100 Thieves side of things, because with Closer on the desk just yesterday, I'm like, he was making a strong case for the someday MVP. But it goes to the point that Raz is talking about, his willingness to go to the top side because he's got so much faith in his top laner.
Yeah, and the evolution of Someday across this year has been really interesting. Obviously, Closer was here yesterday giving his, basically a campaign speech for his candidate, where he just, interrupted us. He's like, no, let me tell you why Someday should be MVP. It's so cool to see how highly they value him as a teammate and just as a player. So I do think that a lot of their attacks begin with Someday, even if even when he's not on a huge carry pick, even on the Ornn, he's just such a fundamental part of the way this team wants to play.
Yeah, almost, most of the time it's because he's on those picks. In fact, the champion in this league is Evil Geniuses, and it's based off of the fact that Impact plays well on weak side, and it's the rest of the map that has the focus. So, FBI is the beneficiary. Abadaga is the beneficiary of all of the resources that go into their pockets. So I just think 100 Thieves continuing down that line, and it's going to be in Cloud9's court basically to deal with that.
Yeah, he can play the weak side champs. He can even make the weak side champs look like strong side champs when he gets 9 solo kills so far in Summer Split by himself. So that's who Fudge has to go up against today. Let's get a word from Fudge on Cloud9 and how they're aligning here and seeing the game late in the split.
I would say that we're all becoming way more aligned with how we see the game. We're definitely having the hard conversations and review that's required. Especially, I think, for Berserker, he's pushing himself to argue with the team if he disagrees, which is really, really hard, especially when you don't understand the language as well as others. It's really difficult to sort of just keep arguing and keep trying to understand what people are saying, despite maybe feeling like you're being pit against each other. And I think that's helped us a lot in terms of being able to become aligned, and then in game we know what we want to do. We know exactly where we should go, at least a lot better than we did before. So we're able to then make way better decisions in mid and late game, and I think that showed against TL.
And it's the difference between a team that has just been put together this split or a team that has played together for years. And that's where this matchup has favored 100 Thieves, because when C9 wins, even last split, with the big changes they've made coming into summer, it's still at times feels like a team of individuals, whereas 100 Thieves have reached a much higher level of consistency, I think, due to their experience in communication.
Yeah, it was really cool to, first of all, be here with Berserker when he was filming his Player of the Week interview yesterday. And like speaking in English, hearing from his teammates about how much more willing he is to participate in team discussions now that that comfort level is there. And then behind the scenes, we had Closer on the desk with us, right? And he was talking about how like their team knows each other so well that they know when they need to back off. Like if he's really heated, he's like, even me and Abba who have known each other for years, like if one of us is really heated, we're just like, go outside. Like, you know, we'll talk about this in a bit. And it was cool to hear that from a team that's been together for so long.
Exactly, and just hearing from Closer, you also mentioned the fact that it's just nice to have a top laner that it's like, hey, oh, we got a solo kill in a tank v tank matchup. I know some of the plays that we were showing versus Golden Guardians, literally Ornn versus Sejuani, he gets a solo kill there. So to the point that you're making, Dash, some days just being able to kill it in lane, and I think it's going to be a consistent thing that Cloud9 in this game, but teams in the league will have to deal with going into the playoffs.
A battle at the top of the table, 100 Thieves, Cloud9. Let's not waste any time. Let's get in there with Captain Flowers and Kobe on the call.
Welcome back, everybody. If you just now got here, man, you missed out on game number 1. Hopefully game number 2 delivers in the same style.
Super exciting one. This one is definitely going to deliver as well. Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves. For the top of the tables, we get so many games, so many matchups today with all these top half of the table teams.
We got some good ones, so let's see how this one's gonna go. We got Poppy, Azir, Olaf all banned away. Poppy and Azir, of course, high on the tier list in general right now. Olaf is a specific targeted ban towards Blabber. Kalista, another one of those champions who's been at the top of the 80 carry tier list for a while. Lucian banned away now too. Maybe, probably not. I'm gonna give you a probably not on that one, just to set expectations.
Then they're probably cowards.
All right, fair enough. You got me there.
All right, let's get into it though. Kalista and Lucian taken off the table as far as the 80 carry list goes, means Zeri's still floating around here, as well as the Sivir that is taken over. But my personal favorite that has creeped into the meta has been the Draven games. The Draven games are the most fun for me because both junglers end up pathing towards Draven lanes. Both lanes end up picking, kill lane supports. See if we can get some extra spice.
Well, first
always
we have to
starting
get
out
the
with
memes out of the way.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's Cloud9, so memes take first priority. Now, once the memes are done, then we'll see what they actually want to pick. All right, guys, what's it going to be? I mean, Wukong being up, Poppy being banned away, this seems like a pretty easy lock-in here for Cloud9 and Blabber.
Yep. Have had so much success this weekend with the Wukong. They were talking about yesterday on the analyst test, but every player who played Wukong got player of the match yesterday. There were like 3 junglers in a row. See about the response here from 100 Thieves, though. We had Closer on the casting desk as well, and he was like, you know what, whatever. Just give me any champion. We'll smurf it. I know my bottom lane is scared. We'll pick up whatever type of matchup we need. Wukong picked up there for Cloud9 for Blabber. The Yuumi has been paired most often with Sivir. Could be paired with Twitch or something like that too, though.
Or they could wait and see.
It's definitely flexible. But Sivir and Twitch have been the 2 big...
Oh! There's Neela. Okay. Yes! This is our first Neela of LCS.
Let's go! Neela enabled this weekend. We finally get it. I knew it was either going to come from Berserker or Luger, because those are the 2 that have actually been playing it in Champions Queue. And then we pair it with the Sona. So you always want to pair Neela with some healing or shielding support for the extra bonus that she gets from that. But also, you want to pair it with someone that can benefit from the defenses that Neela as an AD carry can offer their lane partner, which is very rare for AD carries to offer defense to their lane partners with the dodge zone. And Sona, notoriously squishy, also very good, basically side-by-side scaling champion with Yuumi. Both of them big healing and can give you those buffs later on into the game. Neela's so much more all-in of a champion, though.
Yeah.
So I love to see the aggressive play, especially coming from Berserker. He has had very, very dominant lane phases in the Champions Queue games that he's had on this champ so far.
And not only does she have Jax's helicopter power, but she can give it to
Diana's
allies
moon power
as well.
She also has Diana's moon power with the ultimate to group people up for things like Wukong AoE ultimate. So
or Sona AoE ultimates.
There's just so much synergy all over the place. Big AoE so far for Cloud9, all 3 of the champions.
But Neela also doesn't have the greatest amount of range. She is very short range compared to a lot of other marksmen, and that means Sivir is going to love being able to bounce those boomerangs back and forth around this rock.
Thankfully, Sivir also has short range herself and does rely on the bouncing to get damage towards longer range champions. We'll see about the closing in, though, as the mid lane has been heavily hit here with the bans. The two most popular blind picks, as well as the Taliyah here, which globally has been highest presence mid laner overall. So Jensen and Abadaga whittling down on them. The Lissandra also taking away that roaming power. And once Lissandra is gone, no more LeBlanc. So Ahri conspicuously left up.
Yeah.
I have been waiting for us to get the new build of Ryze, though, into the LCS, because everywhere else with the mana scaling for Ryze was nerfed, so tank Ryze was nerfed, just started building the AP Ryze. Crown into Seraphs, into full AP blasting power. Not going to be the case this game, though. Sylas much better into the Ahri. And we shall see how they round this out. So much just all in from Cloud9. Big AoEs that they can layer on, multiple engaged champions. It is a dive comp here for Cloud9 so far. Neela can suck them in, group them up for the Wukongs and the Sona ultimates.
You get a Wukong ultimate, Sona ultimate, steal the Yuumi ultimate, layer that on top. You are CC'd for 10 seconds straight.
Definitely can see it all coming together.
And then C9 does have to blind pick top here, so Fudge is just going to take the Gnar, one of those safe bets.
Yep, Gnar did get some small hits here on this patch too, 12-14. So a couple little dinks to the Gnar. Win rate still very popular though, still very successful as well.
All right, final pick of the draft for 100 Thieves. They're going to take the Gwen into the Gnar there in the top side, so they got a little bit of split push power. I mean, honestly, the biggest story of this game for me, how is Neela going to perform? How well is this bottom lane, like the shield and heal spam with the Sona, going to work out for C9? I always expect C9 to be the kind of team that's willing to experiment with this type of stuff. If they think the pick is the hotness, they're willing to lock it in, throw down that gauntlet.
And I do think it is the hotness, as you say.
Okay. Is it the hotness or the notness?
There is
one.
There is something with this champion, though. It does take a lot of practice. And I know that there has been slow uptake, especially in solo queue, for people playing this champion. This is not one of those on release, just turbo busted, overflowing, everybody scrambling for it. You need to put in the work to be good at Neela. And Berserker and Luger are the two AD carries that have put in the most work on it. So I want to see if they will be rewarded for that commitment.
I'm excited for it. Either way, it's going to be entertaining. We get to see another game where Someday could potentially take over some things with some split push power there on the Gwen in the side lane. And both these teams, as you said at the very beginning, these are top-of-the-table squads. These are squads that realistically have eyes set on winning Summer. They've done it before. They want to do it again. And we'll see who's coming out on top today.
This Lulu and Boro getting the dance work out there. Held up that Lulu the whole time. I see you. Well done, well done. Commitment here to the Cloud9 100 Thieves matchup. Some honor between mid laners here. The stare down.
And now the crowd is ready to cheer on their squad. I'm ready. I'm ready. So one thing, so let's talk a little bit about Neela here, since a lot of people might still not know what she does. In lane, she's going to have short range early on. She spams her Q, the Formless Blade, out, and as that connects with targets, it enchants auto attacks with greater range. They hit in a cone, so that's kind of going to be what she looks to do, is maintain that as much as possible. And then her Jubilant Veil is her helicopter power to dodge stuff.
Exactly, which she can give to an ally as well. So
if they touch her while it's active.
Exactly. Give Sven the extra defenses there on the very squishy Sona. Speaking of squishy, by the way, the nerfs I was referring to on Gnar are most felt at level 1. Flat health taken out, base health there from Gnar, so it's much more squishy, especially the mini Gnar early on. We'll see Fudge try and keep his distance here of Someday, as Someday gets rush priority first on, and junglers both starting on red buffs.
Yep.
Will be opposite side clears.
You think we're going to get a lot of just like really aggro bottom lane focus from the junglers here, since Neela is one of those champions with a shorter range that kind of feels like she demands pressure sort of like a kill lane on us?
I don't think so, because we have bottom side start from Blabber. So Blabber's going to clear towards top side. Wukong definitely relies on experience, because you need to get you your level 6. Again, Sona very squishy early. FBI.
I mean, we're getting bottom lane scrapping. I'm loving this.
So Wukong, need to get your experience is one of your biggest priorities early on. So Blabber going to full clear up towards top side of the map. Meanwhile, Closer just probably going to secure bottom Scuttle Crab to allow FBI and Huhi to know they can keep pushing up down there on the bottom lane. The sustain and the healing will continue to come through. You can tell as well, FBI starting with the Cull there on the Sivir, trying to focus on his money, focus on clearing out the minion waves, and just the bouncing damage here. Sivir Yuumi, very, very standard, super strong scaling right now combination.
And I like the fact that he's saying, okay, you're a shorter range AD carry. You're not going to have the ability to trade super aggressively on me. Cull's really good.
But a mid roam could change those tactics here. And we've got a mid push for Abadage coming down on the Ahri. They want to punish him early. Ignite is ready. Flash is ready. They're going to go.
They got the wave at the turret. They got a 4-man party. TP's coming in. As 100 Thieves, FBI takes a couple of hits from the turret there, so at least they get the teleport coming out from Jensen. They're still hanging around, though. FBI at about 150 HP. He can't tank any turret shots, but everybody else can kind of do as they please. Closer's going to walk in and start it out with a bite onto Sven, but the power of the shields, the healing, it's 100 Thieves grabbing the first blood, but is there any sort of a punish at all? Jensen's going to grab one back as Berserker's down to 100 health. 3v4, it ends up even.
Meanwhile, though, mid lane does get pushed because of the extra champion here. So Cloud9 do get a bunch of minions denied there into the mid tower. Nice job there from Blabber. Slips over since he was clearing up towards the top half of the map. He's not going to be there for the party, but he does get the mid wave shoved in to get to bounce back towards Jensen. Important on Silas there. So in the end, even with the first blood bonus, 400 Thieves, very, very, very small gold lead.
I love the fact that they went for it. I love the fact that that is all right, level 2, we're crashing the wave bottom. 4 people, it's a party, let's go.
I think the real takeaway is that all the flashes, all the summoner spells for bottom lane are now gone. So now bottom lane is it's a hunting ground.
It went from fun to more fun.
Exactly.
Now
bottom lane
ready.
Bottom lane hunting grounds. Once Blabber finishes up his full clear, definitely going to make the look down towards the bottom side of the map. Here's another look at the re-dive. So they see once the teleport comes in and it's Jensen, they take stock here. They want to go for it. Berserker is down to 200. Sven's down to 150 here. They do get a nice level up for both Jensen and Sven there right before they go for the dive. Exhaust goes down, and it is a flash for flash with Closer and a support. Berserker almost got FBI, by the way, but the heal comes back in there from Yuumi.
All right, Closer's up here around mid lane, but he won't be able to do anything, just sort of making sure that Abadaga can shove this in without being under threat from Blabber as Closer goes back into his own jungle, back to his own chicken camp here. Looking up at top side, pretty even farm between those two as bottom continues trading back and forth. Sheen's up and running on both of our junglers for faster clears, better trading patterns whenever they jump into the lanes, try to find those ganks. They're burstier. Always feels good. But with all of those summoner spells down bottom, that's where I'm going to keep my eyes. That's where I think the action's got to be going.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. And the majority of Neela players do go shield bow at the moment. The extra pop for the all-ins, for the aggressive play style there, it's very powerful. If you're feeling super risky, I have seen a couple Kraken Slayers.
On a champion that's got like 200 range?
There was one in CB LOL that did go Kraken Slayer, so that is full confidence.
How did he do?
They won the game. 5-1-8.
That's not the question I asked.
5-1-8.
Okay.
You gotta wait.
Okay, my bad. All right.
Let's take a look.
I'm impressed. 5-1 with the Kraken Slayer build. I'm impressed. Let's see if we get anything topside, though. Blabber's hanging around. Closer's hanging around. Fudge isn't taking the bait just yet. Building that Narbar, though. Patient. Someday jumps in. Fudge gets the Mega Gnar. Finds the wallop as well. Someday, however, ready to turn it back around here with the ulti. Blabber trying to flash away, stay alive, get himself out of trouble. But trouble has found him. He's got no flash anymore, and Closer gets the kill.
Patience, Flowers. Patience pays off. Such a virtue there for junglers, especially. Closer waiting for that counter gank. So this is one of the biggest payoffs and lowest risk plays is to just go wait in lane in the brush, channel your recall, wait for that possible counter gank on the big wave that is pushing in. That's where you see it. That's why they go for it. Junglers that will come trail you, especially in top lane, to help you make sure you can push your lane in at that gank opportunity. Good counter there from Closer, gets the kill because Blabber knew he couldn't walk all the way around that pillar to be able to flash over the wall, and since he already used his W to go in on the gank, he had no W to jump over the wall to get away. So really nicely done there from Closer. Good pillar placement, secures the second kill for 100 Thieves.
Good pillar placement, good patience overall. I mean, Cloud9 got to have the intro to the fight that they wanted, slamming the Gwen up against the wall, getting the CC, getting the damage, but 100 Thieves knew they couldn't do it all the way, and then Gwen's ulti, just so strong at turning those things around. If you don't have the damage to blow her up, she's going to keep that fight going.
It really is one of the best feelings as a jungle, to get off a counter gank like that, when your opponent overextends and ganks a lane that you're expecting them to, and so you can come out of the brush, because they'll so often use their mobility spell to get in for the gank.
Right.
So they'll have nothing to escape when you show up and surprise them from the brush.
Well, now we're going to see Fudge heading right on back the top side there after having spent all of his gold, but still mostly just working with pieces in the inventory right now. Someday still having his teleport. He hasn't gone back and shopped, and Blabber going after this Herald here on the top side. Abadaga has Huhi attached to him as they'll clear out some of the vision from C9 here on the bottom side river. Doesn't look like we're really going to get a challenge on that Herald. Closer is moving towards the area right now, but Blabber's almost got it done already.
Yeah, you can always tell because the Sivir down on the turret, getting some turret plates. So FBI is making Cloud9 pay for this Rift Herald. 2 turret plates taken off already. All these minion waves as well. I think 100 Thieves are actually pretty happy about this. A lot of extra minion kills there for the Cull for FBI. Experience gained off that wave as well.
Cull only having 28 stacks left to go. 1,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves with a 1 kill advantage. First Drake is Hex Tech, but nobody's putting extra priority on that Drake super early so far this game.
Did you hear that Huhi chant? Let's go. The chants for the Yuumi player. Huhi getting the crowd support there as he gets the in-game carry from FBI on his shoulders back to lane.
I'm loving how into it the crowd's getting this weekend. We got the Yuumi chants, we got the Dragon chants. We're getting a little bit of everything.
Yeah, there we go. Dragon being set up on as we talk about as far as this extra vision here for 100 Thieves too. Plenty of setup. Blabber still holding on to the Rift Herald as well, looking for the possible place to pop this sucker. Once you get that down, of course, it's going to cut down pretty significantly on the gold lead from 100 Thieves, but we have seen it failed before.
And he has plenty of time to use it, right? There's still 3 minutes left on it. No matter when he deploys it, he'll be able to get plates as long as it doesn't get stranded in the jungle. Cloud9 first to the river here with more players, but 100 Thieves is nearby. Total gold. I mean, hey, it's 100 Thieves colors in those top 3 spots.
Certainly is. Off of the bottom lane focus, the dive, repeat from them there. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, top lane pushing in once again, and Someday actually does have teleport advantage. It's still leashed teleports, so he can only go 2 towers, but does mean he can get off the buy and answer, even if Fudge pushes in the wave first and gets that first timer.
And things are going good in the bottom lane for C9 here. Neela having the exact same farm as the Sivir, so not exactly losing anything based off of the smaller range the champion has. Plenty of shield and healing spam with Sona means lots of lane presence as Blabber makes his way down here. We'll see if they can end up baiting 100 Thieves into anything. It doesn't look like they're really going to get the chance as the wave just gets shoved up. FBI and Huhi keeping that one pushed as Closer makes his own recall. And yeah, that's about it.
All right.
Where are we going to get the next kills on?
I'm hoping that it's around bottom lane because I wanted to start talking up the ult combinations with Neela and Sona, see if we can get some big AoE from them. They're certainly powerful in skirmishes, so maybe they can use the dragon as some setup here. First recall going to get off there for FBI, though. Oh, he actually cancels it. He wants to pop his Cull first. 2 more stacks on this Cull for him to be able to pop and go back. See if they'll have enough for their completions coming in pretty soon. But yeah, I'm hoping it will be around bottom lane because right from the get-go in Champ Select, we were looking at the Neela, Sona, and Wukong possible combinations. They're pretty good 3-on-3 scenarios available to them. But, I mean, Abadage on this Ahri ready to pick someone off. Flash and ult available for Ahri is such a big gap closer.
So the big thing on my mind right now, Blabber just went back to complete his Divine Sunderer. He's got under a minute, closer now to about 40 seconds or so on that Rift Herald, and he's heading towards bottom lane.
That's what we want, baby, heading towards bottom lane. Meanwhile, Closer's hovering around topside.
Oh, Jensen having to fight back here against Abadaga, stealing the Ahri ulti and running away. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves was looking for something up there in top lane. They're not going to get Fudge as he's able to disengage from that one.
They're moving right up to the tower on bottom side. Blabber comes in. They're going to force down these 2 turret plates by hand. Then Rift Herald will come in with the true damage. You get this one down to about half, and that's the whole turret.
Just about. Couple more auto attacks will get it done. You can see the boomerang fly in from FBI slightly off screen, but it wasn't enough to clear any waves or save anything. So C9's going to take gold lead there, taking out that first turret.
Oh, Blabber's going over the wall too, behind FBI.
He jumps in, he finds the knockup. Berserker's looking for the Apotheosis, but he won't land it. The spell shield is there. FBI kites it out, and the power of Sivir's movement speed gets him away. He's looking to turn it back around on Blabber, but C9 now finds themselves taking an extra.
You always got to send the jungler away with a few extra autos, teach him a lesson for ganking you. That'll teach you try and flash ult onto me. FBI gets away with the ghost move speed combined with the ultimate. Got him out of range of the Berserker Neela ult, so they didn't get the pullback there, the Diana portion of that ult.
And now Sven and Berserker do not have that Neela ultimate to fight with. They've still got Sona's ulti, but Berserker's down to pretty low HP here. They're looking to outplay and heal through it. Closers at 300. FBI still throwing the boomerangs out as Abadaga makes his way down, but Jensen is here and Blabber is ready to go now too. Jensen stealing the Sivir ulti and hasting the team, but C9's got to be careful. Sven is almost out of mana and he doesn't have a lot left in the tank. FBI dropping the spell shield, but he won't get much use. Blabber's at 50 health. Blabber just barely walking away as Closer now looking for the chance, and Abadaga has already found 1 kill. Berserker's at 100 HP. He's about to die to a little bit more damage. The troll hits him, and Q2 takes him out. Jensen looks to get anybody back, but he won't find a dead Abadaga jumps in, and FBI knocks him down. 5-1 game for 100 Thieves.
The 100 Thieves send Cloud9 back to base. They put him in the dirt. They clocked him. My goodness. Overchase from Cloud9. They run into the buzzsaw. That is Sivir chunking them down, Flowers, the whole chase. This 1v1 up here someday, last activation of the ultimate, not gonna find Fudge, but that is for sure an overchase. As you can see the health bars dropping, you get that feeling, Flowers. The whole time you're talking there in the film, I'm like, what are there a plan here?
Oh boy.
They're getting low, they're getting chunked down as they're overchasing the whole time through that lane, and FBI is just bouncing blade after blade through them. Flabber got chunked down to 100 HP there at the end, and then the timer on that Ahri ult comes back up, and Abadaga goes in, picks up the extra kills. They drop nobody to the tower. The 100 Thieves punish Cloud9 for their hubris.
Nicely done from the 100 Thieves squad. Cloud9 back out on the map now after those mistakes. Bottom side, they're looking to grab themselves the second Rift Herald of the game. Remember, the first one gave them a lead bottom, but 100 Thieves found a way to hit back.
Yeah, Dodge Zone doing a lot of work for Berserker, but look at that charm that's going to come through. FBI doing so much work. All of this chunk damage here. Blabber comes around the top. He doesn't have ult on the Wukong. You can tell the rest of the Cloud9 team, they're like, we're kind of low. Jensen pops the ult though. Sven is already low on mana, and it's just all of this chip damage. Then Abadaga, his ult comes back up. Blabber, they see him. He's chunked down. The clone here, once he gets sight of him, flash with the ulti for Abba. Yumi jumps on him. Dodge Zone doing a lot of work again, but the charm right past Sven.
Just beautiful.
Crazy, crazy, right past Sven. FBI almost dying to the chains, but Sven also jumps on him. They get the heal back up, back to the top side though. Fudge.
Okay, Fudge pushed up and was able to take out that tier 1 turret there on the top side. I actually think it was Jensen who got that done, but then Fudge is able to escape after the fact. That all happened during our extended replay of the bottom lane fight. Honestly, even after all this blood, it's still only a 600 gold lead for 100 Thieves. They also took the Hex Tech Drake while we were in the replay. Now C9, we got to see what they're going to do after that overextension bottom. Got a mental reset off of that one. Don't let that one affect you at all. Just be ready to find another move. What is that move going to be?
Brush yourself off and try again, Flowers. Brush yourself off and try again. I want to see that combo actually pay off.
Okay.
We were so close. It was just the Sivir move speed with Ghost and Ultimate the first time that got them out of range of the combination from the Nilah, Wukong, Sona Death Ball combo.
Yeah.
But Cloud9, they can still make it work. As you said, the gold lead only 500. Looking to get bigger though as Jensen under attack, steals the Ahri ult again. He evades once again. There are two bounties as well up here for Cloud9 to try and collect. That Ahri is definitely the biggest offender. Abbedagge sniping those kills down on the bottom side, so they can set their sights towards that area. Shield bow, as we were talking about, was completed for Berserker now, so he can have the confidence. Ooh, someday does snip away that Krug. But Berserker can have the confidence to go in with the shield bow, plus the dodge zone, plus the heal from the ultimate. Definitely can set up some big AoE wombos. 100 Thieves, though, very happy with that start.
And it looks like Abbedagge is going for the completed Morellonomicon as his second item, which isn't super common, but I love it in this game. Nilah is a healing-based AD carry. Sona is Sona. Sylas heals a ton. Wukong's a bruiser build with a lot of regeneration and drain tanking through the power of Divine Sunderer and Conqueror. Like, there's a lot of value to be had here. I love the fact that Abbedagge is making that adaptation that doesn't happen too frequently. Phantom Dancer done now for FBI 2. Second item on the Sivir. She's one of those traditional crit marksmen again, so 3-item power spike. That's the one we're really waiting on to see that huge amount of damage start flowing into the team fights. 2 minutes until Baron, a little over 2 minutes until Dragon spawns.
Yeah, and I'm already liking this double movement spell summoner from FBI. The move speed is how they evade the big AoE team fight from Cloud9. If they can kite them back, and just do damage while they're kiting back, then we've seen the benefits here. Cloud9, though, brute force, Flowers. That's the answer.
They already got one tower with a Herald, and now they're going to find another tower with the second, getting a lot of value out of these neutral objectives that they've earned for themselves. Going to keep that gold lead nice and close between themselves and 100 Thieves. As Sunday's pushing up topside, he hasn't done a whole lot of damage to this tier 1 turret. He'll put a couple of auto attacks into it, and then backs away as Fudge makes his way back up to answer. But 100 Thieves are bringing in more bodies. They might just go for a dive here on the next wave.
Yeah, Jensen's got teleport. He could try and cover, but that's a lot of bodies. That's all 5 Thieves.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of Thieves up here. The teleport's coming in. Fudge wants to turn it around. Meganar into the wall. Won't matter. FBI gets the kill.
That's enough. 5, even with the teleport coming in. Full commitment from 100 Thieves. You see Cloud9 not able to push out anywhere on the map either. Bottom lane did go to the turret with the extra minions there, but nice surgical attack from 100 Thieves. FBI sticks around to clear out the minion wave as well. They just go for the reset. Nilah pushes 1 minion wave up into mid lane. So Berserker getting his fill as well. The Berserker can get to 2 items here on Nilah. Again, they're still looking for the same thing. The vision to be able to set up some flanks. This Cloud9 team is very short range, but they have huge power if they can find a flank engaged. Flashes and teleports are really big for this Cloud9 dream team fight.
All right, let's take a look at the replay of the last play from 100 Thieves. Listen to the comms.
No flash.
They're gonna team.
They're all gonna
We have 5, we have 5.
First.
I just go without way. I just go without way. I'm gonna ult this guy. No flash.
I take ping.
I'm fine. I'm taking. I drop. Nilah is still mid. Nilah is still mid.
Nice.
Alright.
Easy, clean, nothing to it.
I'm gonna ult this guy. Trundle ult on him. He's paper. Melt him down under the tower. Well done there.
Oh, Berserker losing a lot of HP there, but healed back up thanks to Sven. As now Abbedagge gonna be thrown up into the air. Blabber's looking to go. Let's see if they can turn this one back around. Now Sven trying to get himself away, but 100 Thieves still re-engaging, still looking to find the kill. Blabber wants to disengage.
100 Thieves listening on their comms for this team fight.
Yeah, care one time.
Yeah. No flash.
One time careful.
Let me get the fur.
One time careful. He wants to flash. He wants to flash. Kite out this shit.
Yeah, just wait. Mega. They have flash on the now. Okay?
Yeah, wait Mega. Stop
Mega.
walking up.
I have exhaust. Okay,
I'm gonna walk up now.
Sylas is joining me.
Do we like this fight?
Look here.
Look charm.
Let him walk up.
Let him walk up a bit.
They push back. They're waiting Mega. They're coming to me.
Watching you.
They're doing dragon.
Yeah, we don't have wall chains.
Riding, yeah.
Coming. This is good.
It's good.
That is good.
Yeah, they can't come on the other side. Nila is stuck here. He has E. Run back, run back. Nila flashed.
Turn.
Don't go in, don't go in.
My ult is coming up.
They have Mega again. Go back one time, go back.
Listen to TP.
Yeah, go back one time. Okay. Back up one time.
Nice. I love to hear it. We always talk about the Mega Gnar transform back to Mini, but it's so cool to hear it live. They're going to go back in. Closer keeping an eyeball on it. Looks like the recall from Gwen finishes. Someday teleport.
All right, 100 Thieves is ready to engage on this, but it's Cloud9 with control over the pit right now, and Blabber secures the Drake. 100 Thieves still looking for any sort of an angle. Someday has arrived, finding a lot of damage here into the Cloud9 health bars. They're going to kill Ven first, but Someday dies in response. Berserker is fighting back, but he falls to FBI and Abadaga. Blabber disengaging here with the clone now, as Fudge almost has the Gnar bar ready to go again. Abadaga and FBI running away, who he's still attached. It's a 3v3.
Ooh, Fudge has flash. He could make it.
Fudge goes in, but he's not going to find the Mega Gnar, and now with the ulti down, the man's in trouble. He's going to be shut down by Abadaga, but Blabber and kills him will happen. A double kill over to FBI, and an ace for 100 Thieves.
If you go at the king, you best not miss. 100 Thieves, again, they turn around another attempt from Cloud9 to actually kill them inside the Dragon Pit. They stand strong. Sven, not able to get it either. 100 Thieves collect again in the standoff. 3 versus 3. The grudge match after the fight is already over. 2,000 now, the gold lead. Cloud9 did get the dragon though, because the dragons are split. Let's take a listen in on that comms replay.
Here's shelter.
I really want to go. I vote.
I'm trying to bait charm.
Okay. I don't know flash.
I'm going. Okay.
Yeah.
80.
You guys can win. Wow. That can't go in like that.
Barely living there. Barely living. The Hu-He heals. The crowd was chanting for Hu-He Yumi, and the Hu-He Yumi heals kept him standing.
And they're loving it. This is the most support I've ever seen for Yumi since that champion was invented. This is a Yumi crowd today, baby.
I think it is support for the player.
Well,
it's about the player. Hu-He there. Let's see what they can get done.
He's playing a mean Yumi this game, my friend, as 100 Thieves with an 11-3 lead and a 3,000 gold advantage are just moving into Cloud9 territory, setting up vision, stealing away every resource they can find, and it's Cloud9 just wobbling on the back foot now.
Yeah, 100 Thieves. Pretty good at leveraging this advantage. You see them keeping the map kind of dark here for Cloud9, moving in these wards around the Baron. That lets them go for those aggressive plays you see now, making Fudge a little bit cautious.
Yep, just a little bit. He'll back away. He'll be safe for now. FBI did 6,000 damage in the previous team fight. It was a very long extended fight, so that makes sense when you're Sivir. But man, this guy is scary. 5-0-4 so far in this game.
I mean, it's a dream scenario for Sivir, the short-range AD carry that loves AoE. Guess what? Your whole opponent team are all melee that are dive champions. Even the enemy AD carry is a dive champion. So Cloud9 are diving into the Buzzsaw.
Well, that Buzzsaw has an infinity edge now before even getting level 2 boots. Like, he's just hitting these massive amounts of gold when he goes back and shops. Honestly, FBI frightening, and C9 is going to have to focus him properly if they want to be able to win these fights. There's still 2,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves. C9 got a little bit of that back with Fudge's push in the bottom lane. We won't have a dragon up for the next 2 minutes or so. It's only 1-1 right now anyway, so those aren't a super high priority. Baron is live. He's on the table. I think we're going to get any Baron looks here soon.
I think 100 Thieves definitely going to come replenish their vision, because look at this retake from Cloud9. They were able to clean off their blue quadrant leading up to Baron, securing themselves a lot more safety to actually try and approach these objective contests that they want to set up. So 100 Thieves push out mid. You can move in and kind of replenish that control.
Okay, 100 Thieves
get down this tower.
Shoved up. There's that tier 1 turret.
Blabber on the flank.
Blabber will look for 100 Thieves maybe, but he ain't gonna find a way in just yet. Teleport coming in from C9. Abadaga lands the charm. Blabber trying to get out, but he's rooted up by the Yumi ulti. Blabber has to disengage. There's no way in. He's way too low, but now he's ready to turn it around. FBI is gonna be the target, and FBI kites it out. 100 Thieves still ready to fight, but they've lost closer, and FBI's got 100 HP left. C9 may have found their moment and found their opening, as Someday now looks for a way to get his damage in, but he immediately has to retreat. Blabber still looking for opportunities, still looking for ways in, and C9 gets a 1-0. They're heading over to Baron.
This is a big victory for Cloud9 because even though it's only 1 kill, it's the jungler. They can put pressure onto Baron with the smite advantage. Fudge has teleport as well, so the Gnar gets to go back to base to heal. He will be teleporting in as a mini Gnar, though, quite dangerous.
Alrighty, here he comes. C9, they got everybody ready to go. The whole crew's here and ready to party. 100 Thieves needs to stop them and get them away from this objective. Sunday's coming back around. FBI's gonna see Jensen. Auto attacks being put into him. Baron's down to 1,000. C9 should be able to secure it, and Blabber's got it done. Now Sunday's fighting everybody here in the middle of the pit. A double kill back over to FBI. Blabber might just be taken down next. Berserker with the flash out over the wall. Closer coming in, looking to chase them down. Berserker dies next. Fudge tries to get away with the Baron buff. He's the only man left wearing purple, and he's about to wear it to his own funeral. Subjugate him as he tries to jump over the wall and ride the chickens home. Everfrost slows him down. Flash walking away, and 100 Thieves get the ace. 100 Thieves hunts every last member of Cloud9 down. Take those Baron buffs right back. My goodness, the extra speed here for 100 Thieves. Chase down for Sivir never lets up. And guess what? FBI is legendary. 8-0 now on that Sivir. Cloud9 trapped inside that Baron pit. Very risky stuff. Let's take a listen in on those comms for the replay.
Silas behind, Silas behind.
Watch Silas, watch Silas. Play to fight, play to fight. We win this fight.
We win this fight, okay?
Kill Silas.
Play to fight. Fuck the dash, fuck the dash.
Yeah.
Watch me.
Tona?
I'm making space.
Watch Sunday. I'm on this side, I'm on this side.
Nilla, no flash. Watch. Yeah. You guys can kill.
Yeah, my pentakill. I've ulti in 2 seconds, guys. We chased it, motherfucker.
Yeah, we chase. Do dragon. Someone push mid, okay? Or top.
I can probably follow.
He's gone. He's gone.
Oh, I can follow.
Yeah, you go.
Nice. No flash.
Oh, fucking Smurf.
Nilla,
You heard him. F the Nash, play for the fight.
I love it. I love the call. They know they don't have the jungler. They know there's no point in playing for that. Go for what you're guaranteed to win, and win it they did. Effectively, no Baron there for the side of C9 as 100 Thieves just wipes it clean off them. 2,500 gold lead again, and 100 Thieves remain in control.
Give me that Baron buff back. That's not yours. All right, let's see him push right in. 4-1 split push here, 400 Thieves. FBI, again, Sivir is still a short-range champion there for the purpose of sieging towers.
Yep.
Can bounce, of course, damage through a team fight off champions, but sometimes the sieging here requires the extra rotation, so they just link up with Abba on the bottom side of the map.
Both of the carries for 100 Thieves, Abadaga and FBI, deathless still. Only 1 death on who he's Yumi, 0, 1, and 14.
Let me tell you, that's what it looks like when a dive comp fails the dive.
Yeah.
When the backliners are deathless, that's exactly what you want for 100 Thieves. That means you have kited correctly, move speed advantage, and the dashes there of the Ahri used very well. Of course, Huhi's Yumi, the fan favorite, popping off 7 stacks on that Dark Seal, keeping the carries alive as well.
7 stacks on the Dark Seal, while Abadaga has nearly an entire book full of stacks on that Medjai's 24 with his Rabadon's death cap now completed too. This man is absolutely smacking people when he hits these spells. And for Cloud9, the execution has to be on point now. There is so much damage in this Ahri, in this Sivir, that if they make one sort of a misstep, it's just insta-punish.
Yep, and we've seen it time and time again. Cloud9, it's so dangerous to play from this position. You know, you get one chance basically. You have to all in, and you have to make sure you hit. If you miss, you're gonna get chased down, you're gonna get chopped up on the way out.
Closer just trying to
Nice
maintain dominance here in the enemy jungle. They'll steal away everything they can, setting up all these wards, taking any camps they can get, as now the top lane wave ready to crash into the tier 2 turret here. Remember, 100 Thieves doesn't have a Baron. That went over to C9 and then got wiped. So these minions are clearable, and C9's bringing everybody up to deal with it.
Yeah, Jensen's recalling from bottom right now, has an unleashed teleport, but 100 Thieves back off and give them space.
FBI gets to clear out that last cannon minion. Everybody's just kind of taking it easy right now. We got 2 minutes until both Dragon and Baron spawn, so nothing really to force a fight over until those are around. 100 Thieves does not want to overextend and throw themselves under an enemy turret, give away this lead they've worked for so far.
Exactly, because they know a Cloud9 teamfight can look explosive in their favor as well. If the dive does work, then it's catastrophic. You know, they get both the bounty on the Sivir and the Ahri, and it's a huge slingshot back into this game for Cloud9 if they get their perfect engage onto the backline. So 100 Thieves doing everything they can, taking every precaution to make sure Cloud9 don't have a good flank angle, and they cannot get these flash angles onto FBI. Also like this pickup here for Huhi, able to get away the CC here for Sivir, even if FBI fails a spell shield. He's got a backup here.
Alrighty, we got under a minute for Baron and Dragon both. C9 getting that top wave shoved in. Someday he'll be ready to answer that, but see Blabber and Sven here also moving through the enemy jungle. They'll just take out the blast cone. If you're playing on blue side, that red side jungle blast cone at the back of Baron Pit is almost never going to be your friend. Pop that if you get the chance, get rid of it, as Someday just pops the W here. Should be able to walk this off pretty easily. Fudge can't really pose a threat to him.
That was a little bit of a bait attempt. So I like actually making that play. You know, they put it out there. Fudge is cosplaying. It's like, oh, look, I'm a mini Gnar. I'm jumping on you. Aren't I so stupid? Come attack me. But they don't take the bait.
Nope.
Don't take the bait.
Take the mid lane turret instead.
100 Thieves don't take the bait. They don't let that Cloud9 trap collapse on them. Take the mid turrets. Fudge's going to be able to finish up the outer turret for his team as well, and the dragon about to spawn.
100 Thieves is heading up to this top side. There you can see from the Cloud9 vision point of view, you saw the Ahri orb fly out of the brush, checking there.
They know. 100 Thieves are like, there's bait in there somewhere. Like, that is a trap. That is a trap, that fog of war on the top side.
When you're playing at the top level, you know that this mini Gnar isn't just sticking around, like carelessly pushing waves for no reason by himself.
Oh, look at me. No,
I don't think you're that stupid, buddy.
So. All right, Dragon down here, 400 Thieves, then they pick it up. It will move them to Dragon Soul Point.
The gold lead has stayed the same for a long while now, around about 2,000 gold for 100 Thieves. So they haven't been able to snowball this into greater leads. They have 5 turrets, C9 has 5 turrets, still just that tier 2 in the mid lane standing for 100 Thieves and the tier 2 in top for C9. Baron is on the table, Dragon is not. It's going to be a dance over the top side river, my friend.
All right, well, they don't want Sven dancing on the front lines. You do not want Sona dancing on the front lines into the vision wars there.
She's the DJ, she's got to be in the back.
Exactly. Keep the DJ safe in the back. Don't fall prey to these Ahri charms, because Abadaga is just... He's got a little bit of writer's block for the last, 3 minutes, but he wants to finish up this book.
Yeah.
This Medjai's book. The ending,
He's so close. It's that concluding paragraph.
Yeah,
that's the toughest part.
The ending to this book is going to be a banger, Flowers.
Oh, I'm ready for it. And I don't even know how to read. Now, let's see if C9 can find their dive.
That's
can
also
they execute... Let's see if they can execute this dive and find the successful team fight that 100 Thieves has denied so well so far. C9 have Blabber and Sven together here in the top side of the river. Berserker right next to him. Jensen is still down in mid lane. Someday is still down in bot lane. Both of them have unleashed teleports to join up if a fight breaks out, but nobody wants to test the other side just yet. They're playing this really patient, man. Like, nobody wants to give their opponent that window.
That's what I was saying for 100 Thieves. They're taking every precaution to make sure they do not throw this game back to Cloud9. They don't want that explosive team fight, and they have been able to increase their advantage. So by taking this precaution and by playing safely here, they increase their advantage. They get the next dragon. Now they're on Soul Point. They continue to take away jungle resources from Cloud9. Every little camp does matter.
Every little bit of money could be the difference.
Like we could write a little jungle song. Every little camp matters. I'm not gonna sing it. We'll write it. We'll get someone else.
I'm not very good at singing. If you need like a rap feature in the middle, I can probably do that, but I can't sing.
Give me your Krugs.
Well, I don't think Krugs are on the menu now. It looks like we might actually get a little bit of a fight here as 100 Thieves closing in. The Yuumi ulti's flying out, and Blabber is on the menu. He immediately goes into the resurrection as Abadaga drops stasis, and Jensen does the same. Jensen and Blabber both trying to get away as Someday looks for his way into the fight. Berserker looks for it, and he finds the shutdown on Abadaga. Berserker trying everything that he can, and Cloud9 have killed 2 and lost 2. Fudge ready to transform into the Mega Gnar, but FBI's ready to just cut him down. The Guardian Angels being procced all over the place as Fudge comes back to life, only to die again. FBI, legendary.
Sivir, Yuumi, late game. Love to see it. FBI and Huhi are juiced. Now they have enough firepower to chase off even Blabber. He's not going to go for the hero flash or W play to try and steal that Baron.
No.
Looks like they think better of it. It's too dangerous. Trying to outsmite closer is one thing, and then you know it's a one-way trip because that Sivir Yuumi will chase you down.
Exactly, my friend. The big thing about that fight to me, if you're Cloud9, that was 2 Guardian Angels that you had to use here. Let's take another look at how it went down.
It's again the chase here. Yuumi gets the ultimate over the top, get out the Guardian Angel from Blabber. Jensen, the first one in. Look at the trailing to this team fight. Berserker sees the angle. Abadaga's 50% health. He forces the flash first, and he follows it, getting that kill, the dive AD carry. Meanwhile, they get the kill on the Someday. It's a little bit of a breakdown of how powerful they think they are. Fudge thought they were strong enough after getting that kill onto the front line on Someday that they could finish it up, but Yuumi sometimes is deceptive there because you don't see her sitting on the Sivir.
Right.
And it's 2 champions in 1. So while Blabber and Sven were trying to run away from the fight, Fudge goes in, loses the Guardian Angel. They also lose the fight. And now 100 Thieves, wearing purple again, will come to finish the job.
And with those Guardian Angels gone from the C9 front line, and the Guardian Angel now up for FBI, full build here on the Sivir, he is completely fearless, ready to go in with a 10-0-7 scoreline, just DPSing at the top of the charts. 100 Thieves just pushing straight into the enemy base. Now you see it, now you don't. Goodbye tier 3 turret, goodbye bot lane inhibitor. 100 Thieves will just walk it on out. Dragon Soul gonna spawn here in 10 seconds. Blabber nearly dies instantly. Abadaga's still looking for it. Abadaga's still found it. Now Fudge is your target here as Someday's zoning away the other 2 players on C9. It's 3v5 and 100 Thieves are ready to end the game. Jensen's on the flank, but is there anything a Silas can even do? He steals an Ahri ultimate and all it's good for is running away. 100 Thieves, 21-8, and they probably aren't even done yet. Sven should die first. Berserker's trying to take somebody with him. He only gets a GA, and Jensen has to watch from the fountain as 100 Thieves slam Cloud9.
FBI reminding everyone about 7 times that game. I'm legendary. Say it again. Get another kill. I'm legendary. I'm legendary.
I think he heard Fudge talking some smack about who was the better OS import there.
Ooh, FBI looking good this time around. Huhi looking good, sitting on him. Yuumi Sivir, baby. They never got the all-in. The kiting, the entire game on point for FBI.
Yeah, 100 Thieves just played it so well. I mean, Abadaga didn't die for the longest time, too, like all the way down that final fight. That penultimate fight, up in the top lane where Berserker was able to finally get him. Both 100 Thieves carries doing their job, avoiding that dive, and C9 just never putting it together the way that they imagined it in the draft.
You could see flashes of brilliance. Some of these dives at the end there, Berserker going in 1v3, finishes off the kill. But too far gone at that point. 100 Thieves, you cannot make mistakes early versus 100 Thieves. Their fundamentals, again, they remain solid, and then once they get that lead, they're going to be cautious about it. They're not going to let you have an easy way back in. They're going to try and minimize any chance you have of making the big comeback play.
And the communication, the comms were on point. We got to listen in so many different times. I actually love being able to do this during the games and sort of hearing what they're talking about. Like the dive, just closer being able to know, yep, I got him, he's paper, whatever, I'm still tanking, everything's cool. Like these guys have been playing together for so long. The desk was talking about it before the game. The coordination is on point, and it makes them that much scarier when they get those leads like you're talking about.
Yeah, remaining really calm in a lot of these setups for the objectives. Impressive stuff.
All right, and now we are joining the Tigress and the supreme OCE player, FBI, for our Verizon post-game interview.
Fudge talked that smack beforehand, but one OCE player is reigning supreme after this victory. Welcome, everyone, to the Verizon post-game interview. I do want to talk about some of your specific play, FBI, but before that, can we talk about Neela a bit? First time we're getting to see the pick locked in here, and you just played against her. How was that?
Honestly, I'm not too sure about Nilla. I think she's a pretty niche pick, so I was pretty surprised to see them 1-2 the Nilla blind. But I think he was just feeling really confident in the pick, and he probably had a lot of practice. But I feel like it's kind of niche, and I don't feel like it's that strong. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a very, very specific style of play, definitely. You, on the other hand, this was a very strong performance for you, player of the game, in fact, deathless the entire time. Tell me a bit about how you feel that you and the team were able to be so coordinated and play with so much patience in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I think just this week's practice was honestly really good for us. I think we channeled a lot of what we learned in scrims into the stage, and I mean, I feel like the previous weeks we were kind of playing like pussies, and I think this week we like decided that we agreed that our games were boring, so we're just like, we should just fight more, and we did.
Bring a little more style to your play on the Rift. Digging into parts of that a bit more, one thing that he had said in his recent interview with Travis Gafford is that he feels like he's personally feeling better about the play. You both were such a focus in this game, maybe learning how to drop ego aside, being willing to go even. Can you elaborate upon this from your perspective?
Yeah, definitely. I think we had a lot of ego, especially coming into this year. I think we kind of bought into our own hype and thought we could win any matchup, and kind of figured out that wasn't the case. But I think we took a step back, and I think we're playing a lot better now. I also just want to shout out Huhi, because I feel like he should have got player of the game yesterday. He was like kind of popping off in the Nami, but supports are not really appreciated.
Yeah, threw some bubbles out there in the darkness that were pretty impressive, that's for sure. Very impressive from 100 Thieves overall. I believe it's like a 7-game win streak at this point. So do you feel, with all of that you just said considered, that you're kind of snapped into that place, rolling into playoffs, feeling very invigorated, or still focusing on the fundamentals?
We're still very much focusing on the fundamentals. I think it's really important to not look ahead past any match, and just kind of work on improving yourself day by day. And I think that's a philosophy our team really follows, and hopefully by the time we come to playoffs, we will be good enough to win the championship again.
I do want to ask you to look ahead just a little bit, though. Super week. Next week, you do have FlyQuest, CLG, and TL. CLG, banger game earlier on the day. What do you think of those last 3 games that are going to round out your regular season?
I feel like the games will be pretty easy, assuming that we play like how we did this week. I don't think we've lost to CLG's bot lane, because it's kind of embarrassing since they were our Academy bot lane last year. I don't really feel like we can lose to them.
Okay. Any love for them, though, as your
Yeah, they're
Academy?
popping off. Like, I'm really happy for Luga and Boom. I think they're playing very well, but like, we gotta, we'll take them out.
Got to show them. Well, FBI, congratulations on such a banger performance today, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
We do have another fantastic matchup coming up between Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid, but as we go, remember everyone, there ain't much stronger than a dragon. Check it out.
Dragons will rule the 7 kingdoms for the next 100 years.
Everything that House Targaryen possesses is owed to it.
They are restless and chaotic.
Without them, we're just like everyone else.
This infighting must cease! The dragon's saddle is one thing. The Iron Throne is the most dangerous seat in the realm.
They give us love. They give us joy. They give us lessons in sharing. So give them some love back. And what says love better than something you can chew on? Use your MasterCard to make secure purchases from anywhere. So your gift will end up in the right hands or mouth. Because being there for each other is priceless.
Inspired always played a very stable game. When his lanes could play well around his timings, he was always a great player, but when he was playing against teams that were putting more pressure on his laners than expected, and he had to do like adaptive and creative pathing beyond the early game, I think that's where he struggled. I think he's actually adapted pretty well. I think international experience definitely helped him to adapt and contribute to his lanes better, but he's a good player, I just don't think he's anything special, but I think I've earned the right to say that after the last split I jungled.
I love that because I don't know how hot of a take this is, but my hot take that I said at finals last year and have continued was like, I actually think Inspired has been forced to be a lot more creative on this EG team than he ever was in the LEC. So it's funny to hear from Bwipo, someone who has actively jungled against him and was known for how much he helped his lanes while on Fnatic.
And while I want to respect Bwipo's opinion, having been a former jungler himself, it's undeniable that Inspired has been one of the main topics of conversation for the MVP race this split. But as it's Support Sunday here on the LCS,
Support Sunday,
and reflecting on that top 5 list, we've got 2 of those supports playing off against each other here in this game. We're going to start on the side of Vulcan for EG.
Yeah, and I think Vulcan's a bit of a sleeper on this list for how much success he has had in such a short time. 3-time LCS champion, King of Spring, I think is also his other title. He needs to get that first summer title, which maybe comes up this year, but he's done it with multiple different AD carries. I mean, even when he was in Academy, he was supporting Piglet, I believe, for a lot of games. So, like, he's played kind of all over the map. Such a solid player. I think a great personality, too. That's not part of the all-time support list, but I was considering, actually, between him and CoreJJ for my 2-3 when I was doing my ballot.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of like a great comparison between Vulcan, who came up like naturally through clutch and everything and made his name, and then CoreJJ that came in and already had made his name before coming into the LCS. And so these are his LCS-specific accomplishments, where the championships that he won with Team Liquid are aplenty, the MVPs that he won are aplenty, and then you just look at the first team All-Pros that he was able to win. And I feel like the only one that he didn't win, if memory serves me, was where he came in halfway through the split. And it was still a deep conversation. So he has just been dominant since coming into the LCS.
It's also really interesting to compare these two because while we talked about like, who's going to catch up in the jungle role, and we talked about the junglers, both of these supports, so Core already was rated #1 in this list, but then both Vulcan and Core can actually continue to make the case of their career. Like we heard from Core earlier, where he was just like, I just want to stay at the top. And I'm going to stay #1 and I want to be #1. And then Vulcan actually tweeted out, like quote tweeted the list himself. And he was like, hey, I'm going to be #1 by the time my career is over. So these are 2 active players. Yeah, there we go. By the time I retire, I'll be everyone's clear #1. These are 2 active players who are continuing to make the case for their own legacies, as well as Afro and Biofrost, actually.
Gotta love it, particularly when you think back to when Vulcan first came onto the scene on Cloud9 specifically. And there was so much conversation around how he would get snubbed for, his ability in like all-pro voting. So I love this here, where he's kind of got that like underdog mentality as a support, like I will claw to the top, I will prove my value in the LCS. I'd say he's already done very much that, but still sees a couple people above him on that ladder.
We just had a sneaky shot of Dig CoreJJ as AD carry, sneaky shot of Dig Vulcan actually before they became clutch. So sneakily similar LCS origins for the 2 of them as well.
And both looking very strong now. Sorry, Rez.
I was about to say, and like we talk about role swapping and all these things, the fact that CoreJJ was like a role swap from AD carry back in the dig days, and then goes in to make that humongous glow up as a support player. And it's just been amazing. So I really want to continue to track both of these players' like legacy and guess current play, because it's ever evolving.
Sorry, I just peeped his favorite food, and I'm a big fan of kimchi jjigae. So well done, Vulcan. You get Get a vote of confidence from me in the food department, that is.
What are you raising your eyebrow, Rez? His song or the did the karate for
Ed
a bit?
Sheeran, I think, yeah. Let's go next.
So it's a massive support matchup, but it's also just a massive matchup. We've, I think, been spoiled today with 2 incredible games so far, but we can't ignore the third one that's in front of us, not just because of the player ability, the team ability that will be on stage, but because of, as well, what it means for the top of the table and determining who really feels like the best moving into the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the moment, everyone is saying EG is the best because they've bought that right with how much they've won in the regular season. And TL has had 5 straight weeks of going 1-1. They're currently 1-0 and against EG. So we'll see. I think it's actually a more important game for TL than it is for EG. If EG drops, they're like, okay, whatever, we're 1-1 against TL. We've been so dominant. We're going to drop a couple games. But I think for TL, after this much mediocrity throughout almost all of Summer Split, this is a time for them to step up if they want to make a big splash in playoffs.
Yeah, and have a better idea of what drafts they kind of value and love. I know, especially with the new patch that's come through, that's thrown a wrench into the mix. But all split long, it felt like they've been bouncing between one draft or another. Sure, the identity of like playing towards bot side is there, but a lot of the times it hasn't worked and they've lost drafts because they've either early picked the Draven as an example and then got countered out by range. And so there's things that they really do need to get back on the drawing board, and I hope that this is the first step in that.
It's interesting you bring that up, too, because as Jat already knows, I was going to do, like, a deep dive, like, watching TL VODs, and I had people pull the gold graphs, and there's, like, 2 breakpoints. I believe one is between, like, 18 and 22 minutes, and then the other one is slightly later in the game, where regardless of draft, and obviously it is still going to be kind of more early game focused because I think overall they've picked more early to mid game drafts than they have picked like mid to late.
Yeah.
But there are these 2 specific breakpoints where that's where whatever happens in the game, goes sour for TL. And that just speaks to their decision-making as a unit and, like, how they want to play things out, how they respond to their opponents. And against EG, that's going to be the toughest thing, right? Because EG always have this phenomenal 5v5 team fighting to fall back on.
And I think this is where EG has gotten the upper hand against Team Liquid. Team Liquid has good early game plans where they can individually do what they want to do, but syncing up and being creative and improvising in that 15 to 25 minute portion of the game is where EG has just been so much better than TL.
Yeah, and it's just about team fighting. Kind of what Closer said when it comes down to how to take EG down. You just need to be a better team fighter than they are. And Team Liquid at times have been faltering in that when they should be the best team fighting team with the players that they got onto that squad. So really want to be able to see how, how the drafts go, but mostly when they get to that 18-minute mark, if they are executing in those fights.
I love that you say team fighting because the last 2 games, they came down to team fights, and if this one gets borne out in the same way, I will be a happy man. With pride and playoff seeding on the line, it's time for a Clash of Titans.
If you ask me what I think of Impact, I think he plays tanks well, plays weak side well. You know, they're good at finding angles to getting top, and I think Impact contributed a lot to that.
Nicely done with the cancel. There is Impact. Oh, the tower shot back into the turret, and he's already down. Impact first blood.
Yeah, he good at team fight. I think he good at team fight. He know what he can do.
But they gotta be careful because Whippo is godlike. Lost goes into the stasis, but everybody evaporates around him. A quadra kill of Whippo, and Team Liquid gets the A.
Maybe me, but he overthinking too much, like what he can do better, like too aggressive way.
You know, just because Impact is the greatest player of all time and the top lane in NA, I don't give a shit, you know. You never put him higher than what he's displaying on the day, you know. Like that's the way I see it. You know, what he'll show on the day is how good he really is in that moment, and that's all that matters.
Hello and welcome everyone to the caster desk. I am Freak. That is the Marks, as I believe you
roughly.
The Marks.
Close
Capital
enough.
Z is pronounced as just one letter.
Z, whatever you want to
the
call it.
Mark Z.
I don't like that one.
You actually one trick. You're one of those people who puts your character name in your profile.
No, we're here to talk about Team Liquid EG, though.
We are. What a great intro. I think that was scripted for me. I'm just reading off the prompter. A bunch of, fake players here on the Team Liquid side. Cannot tell who is there in the AD carry position, but, or the support. How can you confirm anything? You don't know if that's Team Liquid. EG's playing from home. Who knows?
Yeah, honestly,
a fake game.
I could see exactly Bwipo is on the roster here, but that's a.
Well, he has a real mustache, so he's really Bwipo.
He's just really Bwipo.
It's the fake mustache you got to be careful for.
If you grow your own, it doesn't surprise anyone who you actually are. But everyone else, who knows about this one? So EG obviously looking incredible. Still half a game ahead of 100 Thieves, defending LCS champions. They are absolutely the team to beat. Team Liquid. It feels like for the last couple of years, like they won their four splits back to back. They did a great job, and they have not gotten back to that form. And it's almost troubling. They're half a game behind CLG, who it's all about homegrown talent. Like TL keeps spending, and I want to see when can you finally reach his top level again.
I'm so excited for how this season is ending so far, with CLG surging up the rankings again after having a hot start. There was that little fumble in the middle a little bit, but now they're up there. Team Liquid, you heard Jat talking about trying to avoid a 6th straight week of 1-1s, tough against EG, and even Evil Genius's stranglehold on the top of the table is not that safe with how well 100 Thieves is playing. You also heard all the talk about greatest support list of all time. There's been a lot of chatter, even from people like Palafox, about how much weight is put behind name brands, and it feels like a lot of that is getting challenged this year.
For sure, because there have been so many names stepping up and doing well. I mean, EG themselves, like we talked about CLG, giving them their credit, don't come in and everything else. Two of the best players in EG are from their own farm teams, from their own academy system, scouting their own talent and bringing up Danny and Jojo Pen doing a great job. Obviously, names like Vulcan, Impact, and Inspired have made their names known, and yes, EG spent to get them, but they have put together the best performing team in the LCS this year with a mix of big names and their own talent. Team Liquid grabbing players from all around the world here, and Bwipo has his customary Kai'Sa hover. And we'll go for something else instead. Poppy, of course, already gone. Azir has been the man of the mid lane. Grabbed in here for Bjergsen.
Yeah, first picked away. LeBlanc's priority has been sneaking up, it feels like, in the mid lane. I know a lot of people have been looking at it, especially as something that you can pick into Azir. And so with the LeBlanc banned out by Team Liquid, it's kind of throwing down the gauntlet. We're going to take the Azir. Jojo, that's probably the #1 counter pick gone for you. We see solo lane Gwen and Wukong snapped up by EG, already spreading out their damage profile a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Gwen, of course, a very, very big top lane pick overall. You can play weak side there and kind of hang out against it. And just try to find your plays elsewhere, as Wukong has been Premier Santorin. Wow! I am shocked for one to see this champion locked in here. Santorin on only his 3rd Trundle game of the split, okay?
Even though we heard yesterday Closer saying that is who he imagines Santorin is, though. When you're the one champion that you don't want him necessarily playing into, it was the Trundle that he referenced. So we see as well the Sivir. This is looking like a good old Sivir comp, baby.
Yeah, only thing I'm looking for, though, is do you have Engage? Because Azir and Sivir need to actually hit those champions, right? Azir only has so many cooldowns on Q and W. Sivir only has 4 seconds to attack with Ricochet. Running at you in a pillar is usually not a real team fight engage. So do still want to see a Nautilus or an Ornn or something somewhere else in this draft to actually make sure they're there. Relying on Bjergsen shuffling is just not going to be reliable enough. Again, they've got the draft picks to still go make this comp work. But yes, this team fight's going to be hard to beat. Can you play a different style, or can you find some way to actually out-team fight a comp that's clearly built for it?
Oh, Jojo grabs the Sylas, another one of those high-prio champions in the mid lane right now. Just generally strong, and you can often find great ultimates to steal. The Sivir, I'm very interesting because we saw it both game 1 and game 2 today. It has some insane team fight numbers. We were talking about this off camera, just about how you're watching this fight maybe with the FlyQuest game where Takoi blows somebody up when it feels like a ton of damage, and then you look at the damage graph at the end, it's like Sivir 8,000, and so she is a ticking time bomb a little bit in these late game team fights. And I think it's something that people are tracking is that conversation of who is the 3rd best. You're getting down to all pro voting. Hansama has been a little bit underperforming to fans' expectations. Danny's been incredible. FBI has been popping off recently. Berserker's still in people's minds as someone to keep an eye on. And so this is, I feel like you're talking about some of the setup and these things for Team Liquid. It does put a lot of pressure on their bot lane in particular.
It'd be a good game for Hansama to pop off indeed. Going to be one of those incredible backline carries. We'll see Tom Kench off the table, trying to get rid of some more of the defensive options available to the man. But yeah, we know Danny needs to answer in the bot lane. Twitch has historically been good into Sivir. She basically can't spell shield anything but the E, and that's a predictive spell shield. It's like spell shielding Rend. You pretty much have to guess when it's going to happen. Yeah. It's almost too fast to see the animation in time. You don't block anything on W. His autos, his Q, his R, all that passes through it entirely, and your range isn't very good, and you're walking. So That's maybe still left up. Final band to go.
So I will say, one of the things is that with how short range EG's comp is already and how kind of all in it is, Sivir will usually probably have a target to be hitting, even if it is a very scary target to hit. You know, if Sylas is in range of you or Wukong can be terrifying, but I'm not sure if they need more engaged, so the Tahm Kench as a protective option makes sense, because it does feel like the onus is on EG's flankers, on their engage to actually start these fights, and if TL can kind of survive through that.
On top of Dravenhover, has been rising in priority here as well. Would also generally be, I think, decent into Sivir. She can outrange once she can outrun at level 6, but you don't exactly spell shield spinning axis, so another champion where if you have some lockdown. Will say though, Rakan into Sivir, that is the freest spell shield of all time. If you get knocked up, you are hard trolling as a Sivir player because it's absolutely giga free. As Set's gonna come through, and we're gonna get some spice with this one. Set could be top lane, could be flex support as well. If that's going to be the answer into Gwen, I have not seen that matchup played out.
Yeah, in the meantime, Core JJ is having fun hovering things, baiting the audience. It's a very lively audience today. They seem excited by all these hovers, and I just don't want to get their hearts broken when it ends up being... Oh! No. Yeah, man. See, that's what I'm talking about. Everyone goes, oh, collectively, and everyone does.
You know what the sad thing is? The reason I got excited for Sivir Action, it's a really good Legends of Runeterra deck, and I'm like, that's a parrot!
You're ready to talk about
I'm ready to talk about Sivir Action, which ran the meta a few patches ago. But we get the Lovers Duo. Xayah Rakan is in for Evil Geniuses. Okay, I'm pretty sure the Blade Caller interacts favorably for Xayah against Sivir. She'll block one of the E's and the rest gonna hit and root you, so that can feel pretty solid. Again, Rakan, I guess, going for Charm knockup. The Charm will get blocked, then you can get the knockup if she doesn't run away, but I feel like Hansama is gonna be relatively safe. Spell Shield, you know, we'll get rid of some of the engage, and Hansama, I think, is relatively in a good spot here. Of course, Core JJ on Leona gives them the teamfight engage they want. Whippo on Set's gonna be fun. He has contracted this champ pool a bit this split. This is only his 7th unique champion, which is far lower than he had earlier on, but he talked about wanting to hone down the pool a bit.
And I just like it into impact because coming into this game, you heard him talking about, oh, he's a weak side player, greatest of all time, whatever. It's about how he's playing right now. I mean, the gauntlet is kind of thrown down with this Set Gwen matchup.
All right, well, we're getting into the game very, very soon. Team Liquid Honda, 4th place. Two to the memes, but their goals are set on the trophy at the end of the split. Evil Genius is the team to beat. Number 1, let's see who can do it. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for a top-of-the-table clash. Evil Geniuses will retain control of first place at 13-2. If they take this one down, Team Liquid would rise back up to 3rd, keeping pace with CLG.
Sorry for the total tangent, but Core JJ's Leona having a mount, I thought I was on drugs for a second. I was like, why is Rel in the game? That is a very weird skin combination to make a heavily armored lady on a horse when you have a heavily armored lady on a horse as a champion.
It's the homegrown, it's fine, okay? You know, you pass the one by.
It threw me for a loop for a second.
All right, we're going to bring a 3rd man into the cast. Impact's got some thoughts about his former teammate. Check it out.
I mean, if a Brief was strong lane, I think Tier should be strong because they're bottom winning and top winning. Then no way lose, you know. But that's not how it works, League of Legends, my opinion, because you need balance. So I think that's Tier need to find a way to how to win game, because Tier, I think they lost to the how to win game.
Quick correction on myself. Team, not teammate, obviously, but talking about former TL. They do need some direction, he says. Let's see if that comes through.
I think the question that people always have around super teams is like, yes, you have a winning top side and a winning bottom, and in theory, you win everywhere on the map all the time. In practice, someone doesn't get the resources, someone overplays, and so that is a situation that you hear him kind of talking about. Impact would know, being on so many great teams over the years, about the struggle that it can be to find how you want to play with 5 people who are used to getting resources.
Yeah, and here's Impact, who obviously is happy to not. And yeah, he's got a lot of Gwen this time around, sure, but the man's played entire years of exclusively Ornn. And turns out you win a whole lot of trophies when you're like, yeah, I can just be the weak side guy. It's chill. Let Devils get all the ganks. We're chilling. And it's a great thing to have. So Inspired, 2 camps down. He is tracked on the way over, as we had some very early Sivir poke there as well. as JoJo's going to try to see if he can keep up in the lane. Level 2 now for him. Statistically, the 2 best laning mid laners in the LCS. Highest CSD and highest gold difference for both these mids.
Also true for the top laners in terms of gold difference. They're right up there against each other as much as Impact has been the weak side king for a long time. He's been getting more resources recently. You can see already some heavy trading coming in for the set. Both junglers are pathing bot to top, looking like they want to maybe abuse this. You can see a bit of a tough matchup for the Gwen, just having the pullback to get the stun. You're going to sit inside the mist pretty much all the time anyways, so there's not really any way to abuse that other than the extra resist you get in there. And Set with the shielding is able to win a lot of trades, plus the extra sustain just in your base kit makes it a little tough for a lot of melee matchups.
Already? TP Ignite, he has no outplay tools at all. And, okay, Santorin, wow, okay, Inspired actually going to go for the early smite to make sure he's got health right now because there is going to be a potential dive. Or is there? Burns the W. Jungler's still looking back at each other. Santorin has smite to take away the big Krug. It's the lion's share of the XP, though not the gold. That's all in the back half. But he knows with where he can see Inspired, there's a smite and there's the play. Inspired's on the side now. Here comes the walk-in. W should be on cooldown. Who's going to pull aggro? Stun's going to come in first. The flash follow. Wants to get out. The shield takes it. He's out of range. And will he trade it back? Inspired gets pillared. Santorin wants it. Takes a bite out of crime. 2-1. Team Liquid take the double.
They play the dive slow. They contest the camp early on, and then the ultimate engage by Bwipo flashing in, grabbing the turret aggro first, grabbing a huge shield to be able to turn around and bait Inspired in. 2 for 1 in Team Liquid's favor right out the gate.
Really incredible. Bwipo brings out a set that we really do not see much of right now. Great combo on the box set as well. Yeah, big damage on Danny. 100 health. He's dead. He cleanses the ignite. Just survives it.
That plus the shield from Vulcan keeping him up, baiting Hansama's flash in, I believe it was, to try and get the last bit of damage, but still a big summoner advantage in their favor. Still has heal up, only for the ignite.
Wow, already. An action-packed game already there. Impact is back in lane in time. TP's up. Bwipo able to save his. He walked back to lane.
Man, I am loving 12-14. Thank God all these changes came in. People are so much more aggressive. 2 bangers in a row. Looking like we're on pace for a third one already, because this topside matchup, you expect to stay volatile. You expect to have more dives coming in, and we'll see if EG can find any way to stem the bleeding, because, you know, Impact was talking about, oh, they have a winning topside. They should have a winning bot side. Team Liquid has that right now in this game, and it's kind of just a feast for Santorin to pick where he wants to go. He's hovering bot side right now. We'll see if they try and look for a dive.
Well, maybe so, yeah. Right now, that looks like the recall out of the Trundle. As Inspired able to get a nice little blue buff steal. Cutely done right here. Santorin had kind of skipped some camps on his way around, and okay, Vulcan, you are alone in this lane. Is Core gonna, yeah, you can basically always on reaction, just W backwards and not get hit by anything from Leona, so it doesn't even bother to hit the button. Nothing happens there. Sivir does not bounce in time to stop the Xayah recall, but it is gonna be a full wave denied. And you love getting this off when it's a non-cannon wave, because the wave drops really quickly, and what you have coming in dies really fast. And so it's like, cool, our recall's quick, we're not gonna drop anything, and we'll deny some ourselves.
Yeah, that's really nice from Team Liquid, being able to get that advantage in their bot lane. And at the same time, Bwipo had the wave pushed into him, so he was not getting denied at all, still up a little bit there. And EG did a good thing of desyncing their recalls, so Danny does ultimately fall behind, doesn't feel great, but Vulcan was grabbing some of that experience. And so making the best of a bad situation, because right now you see already 1,000 gold advantage in their favor, as well as some XP leads across the map.
But Bwipo could be in a 1v2 as Impact walks down like, oh, I need to go ward this. Yeah, I'm scared. What's going on? Jumps in for the fight, and here's Inspired. Jumps in towards the minions. We'll get some decent damage. Is Bwipo going to die? No flash. Gets the big punch, the shield. And they can't chase down for anything more. Flash not available for either top or jungle. And they can't get the damage down, so out he goes.
Just barely able to walk out there. Got a little dicey, but like you said, no flashes down or anything to find that kill.
Oh. And now Impact, of course. Level 6, though, is going to be very safe here. I can't imagine him dying to level 4 no-item Trundle. Control it over the wall. Jumps across it. By the way, Inspired's here. Good luck, buddy. But Core JJ is here. They outnumber. Flash Q stun. The rest of the follow-up is there. Team Liquid decide. We are going to be top focused and top dies.
Core JJ roaming up from bot to top. This is what people always said playing against his teams. As a top laner, you have to be aware. And you'd think Impact would know it, being his teammate for a year, but not the case there. Able to get taken down. Now things are looking really rough for the Gwen.
Punch that. Bwipo, I guess he's fine.
He has ult as well.
Oh, he almost has enough damage to full kill. W? Okay, that's really late, buddy. I mean, he's fine, but that is a little greedy.
I will say, he does seem to know the limits better than his opponents, at least. They have not really been able to find it yet.
Yeah. All right, well, JoJo and Santorin in a fight now. Level lead, of course. Is he going to steal? Yes, he's going to steal Trundle ulti. If that's stun lane, I think that might have been a kill. Santorin would have had to flash to stay alive. But now, as he slowly waddles away, Bjergsen wants in, forces the flash. Well played on all sides.
Yeah, Team Liquid are just all over the map right now, roaming all over the place. Sivir being very safe in the bot lane, just being able to chuck out those boomerang blades. And now there's a little bit of a threat of die, but still no 6s yet for the kind of instant flash Rakan W charm combination. And you can spell shield the knockup then. It's much more annoying for Sivir once that level 6 is unlocked, but since that's not there yet, you are able to stay under the turret a little bit safer.
Yeah, essentially there's no way to like cover something against the W. Like if you're running, I don't know, I think you can like spell shield a blue smite. So like there's a way to like, I can smite to make my knockup happy.
If you can like somehow get the QW comboed so that the Q is what spell shielded.
But that requires a misplay, right? Like the telegraph is still so long for casting W that would have to be Han screwing up. So yeah, again, it's not really there before 6. I guess the real strategy, Rocket Bell in. And to be
mid lane Rakan.
Rocket Bell Rakan is actually pretty good. Because you definitely get in range for your engage. It's a one-way trip, but you are starting that fight out.
Yeah, if you want to do that, maybe just buy one of the other items that speeds you up and it's not Rocket Belt, so you're getting lethality on your mythic. I don't know, man.
Hey, he deals magic damage, okay?
Excuse me.
Got magic pen.
Yeah, that pen.
I mean, it's functional lethality, you're right.
Yeah,
it's the same mechanic. I don't fault you on that one. Anyway, I have a friend who plays Rocket Belt Rakan. So,
don't listen to them. Not coming to an LCS near you.
No, it's not. But we've got a Rift Herald claimed. That is coming to an LCS near impact, as it feels like, because already walking up, and guess what? 2v1, good luck, buddy. Has Ignite, has ulti, burns it now, wants the regen, and here's the dunk to start things out. Finds the stun as well. Pillars in the way. Gonna find a lot of damage. The punch coming through. Bubble drops the aggro, 100 HP left, and Trundle gonna knock him down. Team Liquid get their 4th consecutive gank top lane and 3 kills on an Impact.
Impact's got them in his comfort zone. He's died 3 times already. We've seen him come back from worse. No, this feels like a disaster. The counter pick from Whippo coming up huge. Feels like a matchup that not many people are going to be super familiar with. He's able to use it early on to set up multiple dives, coordinate with his team, and blow this lead open already on Gore Drinker. Pre-10 minutes. Absolutely massive. 20 CS up as well. Top lane feels over.
Jeez. These guys. It's a 9-minute Gore Drinker. Oh no. Yeah, I know some players who would just actually sit in Fountain at this point. You know, like this is not. They'll actually, the friend I'm thinking of will just walk bot lane like I'm forcing a gank bot. Like you don't have Ignite or ult.
I don't want to play with your friends, dude. You got Rocket.
I have some really inty friends.
AFK top lane.
Yeah. Here we go. There's the dive. You know, pull him right back in. There's nothing you can do about this one.
And it wasn't even perfectly played in the sense that the E pullback from Whippo didn't have something to stun the Gwen on, so there wasn't even that part, and they still found the kill.
And they almost find Vulcan down here as well on the bot side. Santorin is there everywhere. Traffic cones. Stop. You are not allowed to hit my teammates. And it is ultis forced out of EG.
Some more control on the bot side in Team Liquid's favor. 2.5 thousand gold advantage just 10 minutes in. And to be fair, this is something that the team has done consistently. For all the criticisms people have had about Team Liquid, it's usually not the first 10 minutes of the game. They're still highly proactive, highest goal difference in the league, a lot of the most kills in the league through this time period. It's once they get these leads, they start trading out for more objectives than people feel like they need to. And so from here, I think a lot of people want to see Team Liquid keep this pace up. Core JJ all over the map, Santorin all over the map.
Trying for the re-gank down to the top side. Whippo, does have ult. Does not have his flash. Gonna dunk back towards safety by a bit of space right here. Still has the shield. It will not matter. They'll get him. Oh my word!
That Gore Drinker!
Gore Drinker was massive! And Whippo straight up 1v2s. No matter which jungler comes top lane, Impact dies.
Whippo just destroyed them with the massive haymaker, and during the fat shield, able to use his Gore Drinker to jump up a couple hundred more HP, finish that kill, and still be on the map to push now with the Rift Herald.
Oh, he'll barely finish TP in time. He's thankful that Herald's going to sort of summon slowly, but this turret will always die to the charge. Gold will be earned. Whippo getting low again. Shield, Gore Drinker, turret's gone. How about the rest of the fight, though? Once again, Impact is gone. He still just lives. Whippo still surviving. Jojo Pyun is here, but is it more meat for the grinder? What's it going to be now? Santorin a bit low. Here comes Bjergsen. Kills number 3. Kill number 4. This game is so damn over, and it's all because of Whippo.
Absolute 1v9 performance by Whippo. He was talking smack in the interviews, and he is backing it up.
Wow, he is smashing these kids. All right, let's take a look at that fight again. This time, hearing Whippo talk about it.
Okay. Silas is moving. I cannot follow.
The tower is already gone. The tower is already gone.
We're coming on. Camper after. Camper after.
Okay.
I think you're dead.
Okay, play with me. Play with me. Play with me.
I'm slowly moving. Silas will be first with the
I'm so strong. Look, Wukong. Go on, Rakan. Rakan.
Black.
I need to guide that.
I'm here too.
Yeah, play together.
First. Maybe first. Okay.
Oh, actually, he's sensing.
I don't know where Zaya. Nice.
Oh my God, you heard Bwipo saying, play with me. He's like, I am so strong. And you could see in that replay how low his health bars are getting before these haymakers. He is so aware of when he needs to press that button and then comboing it with gore drinkers and things like that to make sure that he actually comes up after the shield healthier than you would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it all, it's like, it's gonna sound simple, but it's the perfect way the kit plays out. Guess what? The shield is bigger, the damage is bigger, the more damage you've taken. Gore Drinker is literally a missing health heal. You wanna go to 1%, press W, and then come out with the rest of it. Everything he's doing is absolutely perfect. As you mentioned, he knows his limits. He's got a death, I guess, but let's be clear, it's just a slaughter right up here. 8 kills across the 2 top players. And bot lane 0-0-0, like it's fine.
Hansam's having the game of his life. You just sit back on Sivir, whipping out your pizza discs like, anyone want some more food? Bwipo's fed.
Yeah.
Even that one death was in that 2v1 dive at the beginning where they got the double kill. So absolutely worth it. He is popping off so hard. And this just feels amazing for Team Liquid. 6,000 gold up, 13 minutes into the game. And against the #1 team after going 1-1 so many weeks in a row to snap that, if they're able to finish this game out against the #1 team that everyone had kind of pegged as the favorites for this split. I think it's going to throw so much of the community sentiment up in the air and have to reevaluate like who is actually the threats as we're ending in on playoffs.
The actual threat is Hansama. Like, you can talk about Bwipo and the kills, but this man has 4 turret plates on Sivir. 4 turret plates on Sivir is like 95th percentile Sivir gameplay. Like, I'm ahead in gold. I'm ready to carry this game. Wait, why is it over?
And this is why, League, you can't just always look right at the stats. It might be because the 4-1-4.
Oh, that's a charm. That could be some danger. This man is in a 1v3. He's running for his life. Misses the ulti. Jojo Pyun. Good fancy feet. Hansama. Can't look at the stats, but it read 0-0-0, and it's because the man isn't dead. Burns the heal. Here comes the rest of it. Finally goes down. A nice shutdown comes through from the farm. Danny is on the board. EG has a small sign of life. Here's Bwipo again, forced to flash away. Second ult should be here, I believe. Knockup will tag and use it with the ulti, but he's gonna drop a gigantic shutdown. Comes through to the Wukong.
All right, EG making plays on both sides of the map, showing that they're not quite done yet. Core JJ being a nuisance, interrupting one of the recalls. Still gonna result in Team Liquid probably grabbing this turret, but a nice little answer by EG. It's these kinds of plays when you're 5,000 gold or more behind pre-15 minutes, you have to find these odd man fights. To find one in the top and one in the bottom at the same time was a good punish on Team Liquid's reset.
That gold graph. FJ still a gold. Just blue, 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 blue. Sorry, Corey, you're a support. Sorry, buddy. You don't even get turret plates. Second arrow goes down as well. This one, of course, again, 200 bonus local gold. So Centaurian gets 300 individually, plus more to take with the turrets going down later.
I mean, Hansama made them work for it here, you gotta say. Nice flash here out. Jojo just misses the ult himself, but then that stuck on that Q, getting out of that, making sure he doesn't get rooted when Danny ends up getting a little bit more of these feathers out, forcing him to go directly underneath the turret. Made them have to spend a lot of resources during it. And Bwipo, I think, seeing all those people down the bot side is like, great, I'm probably fine. Just keep pushing up here, and lo and behold, Inspired shows up. Not able to outplay them this time in a big shutdown. Does go over to Inspired, so not going to help out Impact quite as much in the 1v1. Still 1-5-1, but you know, slow Team Liquid down just a little bit, get a little breathing room.
A little bit of breathing room. Of course, with all the flurry of activity topside, Team Liquid did not stack dragons very quickly. First one on the board now, but we're looking at 18 minutes for the second Drake in the game, so not the fastest dragon stacking, though obviously they are in complete control still. Although the one kill on Danny probably puts him pretty close to the amount of money that Hansama has. Quick engage, not going to land for a whole lot. Core JJ on the front side. And then it's going to be everyone on EG walking away. Mid lane under fire. Will almost out of Herald. Hansama will be able to attack. No summoners, but has ult and a spell shield. As he gets it lower and lower, this will be mid lane outer, dropping all 3 outer turrets. Will be slain. Woo! Team Liquid killing turrets. We had the dragon shouting yesterday. We get turret shouting today. Herald drops as well. Wow. EG get their first epic monster kill.
This game is crazy.
To be fair, it is, though.
It is. Bwipo, despite that death, still absolutely massive. And from here, it's going to be that slow kind of choke out that I feel like it's very hard for EG to contest any neutral objectives directly. This dragon that's spawning in 1 minute, I mean, you can flip the entire game on it if you feel like that's your best bet in. Scaling is very strong for Team Liquid, and so it's not really going to get any easier. Your side lane split pushes are pretty much all dead in theory. Like, there's not going to be anyone beating Bwipo in a side lane right now. So maybe you do just flip it at the Dragon, because otherwise you have such a hard road to try and find a way that you get ahead of Team Liquid's team comp.
Indeed it is. Well, you're going to see Bwipo come up through, knock down these minions. Very stylish farm on his way towards just Grievous Wounds. Does not actually go for the rest of the Kempuk Chainsword, which got 200 gold more expensive. Was very OP. But moving towards maybe a Death Dance next up. Yeah, run away. Oh, pretty good pillar, though. They might find the engage. Danny doesn't have a good way around this one. Saves the ulti. Walks back just barely, but they're going to lose one. Inspired flashes back. Impact TP's in just to be attacked again. Quick cleanse out of Danny, trying to stay alive. Ignite is on. That means it might kill him. Just going to be one tick shy, I think, and the shield comes in anyway. Impact nowhere to go. Bwipo finds the kill. 2-0. Team Liquid keep taking whatever they want.
You see EG's mentality. We should contest the Dragon. They tried to group up mid, but there's just so little control over the game. Team Liquid easily pounce on top of them, grab a couple more kills, grab a turret. Going to be over 8,000 gold for 20 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know why you contest second Drake, though. Like, does it really matter? You're nowhere near Soul, and, like, maybe you get farmed somewhere else? I am surprised.
I don't mean to
chose.
turn too existential on you, Freak, but does anything matter at this point?
At this point, internet connections might matter a little bit here. Quick replay that we get to hear exactly what's going on in TL's head.
Mid is contested.
Yeah, but we can just through a side.
Okay. Oh, look at Saya.
I'm pulling here.
Yeah, look at Saya.
It's good fight. Really good fight. Really good fight. Wukong on TP. Yeah, he's fine. TP next. No flash. Okay, I go going. No flash this guy, okay? That's his call. I don't have anything.
You just
I'm gonna fuck this house.
Yeah.
One is fuck.
One HP Saya. One HP Saya.
Yeah, mid
turret into the Dragon.
Okay.
He was right. Well, not wrong. Yeah. Silas was fine. Silas was like, I can just E over the wall. Like, you didn't really... It was fine, but yeah, Gwen didn't have a good time there.
Nope, and it's a situation where you can hear Team Liquid still being very serious in their comms. I'm surprised that they haven't lightened up at 10K, almost advantage. But I think from their perspective, this is a team that has been blasted for being the super team, the TL, Money, Steve, Wallet team. You're supposed to stomp everyone, and they've been struggling a little bit this split, despite being 9-5 in regular and in record.
Hi, Inspired! I've got the knock-up. Do we have enough damage? Those Vulcan comes in for the charm, the double knock-up. Good damage into Danny, but here comes the reinforcements. Will it even be enough to find a single kill? They're gonna try, and they'll get Santorin. One for EG, nothing back just yet, but here comes the dunk, and it's gonna be Jojo Pyun dropping. A 1-for-1 as Sivir gets on the board. Hansama able to get himself into this one. 12-4, though, a trade of kills. Not bad for EG.
1-for-1, even with Team Liquid kind of face-checking the entire EG team there. Inspire getting an easy knock-up, comboing with Rakan, but Team Liquid able to trade back. Bwipo showing up, and everyone just kind of runs away as soon as boss Bwipo arrives.
Yeah. Important thing was it was a 5-kill Santorin, so this is a shutdown coming through. Total gold income should have been better for the EG side, but still licking their wounds. 8,000 down. And they've got to find their comeback next 8 minutes before Dragon Soul comes up.
Yeah, it's definitely the copium take of, hey, we shut him down at least, guys. Not bad. As you see just how stacked this fight started in EG's favor and how it still ends up relatively close. A 1-for-1, even with how advantaged they start being able to get all that free chunk in that fight. I think for EG, it's still feeling pretty doomed. You're saying these things, nice, we got a shutdown, nice, guys.
Yeah, you got 600 gold or something onto Jojo Pyun, which is, going to help a bit, but obviously you're working back a huge deficit here as Team Liquid go ahead and take the top set of the map away. This is what you look for, doing a Baron setup. Look, 3 control wards in the opposing jungle, right? That is the play. Everyone wear one, get them in the brush, own this entire jungle, and it's like, look, you have to walk through 7 different pockets of vision. We could be in any one of them. Are you going to even make the play happen? So Hansama on the wings, has the ulti popped, Impact buying some space, but now he may be buying the farm at this point. Running back far enough away. He will stay up. EG still contesting pretty heavily. Inspired has to clone back out, but here's the dunk in. Gonna find 3 slows, and that could be enough for the kill. Inspired still pillared. He's gonna be dropping. Yes, indeed. Traffic cone. Back you go to the fountain. 5v4, no jungler. Baron's on the plate.
Team Liquid find that quick kill after EG was looking for a flank, trying to contest vision a little bit. Not able to get anything done. Jungler down. Should be a pretty free Baron for them, but EG, they don't back down, man.
No.
Like mid-2000s movies, never back down.
Never back down. This time around, though, might be a loss. See if they can come through on the first engage, looking for the best they can as Vulcan goes right back out of the front of the charm. Shuffle's going to be Zonya's, but Cortej has a stopwatch himself. There's one kill on for Santorin. Can they get the chase down? Jojo gets a single kill, but the long form fight is 3-1. A TP comes across, the recall out, and Team Liquid, no, look, we still got 4. You still have no jungler. This is going to be Baron. Team Liquid grow the gold lead to 9,000, soon to be 10.5.
Core JJ gives his body up for the team, get those kills, get the Baron. Team Liquid looking good. Playing angry, it feels like. I don't know if it was the list, the all-time list coming out, and Core JJ got #1. There's a lot of chatter about, like, oh, it should have been Afro.
Yeah.
Core JJ's like, nah, I'm going to roam top and absolutely blow this game open. Whippo was talking about Impact's #1. Maybe at some point, but not right now.
Yeah, I mean, this split, I would probably still give the edge to Impact, but in this game, it is clearly all about Whippo, and I want to kind of bring the story back up. He talked in an interview 2 weeks ago about how he was playing a lot of unique picks, with a lot of new experience, but wanted to play a lot more of the normal stuff, the meta stuff, and focus in on a smaller pool. But this set though comes out and it does everything.
I think that's the thing is when a counter pick doesn't work, it draws a lot of attention. When it does work, again, draws a lot of attention, and you can see the power of these counter picks when they work out. Team Liquid as a team has been struggling a fair amount over the last 2 weeks, and so it makes sense that these tricky counter picks that he's trying to do are getting a lot of negative community criticism.
But now we go into this one. The shuffle's back and forth. Jojo Pin stays alive for now, but this man's gonna die. Sivir is there. The pizza hits him. Bjergsen is on a rampage now, 405 on a 2-item Azir. But yeah, I mean, you look at the sort of opportunities that Whippo's had, and look, he has been playing a lot. 4 games so far in the split behind his Gangplank at 5. But I feel like anecdotally, Team Liquid are having a worse split than in spring. And in spring, he was just playing a unique champion every game. Like, he went to go narrow down the pool because they lost in playoffs, and it actually made the team, it feels like, look worse.
Yeah, I think there's been maybe Team Liquid, sometimes when you start stumbling a little bit, like we said, still 1-1, still by most metrics good, but compared to their own standards, they wanted more.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get in your own head about, well, what should we be doing? And you start really over-analyzing a lot of things. And I think for Whippo, his personality is these unique picks, and you kind of have to unlock him so that he can take over a game and absolutely 1v9 like this one.
And he's doing it right now. Of course, some help from his jungler, but it's going to be mid lane dropping, and here comes the team fight. Dunk comes across, goodbye to the Gwen. 5v4, good luck for the flank, buddy. Inspired comes in for a second and drops just as fast, and now in a 3v5. There's not much you can do. Jujupun is here. He'll find a stun, he'll find a heal, and he will find his... Oh, he does get the kill, but he will find his death. I don't think 2v4 is much of a defense here. Danny going to be hiding behind the turrets right now with his lane mate. And to be fair, the bot lane is 1, 2, and 6. The EG bot lane tried their hardest. It's not going to be enough. Team Liquid top dip the whole way through. A ton of coordination through Whippo, Santorin, Bjergsen, and Core JJ. They slammed every one of those lane matchups, and they're going to be looking to kill the last few EG members. Nexus falls, and TL crushes the doubters.
Team Liquid break the 1-1 streak. They absolutely speed run Evil Geniuses, running them over in the pavement, going up to 10-5, dropping EG to tie 100 Thieves as well. And right on the verge of the final weekend of the LCS, it feels like everything is up in the air again.
Oh, this is going to be a whole lot of fun. Team Liquid, their first undefeated weekend since week 1 in the LCS. We head over to the 8th week, 3 games per team. And TL, only 2 games behind first. The world where they make that happen, they catch up to either EG or 100 Thieves is possible. They keep up with CLG at 10 wins as well. To get the multiple poses, really
Oh, the fake mustaches are gone. Unlucky.
It's actual Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's why they won. Yeah. Actual Team Liquid showed up. I gotta say, the way they did it too, not just going 2-0, but absolutely dominating in their 2-0 weekend this week. Feels like maybe the team starting to figure it all out. The gears starting to click into place at exactly the right time.
And if that's the case, it means we have a very exciting playoff run. And that's all what it's about, is coming in for the very final weeks, and you don't know who it's going to be. You've got really good things to look at for any given team here. 2 teams tied at first, only 2 teams behind for the next couple. If Cloud9 figure this stuff out, right, they're obviously a real threat as well. I mean, there's a lot of fun teams here.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 had 0-2 this weekend. They were 8-2 with their regular season or main starting roster, and it was tied with EG. And it's like, wow, is C9 secretly the second best team in the split? 0-2, Team Liquid goes 2-0. Everything's getting tossed up in the air.
And it's going to make it a whole lot of fun to see what happens in Week 8 as well as the playoffs itself. Now, the next bit of business is for all the fans who have visited us at the LCS Arena. Listen up, because I've got what you've been looking for. Our friends at eSpat have opened up their game day photos so LCS fans can download their favorite memories for free. Visit www.espat.ai. Sorry, that was weird. They wrote a URL out by spelling the letters. .ai, the better version of that one, to grab these photos for yourself. Check it out. Now, we're heading to a break, but after the break, Whippo is going pro-to-pro with High, so we'll see you there.
I mean, I was kind of speaking from the diaphragm, to be fair. Like,
It's not that so loud. It's not good though.
put some real juice in it, you know? Hello.
With safety by a bit of space right here. Still has the shield. It will not matter. They'll get him. Oh, my word.
That gore drinker! Silas will be first with the
I'm so strong.
Look, Wukong. Look on that, Rakan. I need to kite that. I'm here, Jim. Yeah, play together. We win.
Maybe first, okay.
Oh,
Second. Okay. I don't know where Zaya.
Nice.
Nice.
What's you playing?
A very serious game, but these in-game purchases are adding up.
Oh, State Farm has rates to fit your budget. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back, everyone, for another segment of Pro to Pro. Today, we have Whipple with us. I'm sure you had super fun in that game, right?
I love the fun.
All right, great. So we're going to actually talk about it really quick. So before I hit this clip and play, you're trading super aggressively with Impact here. Is this how this lane really goes, like normally goes?
You can go even more aggressive if you like to. You can take lethal tempo and walk behind the minion wave level 1 and just fist fight her to the death and, well, just beat her to death. But I opted into Conqueror because I felt like scaling was very good for me in this game. They have a lot of melee champions. Obviously, Zyra Khan on the 4-5 was good picks against my champion, but everyone else like wants to get in the fray and fight with me. So I figured with Conqueror, if I can stay alive long enough, I'm going to murder everything.
Gotcha. So if you take a look at the minimap, you'll see that you actually tell Santorin to skip his blue to come up here for this dive. And I'm wondering, since you're playing so aggressively, is this something that you guys planned before the game started? Or is it kind of just like a thing, like as the lane goes on, you got him chunked, you're like, hey, we can go for this dive now?
So the thing is, I actually, like, this was Santorin recognizing how like volatile the lane state was, and he came up, because I actually backed up. If you look there, I backed up a little bit, and I waited for my W cooldown. But then he made the judgment call to come up top and give me the pressure. So once I crashed the wave with E, I think Impact feels safe to tank the dive.
Right.
But
Closer is here too. You guys see that he's there and you're still talking about you're going for this dive?
Basically, what we're talking about right now is like we see Wukong. Like, so we're talking as Santorin's coming in, we're talking about where's Inspired, where's Wukong. We're not sure where he is, so I tell him just start the golems and try to find him. And if he doesn't show up in time, when my E is up, we'll just tower dive tops. In this case, because we both win 1v1, both me and Trundle wins Wukong 1v1 and I win against the Gwen 1v1. We're just waiting for Trundle to push him out, and then I'm just like, we can dive when my E is up, we can dive them 2v1, like 2v2. It doesn't matter.
Right, so this is pretty much the perfect scenario where you actually get the kill and you kill the jungler as well. I don't know if that was planned the entire time, but this was super well played from you guys, so I wanted to bring up and highlight that. So we'll have a second clip here. Obviously, when you see that the enemy top lane is running at you with half HP, you know you're about to get ganked. You see on the minimap that he starts showing up right there. So before this goes on, what is going on in your head right now? Are you thinking about how to survive, or are you thinking about how can you kill them?
Well, the thing is so I know as soon as my ultimate is up, I can slap the Gwen immediately. But in this case, I have to just play slow and wait until I survive. So the interesting thing about Set is early game when there's not enough tenacity yet in the game, when you EW, you can't dodge the true damage part of his kit. So what I'm waiting for is basically a moment where they're stacked next to each other, because Set's E pulls in all 4 directions. But people, like the way Set E pulls from the sides is very short. It's a very short, small hitbox. I have to wait until they're both stacked on top of me to get EW. And then I use Gore Drinker at the lowest health to make the most use out of my W shield and Gore Drinker up. And in this case, Rakan was still coming, so I gave. But in the case Rakan wasn't hovering, I would have murdered the Wukong as well. So
Gotcha.
yeah, I was feeling it.
So you guys get this kill, and normally people like take that and like recall you're like half HP, you got like 1,000 gold, but you're still sending people up here. So then what's going on in team comms here? Is someone saying, hey, let's spawn their Herald here, let's look for a dive? Can you tell me about who's saying what here?
Basically, we're saying that we want to go top and put the Herald down. We want to just keep the pressure up because Leona is still coming in very fresh. Trundle is coming in very fresh. Like, we're still stronger than the enemy team, so we're just talking about like we can still make a play here. I'm calling like she can TP back. So in this case, like we just, I wanted to make sure that the Herald was going to crash and kill the tower. And I got a little bit lucky there, to be fair, that the Q didn't finish me off because I didn't want to waste my W before they committed. So that was like kind of hoping that I wouldn't die to the Q there. But in the case that I don't, I can get a really big W, and then I can use Gore Drinker to heal back up. So in this case, it was just a matter of like, we felt really strong 3v3, 4v4 still, even though I hadn't based. Like, I made sure my teammates knew that I was still really strong. And all we're talking about is like how strong Trundle is, because he's coming back with Sunder from base. Wukong obviously doesn't have his mythic yet. I have my mythic. Enemy top laner doesn't have mythic, so it was just a matter of like we're on our spike, and me being low health like is not enough to stop me from going.
Gotcha. That's awesome that was all planned the entire time. Like, it's obvious like you guys know that he's TPing in, you're calling for it, looking for the fight. So it's great to see that you guys are doing that. That's actually all I have for you today. I want to say after that point, you probably think it's also GG, I'd imagine, so...
Oh, yeah. Here I was certain. When I pressed tab and I saw 404 Trundle, 404, 401, 4 set, I was like, yeah, our champions are way too strong against theirs. Their top side can't play the game anymore because our bruisers are just way bigger, and we already have the scaling in the Azir and Sivir, so I was super confident that we were going to take this game. Even the Trundle skills, so we were super confident in our scaling this game, so an early game like this was just the nail in the coffin.
That's great to hear. Once again, congratulations on your win. Really dominating. Hope we can continue to see that. That's all that we have, and we're going to send it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Ty. Thank you, Whippo. Congratulations to Team Liquid for taking down Evil Geniuses. Jat, we talked about the successive 1-1 weekends for Team Liquid, and they turn in a 2-0 and against EG, the #1 team at that to close it out.
Yeah, and we got the story of the mustaches as well. Whippo was trying to do something different every week that they were 1-1 to break the curse.
Right.
The mustaches is the one that succeeded.
So I guess they got to stay.
Now they're stuck with mustaches.
Keep at it, exactly.
Also, the largest gold diff at 14 this split was this game for Whippo. So
Yeah, for an individual.
Yeah.
And it was 27.65 gold at 14 minutes into the game. That is astronomical gold difference.
Yeah, and
Without a doubt.
This one was beautiful from Team Liquid. Just probably the best coordination for them because they had a pretty clear set and strategy that, Whippo literally talked about by going topside. It was executed excellently.
Yeah, I'm so glad he called for these successive dives. You saw them punish this over and over again. And I think the big thing that we've been so critical of with TL is like, okay, you have this lead, now what are you gonna do with it? We saw them stick to their game plan really, really well and be able to snowball the game. They had the late game insurance. Arguably they didn't even need it with how well they snowballed this, but that was great to see.
This is the best part about it because it reminds me of when Team Liquid had Alphari in the top side of the map, basically. But if your top laner is ahead, we are doubling down. Core JJ is also roaming topside, and so they made it happen. It forced Evil Genius's hand to come top. Otherwise, this matchup is insanely hard. And just take a look at this. It's insane. He gore drinkered off his phone, I think, too. So, it's just amazing where Evil Geniuses are like, we actually need to go top at some point, and he just 1v2, so.
Don't go top.
No, at that point, you pretend like top lane doesn't exist. It's a two-lane game from that point onward. I don't want to read too much into the fact that EG lost. I more so want to talk about what this does now to the rest of the league. Again, because as we had talked about for so long, it was Evil Geniuses in sole possession of first that a lot of people weren't. It was very easy for people to say they're the #1 team. Now in a tie for first place between them and 100 Thieves before we get to that tie for third between CLG and Team Liquid, Cloud9 dropping to 5th and 6th.
And with the CLG win, this is also a really important win for TL just to stay on pace with CLG, right? Going into the Super Week, they're still tied at 3rd with CLG, and then obviously the shift at the very top where 100 Thieves are now tied with EG.
All 6 of the teams at the top of the table have played their games today, which means they only have 3 games between them and the end of the season, which I think is very interesting when it comes to talking about that seeding. But by the same token, Jat, we have to talk about the rest of the teams that are looking to fight to just edge into that top 8, and those are the next 2 matchups that we have ahead of us. We'll kick things off with Golden Guardians versus Immortals.
Yeah, and you guys are familiar with theme parks, right?
I've been to one or two in my life.
A little bit. Especially as a child.
Conceptually.
That, you must be this tall to ride was, crushing to many children.
I didn't realize. I was gonna say, I didn't realize I was having a therapy session today.
What?
Are you saying you're still too
This is a
short to
week-to-week problem for Immortals because
Just
their
barely.
height changes. The height is the quality of their play. So last week, they had to be this tall to beat EG and, this tall to beat 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, last week, we can call it last week's height. I'm not gonna LWA.
They're shrinking?
Yeah, what?
They played this tall, right? Which gave them 2 losses. So they're thinking going into next week, if we're just this tall, you only need to be this tall to beat Dignitas. But unfortunately, they were walking around on their knees and stuff during that game.
I shrunk the kids.
Wow. I did not realize we were going to get this.
Today, they just have to be, this tall again. And mentally that, the point I'm making is last week they actually played well, got 0-2.
Yes.
It breaks you. And then, also losing the game where they feel like it's a team they should have easily beaten yesterday is important for them because this team is actually playing well enough to, be this tall and make playoffs.
Yes.
But they just can't fall short once again.
I feel like Jad is coaching us. These are what his coaching breakdowns look like.
So
and I'll take that. You know what? If Jat wants to coach me in League of Legends, I'm all about it.
Can't get any taller.
But I feel like somebody needs to coach Jat in the usage of the telestrator. Emily,
I think that worked great.
I don't know, man. It's the same color all the way across. You didn't write a single team on there. I got lost halfway through.
Yeah.
It started to look a lot like the Evan line. and so I started
The
regressing.
takeaway is we need a Bronny James level, just like height increase. The growth spurt needs to happen today.
I believe in you, INT.
Immortals, you gotta grow, baby. You gotta grow. As our players ready up, Kenvy's given some insight on the challenges he faced in his promotion to the LCS. Check it out.
The hardest challenge for me is probably playing around teammates, because like for like past 2.5 years or like past 3 years, I've just been playing solo queue, playing myself, playing improvement on my mechanics only, and I didn't think about my teammates at all. Even in academy, I just usually play, my teammates usually play around me. And in LCS it's different. You should play around your lanes, which is pretty big difference. So like, I have to like adjust my playstyle into that, and I think I'm getting better at it fast.
Hello and welcome back. We have an exciting battle here. Before we had the battle, the top spots, can you get a playoff bye? Can you clinch first place? Things like that. But these are the teams that are fighting for a spot in playoffs themselves. 4 games to play. Immortals over there, Golden Guardians. Actually, they're at home, but, you know, otherwise they're behind me. But they are. This is the playoff bar, right? 4 games is 8th place. Immortals is at 3. Dignitas is at 3. They are right there neck and neck with Golden Guardians.
TSM also at 4 wins. So the 4 teams fighting for these last 2 spots are just right next to each other. A lot of them are playing their matchups against each other right now. So for Immortals, they can take down Golden Guardians here, start trying to claw their way back in. Dignitas picked up a win yesterday over Golden Guardians as well. That was very surprising for a lot of people. So it does feel like very much, as we're talking about the top of the table being up for some repositioning, right now the last teams in playoffs also up for grabs.
Yeah, and Golden Guardians have beat both Immortals and Dignitas, 2 teams they still will play, both today and next week in the Dignitas case, which can, even if in those games, secure their playoff spot with owning the tiebreak and being 2 games ahead and whatnot. Immortals, of course, would love to find themselves tall enough to beat Golden Guardians.
Jet, he's such a dynamic analyst, huh?
There's the Evan line.
He's running around,
There's
he's on his knees, he's doing somersaults.
Yeah, and it's all just ways of being like, how good is this team? Are they better or worse than their opponents? But, you know, he's got to make it about height and stuff, which is I don't know, a
strangely
choice.
obsessed with the height of the Evan line. Now this.
Yeah. I mean, he's like, what, 6'1", so he's like, you know, relatively tall.
I have to bring it up.
Yeah, I mean, you're actually taller than him, so.
So we see another first pick Azir.
Yep.
No LeBlanc ban this time, though, so we'll have to see if this will actually get counted out or if it will just be the Sylas yet again. Sylas has not looked so good today, but everyone knows how strong this champion can be when you make those big plays. That was also one of those games where it just kind of got away from EG. It was over in the first 5 minutes, so a lot of those matchups and stuff did not get a chance to shine.
This does feel like a bit of prep on the side of Immortals, though. Leader has exactly 1 total recorded competitive game on LeBlanc across his entire 212-game career. Like,
good call out.
He actually just doesn't play the champion. LeBlanc is the highest presence mid laner, or sorry, the highest presence champion in LCS history. And Leader's like, not me.
Someone watched 10 and 10?
I watched 10 and 10.
Did you get that one right, or did you get the answer afterwards?
I'm not sure. I don't think I would have guessed. I didn't think about guessing. I just watched.
So I got it wrong because I said Braum because he's the most played champion, but he's not often banned. He's almost never high enough strength to actually ban him, whereas LeBlanc had a lot of time where you never saw her because she was always on the ban table.
Indeed. But Azir is through, and they're going to go ahead and have the Sylas be the answer there. Wukong comes through as well. A nice Fiora. Licorice here for Golden Guardians has put a lot of games in the champion. Many top laners I've talked to said, yeah, the guy has like 1 or 2 champions. Fiora appears to be one of them. 5 games on Sejuani as well, but this time going to be on split push power as Graves will be the answer. Can outrange and nothing really worth reposting.
Yeah, nice to see Revenge throwing down the gauntlet. I feel like both these teams felt like they were gearing up for this late season playoff push. We heard them talking about Immortals playing so well against the #1 and #2 team last weekend for Immortals, and then for Golden Guardians, they had all these roster shuffles. First they bring in River, then they went 0-2 immediately after that. They bring in Leader this week, drop another game, and it just feels so bad that you have all these changes. You feel like you're gearing up and you stumble, but like we said, they're not out of striking position yet, and so kind of got to put all that noise behind you. Move on, and we're getting that skill matchup in the top side. Both teams still feeling confident.
Yeah, Immortals basically have control of destiny, right? They win here. They're head-to-head, 1-1 against Golden Guardians. They'll tie them in record. You just win out from here, win tiebreak, whatever you need, and you can make that one happen. We're going to see the Neela ban here as well. I will say Neela Yumi, Neela Tarek, both look very, very good for different reasons, but very effective in those, as afraid of Golden Guardians bringing that one out here for 6A and Prismal.
Yeah, a little surprised to see that higher prioritized ban than, say, like a Sivir or something. There are a couple more AD carry bans coming in. Right now, it was the typical Kalista red side ban, that's pretty much all you see banned out right away. Draven as well is a bit of a lost call out. I know he lost that game yesterday on the Draven, but he got very fed very early on, so I can respect Golden Guardians getting rid of that. Yep. Also worth noting, Golden Guardians lost a ban for submission of their starting roster for today. So that is why you're only going to see 4, and we're already onto the draft for them.
Yeah, actually, I thought about it this morning because I got the ping that it happened. Back in the 2013 Spring or Summer Split, in my memory, apparently I was wrong because Kobe says it wasn't true. We were informed that like CLG lost a ban because they like submitted roster late as well. And I'm like, Kobe, what's the 5th ban gonna be? And he like thought about it for a while and it's like, there wasn't a ban. I thought it was funny because I thought he knew. Apparently, like he wasn't actually told him, so I just like trolled him on air and I felt really bad about it afterwards. I was gonna do the same thing to you. I know you read the message, but like I was gonna be like, hey, what are they gonna ban? Haha, and then obviously it was nothing. Anyway, Aphelios Lulu is what is considered the best answer to Lucian Nami. You can handle the lane. We've seen it played pretty well here, so Lost can have better scaling, and they'll usually survive the all-in just because Guardian plus Lulu Shield can basically block the electric burst.
Yeah, we talked yesterday about like the Karma Seraphine lane also being quite strong into the Nami Lucian, banned out right away in the first phase, so not some of those other options available. So Lulu makes a lot of sense. Also works well with Azir, one of the mages that you're very happy to Whimsy as well, and just speed him into those fights, get the extra AP on him.
Yeah, I mean, he likes the attack speed, likes the move speed, all that's pretty useful for him. So we do have an aggressive bottom lane out of Golden Guardians, who had gone 4-5 in the first round robin, are winless in the second. They have kind of wormed their way into a 5-game losing streak, hoping to find their footing again here because playoffs are on the line. Immortals right now, their chief competition for that spot. And again, they are trusting in Stixley. I think Leader had a very good game. This roster played all of one game, and they lost to the first place team 100 Thieves. I think it looks pretty good. We'll see if they do find the form here late in the split.
They'll need to step up because this is one of their easiest games left on their schedule. They also have to play EG and Team Liquid next week, and then they round that one out with Dignitas. So you will have an opportunity to put some of the teams around you down here. That's why it's such an important game for both Immortals and Golden Guardians.
Alrighty, well, heading on to this very, very soon. Again, the fight to get into playoffs themselves. Reaching FlyQuest at 7 to get an upper bracket is going to be a tough road. It is possible right now, although a tough one, but heading on to this very, very soon to see who can squeak into 8th place at the end of the split with 4 games left to play. Immortals and Golden Guardians at Summoner's Rift.
Golden Guardians head now into the Rift. Kenvi as well. You heard him talking about having to learn to play around his laners. And it's something that he was someone who has been stepping up a little bit and having to get to know PoE and Revenge and whatnot.
Yeah, well, Power Vivo himself is going to give us a word on the power of shot calling.
Being on the same page, that kind of just comes by time normally. It comes down to who can you trust and who can you reliably, who can you listen to and trust, who's the most reliable shot caller, I guess, in a sense. And this kind of comes by time and by experience and by seeing how the games go and seeing how, a lot of times maybe it's right or wrong. And it's hard to just, make someone like a shot caller. I think it's a lot of times nowadays that people have their roles and in their strengths and their weaknesses in calling. So you kind of just assign them to each player a little bit.
It's always so interesting to hear different perspectives on shot calling. Funnily enough, when C9 launched onto the scene and Hai was like the guy, a lot of people were like, oh, we should do it that way because he's so good. And funnily enough, he probably ruined a lot of teams where people were trying to make players become Hai. And not everyone can do that. And since then, I think there's been a more balanced approach to shot calling. You heard him talking about it there, about people having kind of roles on the team. Junglers often taking more of a responsibility in the early game by communicating with their laners and coming up with their own plan, as well as what they need to get objectives. And then sometimes a lot of teams do, if someone becomes the strongest in the game, you should know how you win the game from here. If you're a super fed Twitch, we want to hear from the Twitch what he needs from the rest of us. And I think that makes a lot of sense to me, where you are like, well, you're the fed guy, you tell us how you win the game from here. But that can also sometimes lead to situations where people have to start trusting calls that they're not normally listening to. And it's always a messy situation with exactly how shot calling works.
And everyone has their own ability to have instincts around what the game is like. I think back to CLG's win, where that is a game that no one's really played before, where we're 7 dragons in and there's a Baron dance and a top dead inhibitor, and it's like, oh no, CLG made the call to TP top lane, wait 10 seconds, then TP mid lane, and that killed the Nexus. And it's like, does every player have the instincts to get that one correct? No, right? It's a tight call. They almost lost that one. And you need players who just oh no, I got this. we've never played this exact situation before, but I think I know how the game plays out. And you just want that person to make that call.
And there's a social dynamic to it, too, that is the messier part that you often don't hear talked about, which is that guy made a call, and I listened to it, and we lost the game. And there is a very real trust that you have to have with your teammates. And when you're on teams that are losing more games, it can be hard to establish that trust. And I think that's why it's really cool to see some teams like CLG who are just so all in on the same page because they trust each other's calls.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. We got a really heavy trade down the mid lane, leader on 100 HP, and we've got a jungler coming around as well. The flash! And River hits him, and the first blood comes through. Power of Evil on the board.
Kenby working with his laners like he was talking about. PoE wins a heavy trade onto leader. And then the mechanics by Kenby to get the E-flash Q finishing off the kill. Big start for Immortals now. Kenby looking to transition that down to a bot lane.
Yeah, looking pretty good here as well. Aphelios, green gun start has a lot of priority. Lucian just cannot really close that gap early on, so you have control over it. And the theoretical chance at a dive was there if Sixa was low enough. They decided not to go for the play. Would have had cleanse for the ignite, for example, so they're chilling on that one. But almost able to get a second kill. Immortals off to the races, though. We can watch that one again.
Yeah, just leader going melee range, trying to get some push going, but really just takes so much damage from PoE. And there you see the auto attack following him after the flash.
Yeah, so always sucks to lose your flash and still die. Just, hey, flash earlier or don't flash at all. You get, a better version of what happened right now. So sucks to get the worst of all worlds, but leader will have to try to find his way back into this game. TP back in. Only got the Doran's Ring recall. So not the prettiest by any means, but he'll try his best here. As Revenge actually trading right now equally with Licorice, so no priority just yet. Licorice goes in for a bit of damage, goes a little slow. Second Q's up in a second, but not in range to get the second vital.
Nice there, though. Revenge still having Shove on the wave. We'll see if he can keep that up as River is hanging around on the Trundle.
He's going to find a slow, the flash in for a bit more. Revenge. When is he going to flash away? Because they want a pillar afterwards, and he knows he's never going to get out from this one. And they find the kill. I love it. Save the pillar, make him burn the flash, then lock him down to have the damage.
And I like Revenge's decision to not burn that flash. You are going to be largely on the weak side. A lot of the Graves matchups are about kind of winning 1v1 and hoping that you don't get too much jungler interference and knowing if I lose my flash here, I'm going to open myself up to repeat ganks. So it kind of gives the first blood over, but I think probably the right call in the end. But nice gank there by River, who a lot of people had high expectations when he came over to Golden Guardians. Yeah. He's going to revitalize this team. He's going to stop that slide like you were talking about, and it continued. And now him on Trundle is not necessarily what you expect. We talk about the J4 for him, a lot of proactive junglers, but still finding these ganks and helping Licorice maybe get an advantage now in this matchup.
And he was terrific on that Jarvan yesterday.
He was insane, to be fair.
He was like 6-1-3 in a losing game at one point. Lost has to flash away, the pillar required on that one, but hey, good job. Double summoners out of the Immortals bot lane.
Here you see moving around, trying to take care of his laners. Helps Licorice in the top side, helps his bot lane now. River having a good game. Like you said, their matchup versus 100 Thieves yesterday, even though it was a loss, there was a period of time where they were able to stop the momentum for a little bit, win a couple team fights in a row before ending it in 100 Thieves' favor. But I think it shows the potential that this team has. When things are going well, they can be very explosive with their team fighting.
For sure, potential is there. Revenge gonna go ahead and find the first 3 vitals broken from him. Licorice does not have flash to get any more, but yeah, just out of range. But still, hey, that is Licorice ult for flash is a great cooldown trade. However, about to be a 1v2 if Kenby comes up.
Yeah, Licorice still healthy enough, though, that probably not going to be able to make any sort of dive happen. So nice trade for Licorice. Looked a little funny with Revenge flashing the wall away from his own turret, but notice if he just got out, he'd be okay. There you see Leader getting away. Yep.
It was just the dash backwards for the shuffle, so a 2-minute cooldown missing. Dragon is up, has been for a bit here. Bot lane control. Looks like everyone is heading down to this river. Golden Guardians maybe looking for the big play. They've got Scuttle Vision. There is a ward, though, for Immortals, making it not an easy play. And as mid is shoved up, and it's going to be Leader coming back to mid to control that.
Yeah, it feels like currently there's 2 kinds of game plans in bot lane in the meta. There's the Turbo Stomp lane with Kallistas, Dravens, Lucian Namis, and whatnot, and then try and go for dragon stacking and controlling a lot of neutral objectives. And then there's a heavy scaling option as well with things like Zeri and Sivir and whatnot, and Twitches. And you kind of see the clash of the 2 ideas a little bit here, though obviously Aphelios and Lulu is no joke in lane. And with that gank, River able to help turn the tide back in the Lucian Nami's favor a little bit.
Always feel bad you're slowed, like, I'm not in range of you. I'm 50 range short, and I can't walk fast to hit you back. I'm just gonna, just take these hits, and all right, minions it is. They're not gonna run away from me. Slow's still gonna land in a Revenge. Doesn't mean a ton, though, as the wave still goes down. Doran's shield to the region. Stixay has been dropped kind of low. Pretty good poke coming through. And Kenby is gonna know that he is fine right now. Has gotten all the way up. Waiting in that brush. If Golden Guardians walks too far up, it's going to be a lot of pain.
Yeah, cancels the recall. I wasn't sure if he was just escorting the wave in or if they're actually looking for a gank opportunity here.
Yeah, technically optimal play is just mash recall on the brush forever and like just interrupt it and try again. Because if you're like, I am going to leave after all, you're already halfway through and you get back home in 4 seconds. If it's like, oh, there's a fight, you just cancel it for free. So any given time you're in a brush, actually always mash recall. It's like technically correct at all points in time.
If you're waiting there anyways, be prepared to recall.
Why not? Oh, they need me top. Okay. I'm on the way. It's like, it's really dumb, but I don't know. I really love things like that where it's like this like micro optimization that like in most games doesn't matter, but sometimes it does.
All right, use doing that in situations where you know you're not going to recall is obviously a little troll.
Yes.
Escorting a wave in to cover is a nice option select. I will grant you that. That is a good time to do it. And Kenvi now back on the map, starting off this Rift Herald, and with the bot lane getting shoved, they're on the map first. You see Ignar Blast going over, Lost joining in as well. Golden Guardians are on the move though. River and Prismal making their way into mid.
Ooh, the sun's gonna land. Almost pulls in the tower, but doesn't go all the way over. Still though, Herald is being attacked pretty soundly. Licorice is around, has ulti, but no play to be had. Thank you for the Rift Herald, Kenvi. Yeah, slowed. River would like to hit him, but he's got a lot of escapes right now. W over the wall, not a problem whatsoever.
Yeah, a little bit of a late contest by Golden Guardians there. Did not call that play off. End up swapping their bot lane up to the top side, fully following Immortal's bot lane, giving some alone time for Graves. So nice little macro play there by Immortals, working well with their bot pressure to actually start extending that lead. You can see a nice 10 CS advantage for them. Graves not in the lead, but actually caught back up from where he was before with this better rotation.
And finds the second plate down there, so the gold lead grows to 800. Herald itself worth 300, 300 total to kill it, and then another 300 on average when you crash into some turret plates. So this lead poised to grow to over 1,000 for the Immortal side without anything special going on. Blue buff's handed off, leader gets one as well.
I think you'd also say scaling advantage should probably be in Immortal's favor with the Azir and Aphelios. So one kind of caveat is, of course, split pushing can change everything. If Revenge doesn't find a foothold in this game, and if Licorice can grow his CS lead or make another kill happen, then potentially you can just have a 4-1 situation or 1-3-1, because obviously leader can go in the side lane as well, but does feel pretty well in Immortal's favor right now.
You see leader taking a bunch of damage there. CS, though, pretty close from the two. Still, though, has to take his licks and get back out the refill potion out of stacks. Licorice always trying to find his way in. Fleet footwork making it very easy for Revenge to kite back out. If it's up, you auto once, you walk away, and you can't really find the all-in. I will take the Fiora scaling. You know, I think her 1v1 gets to the point where she'll just actually kill you under tower in 3.5 seconds. But yeah, that team fight is so scary with an Azir who's farming fine, and Aphelios who's ahead.
So I will say, Revenge is going for the lethality Graves build, which is what Whippo did. I believe it was in the same matchup.
Right, yeah.
And he was able to have pressure almost the entire game because he ended up a little bit ahead. And then you just stay ahead of the pace of the Fiora, and you can keep pushing them in. You start just having like insta-give threat if you ever try and fight her. So there is that potential for Revenge with the build that he's going. I've seen Whippo do it, so you can win against the Fiora throughout the entire game, but it does require you to actually get ahead of her.
Yeah. Also allows him to be in a team fight and say, screw it, I'm just going to hit my spells and just burst the team down. And I've done something at least, you know, like if you are behind, you can just get your spell damage out. We are going to see items come through. Leandry's done. 10:55 here for Power of Evil, but he is not around for this dragon. Ignar may see it happening, but the map control right now belongs to Golden Guardians. Very late into the game, 11 minutes, the first Drake has been claimed. Missing health regen on the board now. Far away from the chance at a Dragon Soul, but Ignar might want Prismal. We'll look for a slow. And does Kenvi find his way in. W-E, flash, ulti, here we go. Prismal gonna try to get away. Ulti already burned down, flashes the wall, gets away from Glitterlance, just barely stays alive. Flash for flash, ignite down.
Prismal able to get out, loses both of his individual sums, but gets Ignar's and Kenvi's as well as a couple of ults together. So not bad for Golden Guardians in terms of relieving the pressure around bot lane a little bit. Is going to be able to sustain up just with his W and whatnot, so doesn't even leave lane. Might get their counterpunch in here.
A lot of spells on cooldown right now. Lost theoretically at a very small deficit, but healthy enough with a mini wave that there's no play to be had for the Lucian. Now they're behind him. If they stayed, oh no, he's gonna be enough people. Ignar's gonna be the target. They know he has no flash, but how about the reinforcements? River is not that tanky. He's being attacked. He's been polymorphed, and he's gonna drop. Fertilizing the ground now. Lost hold in the front line. He is happy to fight. Golden Guardians picked the 3-on-3 that they lost.
They tried to find the angle. Still too tanky though. Couldn't ever get on top of Ignar. Then it's Kenvi versus River as the 1v1 and just slightly more damage for Immortal's side. Yep. Able to kill River, then continue that push, drop the Rift Herald, going to explode this game up to 3,000 gold lead 12 minutes in.
That's looking really nice now. Honestly, Immortal's going to feel pretty happy with this one. 3,000 is huge off the fact that Lulu was not the target to go for. Was able to kite it long enough. Everyone else free hit. Sticks A may hit the back of the eye. Yeah, okay, this will be a Herald not getting a second shot. You gotta walk down, bud. I mean, he should be able to get it.
He's gonna get it.
Okay.
He's gonna get it.
I was just nervous that he's like gonna, I don't know, screw up somehow, but he's fine. All right, we gotta watch that fight again from Immortal's side. Let's hear it.
We look for one more time.
Actually, literally 3 ping worlds, guys.
I mean, it's just quite a one shot, no?
Just one shot. Just
Oh,
one
they're
shot.
here.
I'm running, but Silas first. I'm running safe, mate. I'm running safe.
We win.
I'm same time as Silas. Survive, Ken. Survive for Rift. Survive for Rift.
I'm shield.
Yes, I'm running safe. Silas left side. Okay, Silas
Okay,
left side.
back now.
I'm here now.
Okay, go.
I love Revenge throwing in his comms from top lane.
I didn't hear it.
You know, he was the one who was saying Ken survive for Rift. He was telling Ken to not go too aggressive. So Revenge got eagle eyes on the map. He's like, who cares about my 1v1? There's a fight in the bot lane I gotta watch.
Yeah.
Also had TP, so I'm sure he was looking specifically to see if I should be TPing in.
Yeah, down to the bot lane turret and like, I'll walk up there, don't worry. See you soon. Never mind. I actually really like Pee-wee's comms though. Like, just nothing but praise for the fact that, like, okay, I'm moving, but they're mids first. Like, that's exactly what I want to hear. I didn't feel like he was too cluttered. Like, just knowing roam timers, honestly, you're busy fighting a 3-on-3. Like, you are not tracking minimap mid, right? Like, you just don't have that attention available. And so the fact that someone's like, hey, by the way, Silas is here before me, very useful to know. So I want to give praise to Pee-wee for good comms.
Yeah, as well as Ignar saying, I'm fine. You know, when they jumped on him, he said, I can get out of here, and so that they can feel confident fighting it. Very, very well done by Immortals to win that little skirmish in the bot side.
Now we get the minions to drop down. Plate will drop. And at 14 minutes, a 3.1 thousand gold lead. The Golden Guardians plummet continues as they've been... And it's not just, oh, the fights went bad. Like, it's 2-1 in kills. Like, it's not that bad. But everything else is just entirely IMT. Licorice tries again, lands an auto attack, and can get nothing done here against Revenge.
No, and like you said, it's not just about the gold lead at the death. It's about how the team comps want to function. The fact that your bot side kind of counterpick, which they say for the end of their draft, is not really ahead, fell 20 CS behind, turned down. The top side matchup, it was counterpicked by Immortals, and while Licorice has done a good job individually, it's not enough to really give you any substantial pressure on the map or even a way to play this game out. So, you know, Immortals might take it a little slow from here because I think they're very confident in their scaling and they just want to play around neutral objectives. And so it's the onus is on Golden Guardians to make something happen like this.
4v1. What are they going to get for it? Because Second Herald is alive. It's being attacked right now, I believe. But now Revenge, yeah, full M1v4. Like, you actually can't live this. No one has TP. Tidal Wave to make sure it really happens. Here comes the dive. River holds aggro, just sort of sits there at the edge of the range. And they get the kill, but Prismal somehow takes the kill. The man needed to stop hitting, I gotta believe.
Bloodthirsty. You hear Crowley talking about it in the Champions Queue games on the Lulu, the 14 kill, whatever it was, 25 Magi stacks. Not in LCS, please.
Yeah, that is rough. You really want that money to go on either the Silas or the Fiora. I mean, it's a really minor thing. It's not going to change the game very much, but a very minor thing lost there. Golden Guardians get a kill. They get one thing back for the Herald. Keep in mind, again, Herald, 300 gold in and of itself. Top lane outer, left alone, that's 500 gold in and of itself. And though Golden Guardians make a move, Immortals get far more.
Yeah, the fact that they can't get that turret in the bot side is very painful. You see the TP coming in. Ripper's still around. They could go for a second dive, but it looks like too many other people have reset on the map already. And Revenge clears that wave out to protect his turret.
You see Pee-wee walking on his way down. Scryers blooms it, sees who's around. All right, cool, we're going to be fine. And just some ward control going back and forth here. 3,500 remains the lead. Grown slightly by IMT. Second dragon of the game coming up. Right now, Fiora in the top lane does have teleport. Can come down. Meanwhile, Immortal's going to bring their entire team down here. Lost crossing mid lane just now. And here is a Silas teleport to play for bottom lane.
A little awkward timing here because they're trying to potentially set up a dive onto Revenge with the TP back in, but the rest of Immortals has moved down into the river already to fight for the dragon, and so you can't make a bot dive happen.
Just cross map from top side, honestly. And Fiora is pinging it that, hey, I'm doing this, no one has TP to answer. But, like, I want to see Nami giving him wards. I want to see Lucian killing mid and then coming up there as well. And, like, get the money. Like, the wave's not live long enough. Like, imagine leader TP's top lane. They actually kill the turret. They get a bounty. They catch up a little bit.
That's what I was going to say about that play. Is it's not the end of the world like anything terrible happens, but you do lose a resource in your TP, and Immortals now has a bit of a nice tempo advantage. You get that dragon, drop this Rift Herald mid, break this turret, all outers down now.
And that's going to be a nice one. There we're going to have the flash in for leader. Wants to scoop back. Oh, interrupted by the Lulu for a second, but Ignar's still going to be the target. Ignar will go down. One kill picked up as they run away and get a bit more gold in the pockets. Gold lead sits at around 3,000. Still, the Immortals now have their first Drake.
Nice little punish there by Golden Guardians. Immortals drops the Rift Herald mid. Feels like, hey, we're up enough now that can finish off, and Kemi kind of dips out into the river. Gives a little bit of an opening for a counterpunch. Golden Guardians find that kill on mid. And their lane setup now is going to be 1-3-1. You see the Fiora on the top side. Leader going to go back bottom after this, even after the reset. Feels like the AD carry will be stuck mid. Stixay will be on wave clear duty there, and we'll see if they can make any of these map movements like you're talking about. Nami after pushing mid, trying to meet up with either the Sylas or Fiora find some kills in the side lanes.
It's one of the things that I really like about how macro in League of Legends works is like dragons are like moderately useful, right? If you give every stat an exact gold value, a dragon is like 1,000 gold, like it's pretty good, but it never combines your Gale Force. It never finishes death cap for you, right? So you'd always rather have gold than a gold value of stats. And so in a lot of cases, like trading top lane Outer 500 gold for like an 800 gold Drake is like actually fine, especially if you're the losing team. And the fact that Golden Guardian is like, we're down 3K, let's wait for a Drake, a dragon that we can't win. It's like, just trade gold, please.
Well, as well as the fact that a lot of item completions are more than 100% gold efficient. Almost all legendaries
all are.
Yeah, it's balanced around that fact. So those gold values that you're talking about on average are going to be in favor of the completed items. Here you see, nice little punish, like we said. Kenby had already started moving up to the top side, thinking that the Rift Herald was going to take it alone, and that allows the pincer from Golden Guardians to come in there. Yep. This time, Ignar not getting away.
Yep. And the second half of the cross-mapping thing, and if there's not going to be a fight, is like, okay, they are getting Drakes, though, and they're getting towards Soul. So, like, okay, if I'm Golden Guardians, I am hard cross-mapping. Every single time I'm going top outer for Dragon, every single time they go for Herald, I'm going for bot, which we saw, right? And it means, like, okay, well, I get to do 4 of these plays, and on play 4, I need to stop Dragon Soul. So I get some time to cross-map you, catch up in gold, but now I'm allowed no mistakes. And that's cool, right? Because the winning team is getting, like, they're reaching eventuality where they're just going to crush you with their lead, but you get opportunities to be like, they have to go to the side of the map. They have to do something, so I can at least trade back, and it makes a really good tension.
Here's your problem with this.
Yeah.
I want to see bloodshed, freak.
Yeah.
I'm the typical LCS fan.
Yeah, I
League
understand
fan.
that.
You don't want to watch trading. You want to watch people fighting.
But that's the thing. That's why you tower dive a Wukong, right? Like, you're going to Herald, I'm going to tower dive a Graves. You get your bloodshed.
Or the Graves backs off the wave and respects the weak side play.
That's why you have to tower dive the second tower.
You got to go even deeper.
You got to go even farther.
Okay. Nice calling there by 6A. Like we said, the focus for the Lucian Nami is to try and get Prio here in the mid lane. It's kind of tough to actually win out, but you got to use these abilities to try and win some trades and then move into the side lane.
Prismo flashing in. Gale Force, he's got him. There's your bloodshed mark. Lost takes him down, but River's in for a bit more, so he's going to lose his life.
TP comes in for Licorice, not able to find anything else.
Maybe a bit much.
a little much. I saw what he saw. Where like this is gonna turn into a big fight. But his ultimate, I think the person like died in the middle of the cast or something because I didn't see the Fiora circle go down, but it's on cooldown. So I'm not quite sure what happened.
Never popped the vital on anyone he hit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it just like fizzled out, and then he didn't have his ult for the rest of the fight. And I think that's why you saw Golden Guardians kind of disengage from that. It's like, okay, we just used a fair amount of resources to trade that back. So. Once again, they find these kills. They've actually gotten up in kills in this game. You can see Golden Guardians worming their way back in, doing exactly what you're talking about, as much as I was maligning it.
And we got kills.
They're getting kills. They're cross-mapping. They're finding these opportunities where Immortals, thinking that they can punish mid, just go a little too aggressive. And this is what the 1-3-1 wants to do, is being able to kind of divide and conquer and collapse in faster than the enemy team.
Well, 20 CS lead for Licorice on this Fiora on his first large item there. Ignar is going to be fast enough to not get caught by anything. River cannot really get the pillar as he needs it. And 2 items in for 6A. Has skipped boot upgrade to get his rapid fire cannon in. You can watch that engage from Lost again.
Yeah, so 6A, after burning his ultimate, trying to just get some pre-chunks so that they can kind of get the shove here. Didn't get enough damage down, and Lost, to his credit, has been a lot more aggressive after that kind of break that they had in the LCS here. Landing that ult, Gale Force flash auto with that many Chakrams stacked up absolutely destroys him. Only problem is now you use all your abilities to go in, and the rest of Golden Guardians was there to punish. But I like the aggressive mindset we're seeing out of him. He's also going the Collector, kind of wanting to one-shot people. Not many tanks other than the Trundle, and you're probably just saying, I don't want to be hitting Trundle. So he's going to have to continue playing aggressive to find the other melee champions.
I mean, that's the thing about Lulu, right? The move speed gives you target access, and we saw it there. The Gale Force go for squishy angle is there. The typical build for Aphelios is still maxing your lethality upgrade second, so that really does scale it pretty nicely. Yes, he's skipping on tank busting. Yes, he's kind of skipping on third item DPS. So once you get the IE, then LDR kind of kicks on. But yeah, I used Hunter to one-shot the Nami. Just needs the peel next time.
Well, and I think it's fair to say that IMT's comp does not lack for damage. Between the Graves, Wukong, Azir, there's plenty in there. And so if your thought process is, I want to kill the threats to me as fast as I can, rather than chew through frontline, like this you can say is going to help you punch through the Fiora or the Sylas with the rest of your team.
Alrighty, so we move forward. Now, worth noting that, of course, Immortals have gotten 2 Drakes in a row now, and you can kind of look at the fact that really this team is very happy with the stats out of the Hextech Drake. It's one of the weird ones where it's like, you don't often want attack speed and ability haste, but then you look at like, well, Graves, Wukong, Azir, they all really like both those stats. We got some really good dragons, you know, with how many stats it's given. So that's one of the weird things about Drake's is it's going to really depend on team comp how much you like it, but Immortals really likes it. So they stack those up. Golden Guardians have worked back 1,000 of the gold lead. They're certainly still behind, but they've got 9 minutes still to try to work that back before they have to fight for soul.
And they also still have some standing turrets up. You see it's 3 turrets to 1 in favor of Immortal. So if Golden Guardians can ever find one of these plays onto a side lane or get a substantial fight in mid lane, then you can actually grab some more turret gold back as well. They have some standing gold to catapult them back ahead if they can find a definitive win.
Kone's going to knock that one down and say, hey, it's a ward, I can kill that. And the camp is taken, so Kenby's farm doing quite well, up a solid 22. Going to be up a little bit more afterwards, so a nice 6 camp lead now for the Wukong. As Leader just catches his farm. Now he's got pretty good CS, honestly, 260, 23 minutes. Around 11 per minute is definitely a nice clip here, as everyone else kind of catches up here as well. And bot lane goes down, so Licorice, now that he's got some lifesteal, has the wave clear, has sustain, and is able to actually get lane pressure.
You can see Immortals moving down to try and do something about this.
1v3.
Yeah.
So there's the Shirelles, there's the pop in, a lot of slows. Polymorph could make it an easy scoop, and they're going to get it indeed. Finally gets the riposte across, but he will die. Really nicely done. Guarantees with the Whimsy. He knows he can scoop, and the 1-for-0 Immortals get the gold back up to 1.7k.
It is post 20 minutes, so Golden Guardians do dip into the top river to try and be like, whoa, my Baron, but they don't have enough of a threat to actually make Golden Guardians, or excuse me, Immortals react to that one. So nice kill onto Licorice. And like you said, he does have a lot of sustain. You have the Chempunk Chainsword combined already. Chumchunk Chainsword.
Yeah, that's good. That's the new name of the item.
Yeah, it's gonna cut the healing a little bit, but it's always a funny thing to talk about. Like, is this the best thing for you? Because if he's healing, do you cut it enough to actually kill him, or should you prioritize burst and hope that you land some CC and then 100 to 0? With other items.
The nice thing is it's still a pretty respectable amount of AD. It's not like he can go for an Infinity Edge kind of item that's pure damage, so I think it's pretty respectable.
Yeah.
That in the average case, he will be hitting some vitals, so I think it's pretty reasonable.
He's going to heal a little bit.
He will Gore Drinker at some point.
Yeah. No,
you know?
I like a lot of the healing debuff items that is so much sustain. They did nerf a lot of the sustain in the game with this latest patch, but a lot of the champions items still bring a lot.
Ult for ult. Licorice needs to get this Q into range. Doesn't get the reset. He was close to it, but didn't have it there, so I think it's a bit more move speed. Cannot quite keep up with Revenge on the way out. But yeah, the first one hits, he can go for a lot more. Reinforcements were coming. 2 minutes till the next dragon comes up. 2.2k still the lead for Immortals. As they move towards a Hextech Soul, Golden Guardians only got the 1 to their name. As they wait and look to scale. We've got a Wukong up from behind. Licorice, can he outplay the next knockup here? His ulti's already down, does not guess the riposte timer at any point in time here. Lower and lower, gets the Gore Drinker, gets out, ulti burned, survival for Licorice.
All right, Licorice baits that ult, gets a lot of resources thrown his way yet again. The Gore Drinker keeps him up. A minute and a half before Dragon, Kenby ult should be back available for that, so we'll see if Golden Guardians want to contest or if they're going to keep going for these trades. Like you said, this is another opportunity for a cross map if they decide not to try and stop the dragon stacking of Immortals. I will say, with the buffs that came in for dragons, there is more of an impetus to stopping them early because they give substantial stat benefits. Like you said, the fact that a lot of Immortals champions are double dipping into the stats that Hextech is giving in particular. I think there's a good case to make that at 1.5k-ish advantage in Immortals' favor, that this might be the time to fight.
Absolutely, I think I agree with that one. As Lost is going to grab a red buff, though, it's a nice power spike to have. One of the best parts about this, actually, since no one really runs, I mean, Ratvis Hunter doesn't exist anymore, and Legend Bloodline doesn't get taken all that much either, that you really like the out-of-combat regen of red buff. Like, you'll just get randomly chipped by something, and it's like, I'm just going to get 2/3 forever, because I have no, like, it's so inefficient to buy lifesteal, but those are so expensive, 3,400, that you're like, I would like some regen, please, and red buff does that for you.
Yeah, also, just having a Vamp Scepter sitting in your inventory feels really bad when you're trying to get to your second and third item completion. So yeah, red buff. The healing is not negligible. Very helpful in the late game.
That's why we're seeing BT second on Aphelios Sun, because people are like, I really need sustain at some point. And they're just like, screw it, we'll just buy it second. We'll just have like the slowest build ever. But we're gonna not die. The leader wants to cut the wave a little bit and find their way towards a push maybe as Immortals go for broken mid lane. But with Fog of War, they could try to delete this. And now, with the vision the way it is, you can see Immortals now look for a Baron opportunity, but a ward to the back of the pit. They're going to spot that Immortals are rushing for it, so it's time to turn around. Nami and Lucian are on the way there, but can they get in range in time? Because it's still burning down this Baron. River will be here. He's got a blast point. He's got vision. Here's the TP. Flash! Cannot quite get it. Let's out Immortals in this fight.
Come in.
Dragon still.
I'm watching.
Dragon's still up. Yeah, watch this in, watch this in.
Okay, Tristan's going deep. Okay.
Kill this guy, kill this guy, kill. I got you. Can be end.
That's it's the only comm you can go for there.
Oh, I gotta say, PoE absolutely made a monster play though, despite the little hiccup of taking the turret shot right at the end and dying. Maybe goes from a game end to just a mid inhibitor, but you heard how crazy he was going. Even his team was like, oh my God, Tristan, you're in there.
Yeah, he's gonna be okay for now. Careful, leader into 1K, but it's jumped back to the turret. And yeah, with that, they say, okay, we're gonna Hex Gate back out. We'll take our third Drake. Could have looked for the win. Yes, an overstep, sure, but they're still gonna get a lot out of this Baron and now the Dragon as well towards Soul Point.
Really good decision making by Immortals as well, putting so much pressure on the Baron that Golden Guardians didn't even finish this Dragon, so they're able to continue their stacking as well. River just had to flash into the pit alone, not able to get that secure. A nice kind of, it's not really a flip, heavily weighted in Immortals' favor with 5 people hitting the Baron plus your own smite, of course. Not surprised to see it go in their favor. And then the peel off as well. Because Golden Guardians was so split, someone TPing into the middle of the pit, River's flashing in, the front line is just kind of evaporated, and PoE sees his angle here to shuffle in on the split fight.
That was a nice one.
Yeah, nice interrupt by Prismal, but then stepping a little bit too far forward again. The Lulu combo keeping PoE alive, and then, oh, that corner gets me too. Yeah. Everyone who played League of Legends has done that moment where you round that corner, you take the turret shot, and you just slap that forehead.
Like, yeah, that was a mistake. It happens. We move on. The 5,000 gold Rebel Baron power play, 2,700 gold plus the Dragon. On their way to the Hextech Soul in 4 minutes' time, as Immortals will look to tie here at, ultimately it'll be 7th place if TSM also drop. But, you know, that 4-win mark is 7th, 8th, and maybe soon to be 9th place, all tied up together. The Golden Guardians will find themselves on a 6-game losing streak if they don't find a comeback here. Prismal waiting in the wings, leader down there as well. His turret will die.
Yeah, not the angle that they wanted right now. Prismal maybe could have sent the wave over in there, but they're trying to get IMT to step a little bit too far forward for that last turret and find a flank option, but Kenby's kind of holding that so that no one can actually get behind the rest of the team. Licorice
gonna try. Ulti's on, gets the first one. Ulti backwards, second pop. He's gonna go for the rest of it. No, turret's gonna be too much durability, too much damage back. Revenge tanks it up. The bonus health certainly helping there.
At the same time, Immortal's gonna step back forward for this turret now that there's a little bit less pressure in the mid lane. They've also shoved out the people on the flank. They have the turret drop behind them by PoE.
Round 2 for Licorice. Knows he outsustains them. I think there is an Eclipse in Revenge's inventory, but it's still going to be decent enough healing to keep him okay. We may see Licorice try again with the flash later on. Top inhibitor will be dropping. The Immortals look for the rest of it here. Leader still waiting with the Azir scoop. Decides, no, today is not the day. Drop the inhib. Let the regen come through. Wait for later.
All right, 2 inhibitors taken off the back end of that Baron that Immortal secured. Only 1 left. Licorice has done what he can in the mid lane to keep the mid lane push from going against them, given that is super creeps he's up against. He also has the Hull Breaker, trying to get some turret damage down, but it's still tough, even with the Graves just easily able to clear these waves out.
Yep, Serolda's knocks down the waves. Decent spell damage here as well. Keeps going for the ability haste, raw AD build. And arm penetration looks pretty solid here. Gold leads. You can see that Licorice is up, but unfortunately with every team fight going poorly, yes, he has lane pressure, but hasn't been able to do much more than it. Obviously, really, really huge out of mid and bottom. And honestly, jungle, Kenby had some really good ganks early on as well for Immortals.
It's a huge bounce back game from them. Dropping 2 Dignitas just yesterday, I think Revenge and PoE had some rough performance in that game. And to say like, okay, guys, we can bounce back from this. It was 0-3, including the games from last week against some of the top teams. You then go into a Dignitas who was at the time the lowest ranked team in the league. And dropping that, you have to feel like it hurts your confidence, but the fact that they have bounced back right now against Golden Guardians is absolutely huge for keeping their playoff dreams alive.
Pretty good pillar. River on the front line. Not going to burn the ulti just yet, but Kenby getting pretty low. Going to flash to safety. Golden Guardians maybe found a fight. They like Ignite. Low health here as well, but keep in mind, mid and top are pushing in. Revenge buying some time here. Can Leader find the stun? Can Licorice find the engage? Revenge still has ulti and flash to disengage, so he's going to be just fine on this one. Leader jumps the wall, but now bot lane's under fire, and they've got to get back into the base, so Golden Guardians will sack bot lane tier 2. Good kiting by Immortals. The 6th man, the mini waves flooding in elsewhere, forcing Golden Guardians' hand.
Yeah, Immortals are not going to reset off this. They're actually going to keep this push going with these supers in the top side. That's going to give them time alone on this bot inhibitor to take all 3 just before Soul Point spawns.
Filler toward Revenge. Ulti's back to safety. 6A2 low to fight, and there's going to be a Licorice TP. Is this even possible?
Second one coming.
Second TP, they've got to make the play. It's Golden Guardians going for broke. Here comes the first dive. Ignar burns the ulti. Whimsy for a second. Now here's the dive. The scoop on a 2, and it's a perfect setup by Power of Evil. Leader's already gone. They're going to look for Licorice now as well. They chomp him down. A double kill for the Azir, and it's Golden Guardians running away. A TP for the flank inside the base onto the minions. Hey, Stick, say, guess what? Revenge is here, but he may have sealed his own fate. Just barely survives, runs away, and it's 2 left. Now only 1 left, and Golden Guardians will find their 6th straight loss. Immortals stop the slide. They will take down the Nexus turrets, and Immortals will finally get their 4th win in the LCS.
Set up a potential 3-way tie in 7th as well. Immortals, too much peeling for Golden Guardians. Dive to punch through. They kite out that fight. They grab their win finally, climbing up to 4 wins overall, especially off the back of PoE, an absolutely monstrous performance on the Azir, one of his signature champions.
I'm excited for the 4-way tie, though. Golden Guardians, Dignitas TSM is next.
Oh, yeah.
Win 4-way tie at 7th through 10th, but good job there. PoE definitely monster performances there on the Azir. So many good setups. I mean, he crushed Leader in lane. Just like, here, man, just show up and show me and flash, and we get first blood. Set that one up really easy for Kenvi, playing around his lanes. Just kind of across the board, I felt like Immortals played a really, really good game.
Yeah, I was really impressed. I think this is a team that they had such a rough start to the split that they had to find their footing kind of on the move. It can be a little difficult to do that. And yeah, with so many young players as well, Kenvi stepping into his first split, he's been leveling up noticeably over the course of it. And if they can make it into playoffs, they could be one of these teams that you're a little scared of playing, because when they're on, we've seen that they can actually contend with 100 Thieves and EG a little bit.
Indeed, stopping a 3-game loss streak, and still some beatable teams to go for Immortals. It is a playable schedule for sure. CLG, FlyQuest, Cloud9, tough opponents, but not top of the table if you are going to be in playoff form. These are teams that you hope to be about your speed. As they stand right now, they are 1-1 head-to-head with Golden Guardians. They are actively tied with them in the standings, so they are tied at 8-9. We'll see if Dig keeps up. We'll see if they don't. But at this moment in time, they are slotted for a tiebreak with Golden Guardians for the last spot in playoffs with 3 to play.
I mean, this is a crazy end to summer. It felt like middle of the split, things were decided. It was like, EG is the best team in the world. We're great, you know. Then there's the bottom teams. It was like Immortals, and it was Dignitas who were like, oh, they're struggling. And now suddenly with the Dignitas win, the Immortals win, it's like, it feels like pretty much anything can happen still in the rest of the split.
Yeah, which is exciting. I'm glad that there are races everywhere, even for first place, right?
Yeah.
It is within reach. 1 and 2, they're literally tied at this point. You know, who's going up bracket, who's not. It's very exciting. I'm happy to see all that even going into the final week. And of course, the final game today, also a big deal again. Dignitas TSM, a battle for playoffs as well. I'm glad that all the games have stakes, because frequently that doesn't happen. And so I'm glad we see that here.
You sometimes get those games where you're like, all right, 2 teams eliminated for playoffs, going at it. But
ooh, can't wait for this, 1-12 versus 15-1, like, ooh, that's gonna be a game.
Barn burner.
Yeah, barn burner. The barn is gonna burn down. The horses are dying. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Now, today, yeah, that went dark fast. Yesterday, I got to talk about how we have deep storylines, the LCS, and deep dish Pete's. And guess what? You can check those out as well. And I'm going to talk about it because you can get these things in Chicago with us at the United Center in September as we crown our next LCS champions. As always, you can check out the LCS official Twitter account for your direct links to grab your tickets. And we're going to be joining the Tigers on stage with Power of Evil for our Verizon postgame interview.
Welcome, everyone, to the stage. Immortals fans rejoice as a victory was achieved. Power of Evil, you are at the center of a lot of that. Definitely saw some emotion from you from the stage, though. Can you walk me through that?
Well, I feel like I had a really, really great play. I got the Lucian and an army kill, and then afterwards I died to the turret, which was really funny. I mean, I was like, we can end, actually. And everyone was like hyping me up because I just did this Smurf play. And then I died, and I was like, oh my God, what did I do?
It just adds that little bit of sprinkle on top.
Yeah, it was a funny way to end the play.
And even with jokes aside, though, you did have a very serious performance to get you player of the game here. Talking a bit about the approach to the weekend, because we saw you on the Orianna yesterday, Azir today, very comfortable picks. Coach Yip talked about trying to go towards that comfort. How do you feel that that's working out for the team and the way you approach this game?
I think, obviously, we're very disappointed about yesterday. I think that was a very important game that we lost, which puts us into like a really risky position. We need to, I think, in the next Super Week, perform really good. And I think I'm obviously really happy that we got the Azir today. I think it's a pick that always worked out for us and was banned a lot of times. So But we were actually thinking about that they will probably leave it open because Leader likes to play champions that are good into Asia, and I like to play Asia, so I was predicting that this is probably going to happen, and I'm happy that it worked out for us.
Yeah, laning and beyond going so well for you and the rest of the team. Digging a bit more deeply into not just yesterday, but the past couple weeks, I know that losses hurt, but the positive side when watching last week, for instance, is, oh, they were still looking great in those losses against top teams. How are you handling that, the mental as a team, when things are in such a crunch moment right now?
I think when things are rough and we are on like such a low standing, these games that we played against EG and Hammer Thieves, I feel like a lot comes down to nerves and pressure, and all of us are like really wanting to win every game, and we know how important it is, and you can see how close and competitive these games are. But in these clutch moments, I think we are too nervous and too stressed out, just something goes wrong and we don't cover for each other's mistakes in these split-second decisions. And that's why we are having these like really devastating losses, which obviously are putting us really low in the standings. But at the bright side, as you said, I think we are having good performances overall, and I think we need to just keep them up and clutch up the ending and get these victories, because that's all that matters.
Yeah, and trying to get those victories, I mean, one of the things people have been keeping in mind when watching Immortals is since that break, it feels like you were one of the greatest teams affected. I remember talking to you when you basically just got off the plane and had to go into competitive play. What do you feel is the greatest improvement in terms of the teams, and what has been a bright light for you in Immortals? I think the biggest improvement was that at the start, when I just came in, I said we had there were too many veterans, so we had different ideas on how to progress the game. People wanted to do different plays, do different strategies. We were not really on the same page, which really hurts you in the game around, not for the early game, but for the mid game. And then additionally, I think, obviously with Kenvi being a rookie, there was obviously some, knowledge that we needed to get as well as a team. Teach the game, get on the same page. In the end, it's 3 new players, right? So it's somewhat a brand new team. But I'm happy that we kind of came together and we're doing way better after the break. With those veteran voices that you mentioned, is there anyone, yourself or otherwise, that's kind of taking that leading charge? I think it's always something where the good performances and how you do in scrims, how you do on stage, I think this really kind of gains you respect and trust of your teammates. So in the game, you kind of know who to follow and who to go. How can you trust this guy to do the right call in the game? I think I will just take last game as an example. When I'm kind of solo engaging on the Lucian and the Nami, I think in the first maybe weeks, we wouldn't have went for that, and we would have been well, maybe I would have went solo in and died, but I was calling, watch me, and everyone was trusting me, and everyone was kind of giving me that extra confidence to go for it, and that's why I think it worked out so well, because we did it as a team. Making sure to do those trust falls in your free time as a squad. Well, congrats on the W. Always great to see a smile on your face, Power of Evil, and thank you for the interview. We do have another game to go. It's Dignitas taking on TSM, another high-stakes matchup. You don't want to miss it. See you on the other side of the break.
They stayed. Oh, no, there's going to be no people. Ignar's going to be the target. They know he has no flash, but how about the reinforcements? River is not that tanky. He's being attacked. He's been polymorphed, and he's going to drop.
Tristan's going deep. Okay. Kill this guy, kill this guy, kill this guy, kill. I got you. Can we end? Oh, no. I didn't have chill, guys. Hextech Drake. Oh, chilling.
Whimsy for a second. Now here's the dive, the scoop on a 2, and it's a perfect setup by Power of Evil. Leader's already gone. They're going to look for Licorice now as well. They chop him down. A double kill for the Azir. And it's Golden Guardians running away. A TP for the flank. Inside the base, onto the minions. Hey, Sticks say, guess what? Revenge is here.
What if respawning was refreshing? Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
All right, take number 2.
Number 2, we're going for relatively hot as well. Dignitas aren't winning another game.
Oh!
Dignitas are 2-16 for the summer split. I think it's 2.
Let me look at their schedule.
That's brutal. I mean,
That is really
every
brutal.
other LCS.
It was a brutal take, and even more brutal, clap back by Dignitas to prove Freak wrong. He said they wouldn't win a game.
Oh, what'd he say?
Exy.
Are both terrible. Can't wait to dismiss both of them today.
Good for you, Exy.
May not have happened on that day.
Oh, the first
Yeah,
one, the
it
one,
did-
the other
it
one
did
was
not happen
CLG's
on that
going.
It didn't happen on that day, but they did get the win. Dignitas stepping on the stage across from TSM in this one, particularly considering the results of the last game, which pushes both of those teams also into that kind of 4-11 position. A 4-10 TSM is a win away from eking into that top 8 already, and Dignitas also not too far outside of this picture at this point.
God, it's crazy. Because I'm with Freak. I was with Freak.
You were with Freak.
I was with Freak. I lost that one too, but I was silent. So I'm standing up and saying that I fully agree with the idea that they weren't winning in the end of the split. I didn't even think it was that hot of a take.
Yeah. Well, so Freak's... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought it was a hot take only because single games are so hard to predict. I was like, I really want this team. Like, we've seen stuff like this happen before. You know, a few academy players come in.
Yep.
Some of them much improved, I think, from the last time we saw them, specifically XU. So he's been playing really well in academy, and it was cool to see them come out and have a win. But because I was gonna call myself out on being right, but then I'm like, I'm only right because I believed in the volatility of the format.
I was in that boat though with you though. I was in that boat.
I mean, it's just, look, I voted for IMT. They just came up short. I know we just had the conversation.
They're tall now.
Yeah.
Now they're tall.
Well, they're at least taller than Golden Guardians.
Yeah,
We've
there
learned
we
that
go.
much. So Freak had a bad take. It was a bad. It was an awful take, and it was proven to be as such. A couple other people, though, on this broadcast have had some takes.
Who?
And there's a little bit more skin in the game when it comes to this one. Check it out.
I think CLG will sneak into top 5. I mean, they're already there. People have been doubting.
Wait, I'm smelling a bet.
Oh,
I'm smelling a bet. I'm smelling a bet.
Oh,
he gets first pick.
So
and
he's
you
going to
pick
go
I picked CLG in my draft.
fifth.
Oh.
See how hard it is?
But then we all lose.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I'll pick. I don't even want it. TSM. I'll pick.
He's
TSM.
going to pick TSM. It
TSM
always comes back to TSM Jet. All right, so he's going with TSM and Mark.
I'm going FlyQuest because I actually predicted them in my power rankings.
As 5th?
As 5th, yeah.
Wow.
There it is.
There you have it.
And we're off to
What
the
are we
races.
betting? What are we betting?
We're off to the races.
What is the bet?
This is the hardest
Didn't
part
you
of
eat
making
something
bets.
super hot?
I did eat something super hot.
He ate habaneros.
Let's do it again.
We'll do it. Just eat spicy stuff.
I mean, that's probably the best
Do
bet.
we up the ante? The bet is, let's say CLG is 5th. You two then have
Lose,
to each.
yeah.
Lose,
Oh, no.
All right. Okay. So it's each
Wait,
of you
wait.
then.
Oh no. Okay. So,
So-
if all of us lose, we're
If all of you
We're in it
lose,
together.
just you all do it. Oh no, it is right. Oh no.
That's looking great.
picking first in these bets is so open.
It's so
Oh
strong.
my God.
Picking first does help.
Yeah.
For
But
sure.
guess what? You haven't won yet.
That's true.
Oh, God.
I got
That's
some
true.
help. I got some help. So
Wait a minute.
TSM can still get top 5.
They may be in 9th right now.
And listen, I'm going to this side. We're already partway there. So C9 lost, right? I'm switching colors.
There we go.
Yeah, they lost. Now all we need is for Dignitas to lose, CLG to lose, C9 to lose again, C9 to lose again, C9 to lose again, FlyQuest to lose, and then at least 2 of these. So I'm even willing to say that FlyQuest can lose to 100 Thieves as long as CLG loses and Immortals loses and TSM also wins the tiebreaker. If all those things happen, then
Boom.
I win.
Yeah, wow.
And so would you, because it would be C9 that's not top 5. But Mark would lose.
But Mark
is
would
the
lose.
lesson.
All
That's
that
important.
matters.
Lesson in all.
I was going to say, in all this, I just cared that somebody lost. So as long as there's a pathway to somebody
Yeah.
losing here, I'm a happy man.
Shout out to whoever did this custom graphic.
Love
for
it.
you.
Thank you, Gavin.
Gavin's
so
a
11
boss.
matchups have to go the right way. We're already on the way.
Well, right.
We're already
We're 1 out of 11.
One.
Yeah.
So this
10 more.
10 more.
this
And I'm
entire
happy
thing
with that.
could have been dead already.
Could have been.
But it's not.
But
And
hang
this
on.
is assuming that TSM also has to beat CLG, C9.
Oh, yeah, it's all on the board.
Oh,
Were you
there
not-
it
were
is.
you not
Yeah,
paying
right.
attention?
Yeah, look.
We just
Look at
ran
all the
through all of
X's.
it.
I'm just saying, that's a lot of wins that you need to go through. Just a reminder for anybody that.
Also,
Right,
Chad,
everybody
I'm
face.
sorry to do this to you, but we pointed out earlier today how like adding a second color for you on the Telestrator would be useful.
Yeah.
And then when the tiebreaker came around, you still put a red X through TSM, which is the team, that you want to win the tiebreaker.
I like this.
I lose.
Look.
Just maybe.
So really, that's the pathway to losing at the final hurdle. That was making it all the way to the line and then tripping over your own shoelaces.
I want exactly this to happen. And then
He's getting right back up there. He's running, he's bucking it.
I'm correcting it. So you got to initial when there's a mistake.
There it is, sure.
And then instead, it's...
Wait, what?
Yeah.
When they both lose.
This is getting so much worse.
I have no idea what's going on.
But the win for me is just dining on whatever is running in front of me that's just amazing with you and Mark. There's both idiots just eating habaneros. That's a win for all.
Said the first idiot to eat a habanero on the show. Thank you very much.
And I learned my lesson.
Damn right. You'll get to be in the audience this time around. Dignitas and TSM are ready to up and ready to go. There's not much left to say besides it's Hoonin time.
I think Hoon is like a superstar on and off the Rift. I think he really brings like a really good energy to the team, and he's like really funny, but he's kind of quiet. So I think he's like gonna be slept on for sure. People are not really gonna like fully get to see his personality, but he's really funny. He's a really good player, and he taught me how to say pig in Korean. So I'm coming for everyone.
We're looking for that energy here in our last game of the day. I don't know why pig is the word.
I was like, is there like a Szechuani joke in here that I'm missing? Because otherwise, why pig of all Korean words to learn?
Who the heck knows? Anyway, Mark's still hanging out here. I look different. It was freak, and now it's
Oh yeah, I was like, really? I saw you on the stage. It was the same. Yeah, it's a crazy game. Apparently, it's about the peppers. It's about also Spica. Earlier in the year, when I said I power ranked TSM 7th, he took offense to that and asked for me to be fired if they finished above 7th. So not only is there peppers on the line, and I'm not supposed to be biased as a caster, I'm really hoping TSM lose today.
That's the main motivator for Mark Zia here on the mic.
Self-interested, admittedly self-interested.
A lot of self-interest to be had by the teams in this matchup, though, because we just came off of Immortals versus Golden Guardians, that do or die bottom 4 to make it into playoffs, and TSM and Dignitas find themselves in similar territory.
Yeah, it's really interesting race at the end of the split. If Dignitas can find this win after they just upset Immortals yesterday, or Golden Guardians, excuse me, that they should be able to find this one here as well. Then they can make it a 4-way tie. That'd be an insanely close end at the last week of the regular season. So that's another reason to be pulling for Dignitas if you just want to see some chaos.
Especially when you don't know what chaos can ensue in a super week of the last.
Yes, so a lot of tiebreakers.
Oh yeah, we live for it, baby. But as far as the draft that we got going, bans locked in. It's an Ahri for the first lock-in for TSM here. A pick from Maple that has worked out, with a response from Lulu, who has been making her statement all across the weekend alongside the Viego.
Yeah, Viego is both a fine pick in his own right, but I think also a bit of a takeaway from Spica. Has a little bit more individual carry potential, you could say, than some of the other jungle options. Like Wukong can carry, of course. We've seen contracts pop off. A lot of people did, but like the Poppy necessarily or the Trundle. So taking that away from him, as well as being able to combo with Ahri in the mid lane, I think is a good play by Dignitas to take that.
It's 6 Viego games for Spica across the split thus far, so for sure targeting in that direction. On the TSM side, Sivir, a prominent pick through and through, all across, and early prioritization in multiple drafts with the bot lanes really getting that heavy emphasis.
Yeah, it feels like we were talking about in the previous game about, do you go early game or are you more about the scaling option? And Sivir feels like the premier scaling option. Just in the late game, those ricochets are absolutely insane. Zarya is no joke either, though, so Dignitas grabbing that one.
Yeah, can definitely have a heavy impact, especially in the latter portions of the game when getting online, chasing down the rest of the team. For TSM side, Chime the last couple games had played the Bard, which is obviously a comfort pick for him, but he's also noted wanting there to be specific conditions when it comes out. Didn't have a good experience in that game against Evil Geniuses yesterday, so wanting to switch things up with the Nautilus. Also, when you think about the fact that engaged supports in general are something that we're looking towards in the future weeks because of 12.14.
I am a little surprised to see Nautilus in particular. Doesn't feel like the clear Sivir pairing. The option that a lot of people go for is some sort of enchanter to help her in the early lane phase, as well as being able to kind of buff you up in the late game. But Nautilus, doesn't really help with a lot of lane phases. He has some strong ones that can be paired with like Kai'Sa back in the day, but right now it doesn't feel like a strong winning lane as opposed to Lulu Zeri should have priority, it feels like, in that lane, and it's going to be for Chime a lot more about, like you're saying, these team fights around dragons and whatnot, and maybe getting out of lane and affecting things with roams.
Because that tankiness and that durability that works later on within the game, not very present for Nautilus in the early stages when you can actually poke him down very effectively, so something for TSM to be looking out for. With the bans concluded, there was still a prioritization towards taking away another one of Spica's favored picks, and now getting the additional lock-ins.
As well as getting rid of some of the other options to play into Ahri. You see TSM gets rid of Lissandra and LeBlanc, and Dig is going to potentially pick blue this Sylas again here.
A lot of Dignitas's success yesterday was blue on the Sylas, properly positioning around objectives and making sure to survive.
I gotta say, also, we get a yeah for Ornn, I guess?
I guess.
Okay. Well,
Ornn, baby. That's the most enthusiastic Ornn exclamation I've heard, I think.
I mean, especially for Solo, he did have a game where they just played around the Ornn. They killed, I think it was Whippo, like 4 times. So there you go. Solo is a pretty competent Ornn pilot. And they round out their team comp with a lot of good team fighting.
It feels like whenever Solo comes in for the rescue on a team, there is a large amount of Ornn play, being able to be adaptive with the way he wants to approach the laning phase and serving the team later.
And I think for blue, there's a lot of good ults to steal now. The Ahri getting the extra mobility, the Nautilus for lockdown CC, same with the Ornn, being able to snipe that one away. And blue, where I was going, was someone who, on a team that is struggling, able to put out individual carry potential. I think he is someone who can have his bad games, but his good games are like 1v9. And he hasn't won all of those games. There's been a couple like Azir games versus Cloud9 that got away from him. But yesterday you saw the potential of blue when he's having one of his good games. He can pop off and just take his entire team across the finish line. He had such a good Sylas yesterday.
It does feel like he's sometimes lost in that mid lane conversation because there are other notable names in that top portion, but the clutch factor when it matters, all the way back to his debut in the LCS on the Zoe, making those plays around Baron, and you want to rely upon that on the Dignitas side when they're looking for this victory here against TSM, a very crucial one for both teams.
Dignitas trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. And for a lot of these guys, they're younger. A lot of them were playing in Academy just a couple of weeks ago. You have multiple people subbing in. So not just the playoff push, but trying to show a good debut in the LCS to hopefully find some teams next split as well.
3 players on Dignitas earning their first LCS win just yesterday, wanting to go for that 2-0 weekend. But TSM hoping to disrupt that in their own right.
Yep, TSM also made a lot of changes to make sure that they could make a playoff push. You had Solo joining the team, as well as picking up Chime, and they're still in position to make it.
And of those new voices, Spawn is one of the ones we have been looking towards for some time. Let's hear what he has to say.
So the goals that I've set for myself and teammates is playing confident. So on stage, we want to show how we performed in scrims and also in Academy. I think we had a good mesh. Work really well together, right? And we played confident, trusted each other's calls. So I want that to transition into our LCS play.
One thing that may be lost on fans here of the LCS, if you weren't watching Academy, is Dignitas was known for a lot of that shoulder content they were putting out to show that synergy among the players, that friendliness, that willingness to rely upon one another, and having such a good chunk of this team come forward, it makes sense that he would call that out in this matchup.
I mean, you saw XU not afraid to talk smack as a new kid on the Rift.
Mm-hmm.
Call him freak out for his takes. They're not going to win another game. Next week, win a game. So, going to back that one up. And I'm sure for them, TSM is something you circle on your calendar. Always happy to try and take a win against them.
And one thing as we get set in this game, everyone just taking to standard positioning for the Dignitas side, there is something I wanted to bring up. Jat yesterday during the game took to an NBA comparison, as he often does, paralleling these teams that are trying to fight into the playoffs and likening it to the play-ins for the NBA and that scrappy nature and when you're trying to come through. And I actually have another aspect I want to bring in for Dignitas, where when you look at basketball players, and there's somebody who is a high volume shooter and they're going cold, they haven't been making their shots, right? The worst thing you can do when going against them is putting them at the free throw line, because once they get that first shot, they notably express the hoop as looking larger. Dignitas got to sink a shot yesterday on not a free throw, but more even footing against Immortals. And if they do the same here against TSM, everything feels more possible. They have a hard Super Week coming up, but maybe that hoop gets larger. Maybe they start to dunk things and make that dream that XU has to really see this team make that clutch gaming type run just that much more possible in the eyes of the players.
Yeah, I mean, confidence, feeling your hot hand, whatever you want to call it, is very much a thing. It's something you can't really predict, but there's just times where suddenly you feel like everything you do is right. People talk about flow state, whatever you want to go into. There's a whole lot of people who spend a lot of time trying to get into that mode. And for Dignitas, like you said, a lot of them, it was their first win in the LCS, and just getting that first one under your belt has to feel so good. And now it's going to be on, I feel like, Blue again on the Silas to find the angles to kind of help set his team up. They do have pretty strong front-to-back team fighting for both teams. Dignitas are a little bit more of a meatball comp, even Zeri kind of getting into the mix, being relatively low range compared to like the Sivir and Ari and whatnot.
See where they continue through. As we noted, Solo on the Ornn, definitely looking to keep stable as he has been able to be on this pick in the lane before.
Yep, and we see actually not Ignite on the Sejuani. We saw a solo kill yesterday. I can't remember the game, but there was a Ornn versus Sejuani matchup, and there was the solo kill with the Ignite. This time around, not going to be the case. I think it was Dig, or was it Dig versus 100 Thieves? Golden Guardians!
Golden Guardians.
Thank you, chat.
Yeah. the live chat.
The live chat, yeah. Coming up big. I think it's something where I do know you can technically get a solo kill because we saw it yesterday, but I do prefer Flash, given that what you're going to be trying to do in these team comps is Flash Q on top of a Sivir or an Ari and interrupt them and chain CC them to give the rest of your team an opportunity to kill them. The Ignite, not really needed in the lane, and this has been something we've talked about on and off throughout the year, is just kind of the default Ignites that people take, even in matchups where what are you really going to be accomplishing after you win a trade in lane?
The mindset of a lot that are on Sejuani also being very focused on servicing the team. Maple getting chunked down here and does have to pop a potion. Nice knock up. A bit low for Hoon, but down on the bot side, we have the 4v2. Viego is on the approach. Flash away from the Dignitas side. Many summoners blown, all of them for the bot lane for Dignitas. And here at the top, such a razor's edge for these two.
Yeah, getting scrappy, but no one finding that kill. One of the things Nautilus can do, we were talking about this. Not going to check that brush. One of the things the Nautilus does beyond, roam around, but also give you better gank setup for your individual lanes that you can actually try and find kills onto this matchup. So, yes, it's not quite as powerful in 2v2 trading necessarily in lane, but with Spica coming down there, able to get a big summoner advantage, the double mobility is still available for TSM, both flashes up, but all 4 sums down on Dignitas does give a window for them to try and make a play here. If they can get some priority, you have Maple who can roam down and make a big dive happen and kind of blow the game open from bot lane.
Also, just when you think about the way that early prioritization changes because of how the objectives operate now, the Dragon changes, the Rift Herald as well, seeing what they can set up if they can punish over on that bot side, because the Dragon has officially spawned, but no risks to be taken just yet.
Not quite yet. You're gonna look for how they want to get their first kill in this game. We talked about bot lane being an option. I wouldn't be surprised if Dignitas try and get mid. We talked about the Ari and Viego combination, but Silas and Viego are no joke either, especially at 6 when you get to steal the Ari ultimate to get your setup for your chains to lock them down in the first place does help a lot.
Definitely a way to facilitate all the resets that Viego can have in those multiplayer matchups here. And the synergy between XU and Blue will be important to execute on a lot of that. But right now, it's XU actually backing just to get a bit of an exit from his own jungle here. On TSM side, Spica making his way from that top side clear over into the bot side as well. Not ready to make a play just yet, and gravitating towards where those missing summoners are.
Able to skate out of there by Hoon. Another thing I like about this matchup, not just the battle for 8th in playoffs that we've been talking a lot about, but also a lot of the younger talents subbing in off their academy squads. You're not just watching to see, can this team make the run, but also, what's the future of the LCS? So many of these players came in the middle of the split. Nice interrupt there by Hoon, stopping Solo's charge with his Q. Nice buffer. But you get to see potentially the future of the LCS and some rising superstars. XU is someone who has had moments who's been able to make the game entirely about him.
Some potentials of the skirmish here, but it's a blue over to Spica's side. And on that note, I think that's one of the most intriguing things when it comes to these players that are stepping in. And it can feel like a generic question in, oh, what are your goals? What are your goals coming in here, right? Is it, taking a little bit of a step down on that?
All right, I gotta give Hoon some credit here. He is outplaying Solo. The trades are still relatively even because both these champions are able to do a pretty insane amount of damage for tanks, but the interrupts on the dash-ins by the Ornn, getting his own Q to stop it, buffer that one, and then as well as waiting for the R2 of his ultimate to throw out his E, stop that ult from coming through, making it very frustrating to play, it looked like.
I can feel a little bit of that simmering from that frustration for sure, but nice patience on both sides. Here down bot, Spica has finally made his way, was on top of a ward though, so this is no new knowledge to the bot lane of Dignitas. We want to keep as safely as possible. Some plates now getting the opportunity to be chunked down for the TSM side. Gold starting to expand slightly, nothing major yet. Decent damage onto Instinct, but now they have a wave to usher through.
Yeah, but you see you have XU moving into the top side to try and get a potential invade off or gank, maybe just the Rift Herald. They had that blue buff contest that we saw where TSM was grouping up for that one, and Dig just continued on with the game plan of clearing up to the top side for XU, and then TSM used that window to know that there was no one to help, and they were able to grab a turret plate. The flip side of that play is now potentially the Rift Herald or your blue buff, but Maple was able to get up there, contest XU, stop him from being able to do it. Now it just turns out to be a leash for TSM.
That intel properly used by TSM here, so they will claim the first Rift Herald.
Oh no!
Leash completely nullified. Someone took scissors to it and cut him off.
Yeah, Shelly resets. Still gonna be in their favor, just gonna cost a little bit longer for Spica now, but he has plenty to do after this as well. He has almost his entire jungle up to go back into. Still throws out the thumbs up. I got it. He's good.
You eventually get it. Still a lot of value to be had by it, so I think the thumbs up can be taken as a nice tranquil space that Spica is in after that. So that'll be in his pocket to be able to throw down. But so far, Mark, not a lot of action across here. No one really willing to...
No, they're dropping the ball. Today was crazy. We had so many good games. Yeah, people want to see bloodshed. This is what we're watching for. Not these clean hover bot, get a turret plate, rotate up the top, steal the Rift Herald. It's all great play, TSM, I gotta say. Up to a 400 gold advantage with this Rift Herald as well. Gonna figure out where they want to drop this one, but no bloodshed yet, and that's what we want.
No bloodshed quite yet, so everything is coming off the laning prowess. The 1v1 here. Another ultimate coming from Ornn. Solo gets the knock up onto Hoon, but a dash away.
It's so cursed. This top match is not going to get a kill. You saw what Hoon wanted to do there. He wanted to get the stun interrupt on the R2 again. It didn't even work, and even then he was just like, all right, I'll Q out of the way then. There's feels very doomed. I appreciate the effort that the top laners are putting in to have some mechanical outplays in tank versus tank, but at the end of the day, it's still just a wet noodle fight. The bot lane summoners have come back up. Dignitas' bot lane is not that easily exploitable anymore. They did do a good job of backing up during that window, especially when XU cleared up to the top side of the map. So they did cede their gold a little bit, but respected the power spike that TSM was on.
Button clicking respected on the top lane. Bot side is some of the potential advantages nullified. Dragon's still up for play, so looking to see who can offer pressure on one of the surrounding lanes. TSM here with Spica as well. But a backing here from Blue. Doesn't have teleport.
They were trying to catch Blue in that little recall there with their bot lane pressure. They do start the Mountain Dragon. It is very tanky these days. The damage that it does was drop, but Dragons got their health pool increased. So going to be slow to go down, and Dignitas want to contest this.
And Chime doing his best to put his body between himself and the rest of Dignitas here. Solo making his slow walk down as well. But no commitment until this moment. Dignitas making sure to remain in the vicinity. Hoon also coming through, did not have teleport available.
Yeah, got him on a yo-yo. Hoon came down, looked like he was going to reset. They dropped Dragon. Now they're actually going.
He's the one to go in, gets knocked up upon the entry, and at the Wild Growth does manage to survive. Spica chunked down to half HP, but still remains. Immediate retreat.
Biofrost teasing us there, able to keep XU alive with the heal and ultimate, but now Dignitas is starting this Dragon out. There were a lot of ultimates committed by both teams. Only Ahri ult up for the side of TSM, and without a way to start that fight, they end up sacking it. But on the flip side, they got the push on mid lane, gonna grab a couple turret plates in their favor again, grow the gold lead up to over 1,000.
So still maintaining some pressure, even though that first Dragon was given over to the Dignitas side. TSM spending a lot of time flirting with it, but unable to connect. But the gold's still something for them to rely upon. So I don't know, did the Did the Scuttle get the larger yeah, or was it the Ornn earlier that got the larger yeah?
I don't
I'm
know.
just looking at the yeah scale.
I
now.
don't know. At this point, I'm just counting down the time to first blood, see what kind of reaction that's gonna get. It's like when like you said, you just keep teasing it out. Eventually, it'll be even better for it. It'll be more fun than having, I don't know, 10 kills right now, right?
What?
Is anyone being convinced by this logic?
What kind of first blood in your head would give the justification for a really long time for it to happen where you're like, oh that was worth it?
There's none.
No play in the entire Summoner's Rift.
Every minute the game goes by without a kill, I get sadder. There's no benefit to it being delayed. Hopefully you're on this Rift Herald push, we get it.
Killing someone, the key to Mark's happiness. Getting a Rift Herald charge onto the mid turret. That's one way to put some smiles on the faces of TSM and the fans alike. Able to finish it off. They won't get the second charge because Dignitas was awaiting those hits.
So to be fair, Dignitas did not bring anyone to defend that. Going in would in fact be inting, given that they kept Hoon in the top side and spawned down bot lane to get the shove in their favor, trying to get some CS back in their pocket, respecting that TSM had first move there as well. So I understand that was not the fight of all the fights to actually pick, but I'm looking like either next Rift Herald or Dragon in 3 minutes, unless someone can make a play happen.
If they did go for it and then end up dying there, would you say that's the most disappointing way for First Blood to happen?
No, I'll take anything at this
I'm just
point.
trying to force you
I'm a
into
starving
a
man. I will take a crumb, my lord.
Oh gosh, sounded like the character in a book that I can't remember now. So.
Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, here we go!
Hey, let's go for it! Who get locked down first blood over to Spica!
You knew it was going to come in the top side. The trading back and forth. At one point, someone was going to fall asleep, not realize more people were missing off the map. Spica and Chime making that rotation up there. Get that first blood and give the crowd what they want. TSM now the best team, everyone's favorite team in this game.
Everybody's favorite. Though I will say, it's not a new look for TSM to have that roaming over from Chime to put that pressure on the top side and capitalize upon some of that pushing on through. But let's hear what the players themselves have to say.
Nice.
I want to sneak in. I need to get in the bush. Okay.
Bot's not showing, okay, guys?
Yeah.
This wave push sides can be here. Sides can be here.
No, it's okay. We have support gap, I think.
Yeah. I'm ahead of Lulu.
Maybe hello?
Yeah, I'm looking in a second.
Beast that, I think.
I think Orange just base after this wave and go bot. Orange base and go bot. I'll go top.
Sure.
I'll take over top.
Wow, look at that. All business. They get that first blood, swap up to the top side. Instinct already saying, I'm coming up there to try and grab some extra turret plates and whatnot. So well done by TSM. They're coordinating that attempt.
A very different response than we had to First Blood, but I think it's for the best of their team.
A little more measured, yeah.
Executing strategy. I think everyone will agree there, but as far as the response from that, you could hear them making that call.
And I liked your point right before heading into that about Chime being someone who has, I think, been very impressive since he's been brought into the starting lineup for TSM. Almost solo won that first Bard game, not quite as successful in the previous one, but someone who does seem to have this inkling for knowing when to move out of the lane, find these opportunities. So finding himself on the Nautilus, he's able to go up there, find that hook, and actually get that kill, help convert that. And one of the things that he can do is be such a playmaker for TSM.
See if any plays are made right now as TSM keep their eyes on this Rift Herald. Dignitas on the approach, go in for the knockup. A charm lands onto one, followed up with the root, but Hoon, the subject once again by the wild growth. Blue flashes away, follow-up knockup on Hoon, leads to his death once more in the center of it all. XU still remains until TSM has something to say about it. Another flash plus. Oh, the charm immediately after, answered by the stasis of Biofrost, but it's not enough. The note was written, the death is achieved. 3 down for Dignitas. Blue looking for a safe place to back.
Nice 3-0 fight for TSM. Chime in the brush, baited them in. Off the tail end of that, they're going to instantly drop the Rift Herald mid, grab some more gold in their pocket, up to a 5,000 gold lead just over 16 minutes into the game. Looking really good for TSM. Nearly a perfect game aside for the one dragon that they had given up to Dignitas.
And the second Rift Herald being achieved there, and definitely worked out for them. Let's hear it.
Play for finish first. Play for finish first. Play for finish first. I got it. We fight.
Okay.
I go Sedge first.
Don't flash Sojourner.
Yeah. Look at me, okay? Look at me after. Look at me after.
Big. Hook in 5. Yo, follow Lulu.
Yeah.
They have no tower.
Kill Biofrost.
Hook in 3. I'm going on him. 2.
Oh my god.
Look at Zeri.
Wait, he wasted his stopwatch. Give me the kill.
Oh my god. Someone go top.
Mid.
You gotta call it out, and that's one way to do it.
Obviously, more fun on that one. When it's a 3-for-0 and you're getting Rift Herald, you can have a little bit more fun there. I have to say, my other favorite thing about these listens, I'm just watching Solo absolutely silent the whole time. It's just, he's the Uslan that you saw Licorice talking about. He's not communicating with the team, stone-faced. Just Solo the bounty hunter. He had a massive 3-man Ornn ult across the enemy backline. Didn't even call it out. He was just like, I'm gonna crush these guys.
Think about the times we've heard teams talk about it being a disadvantage having so many voices. So having Solo who's willing to go mute can for sure be a benefit.
Stoic, mullet wearing, making plays around for his team. There's been a number of times that TSM's early kills have come through him and manipulating the wave states and working with his jungler and support. There's always seems to be a good opportunity to make plays around Solo. He does such a good job of setting them up.
A lot of that off of him, how uniquely he does play the lane and sometimes catching players off guard. And also going back to Chime a little bit, because we were talking about how he's able to facilitate on that side. One thing when going into these listen-ins, thinking about the last time he was in the LCS before he dipped back into Academy, he was specifically calling out wanting to find that voice and really work on that leadership being so important from the support position as TSM does go in here, gets knocked up by one. The follow-up though, oh no, they lose Spica. An ultimate executed again on XU, but did get the pickup of their first kill.
Little over eager there as Maple needs to be careful not to face check XU there. Just Spica thinking he can get the red buff and clone out, not giving quite enough respect to the rest of Dignitas who flash in there, actually gets the stun, they get the kill. Feeling themselves a little bit, they were 5,000 gold up, but just a small overstep, not the end of the world. Shutdown does go over, but still a big lead. It's just about making sure they don't lose anything else off the back end of that slight pressure loss. Maple is gonna be just fine.
Still plenty of time until the next Drake, and with no major objectives, they're able to make the play. Let's hear it.
Maybe here. Fight smartly. If they show on the waves, then
I'm here.
No, I'm gonna yeah, it's good fight. It's good fight. It's good fight.
Kill this guy. No W. Our side Mo. I'm here.
Nice. Okay, go catch top.
I'll go top.
Okay. That is a classic of team comms. Wait to kill this guy. If you've ever been in scrims, if you've ever listened to teams, it's this moment where the enemy missteps and you go, what is this guy thinking? And we can kill him. Sometimes you get baited, but that was not the opportunity there. They saw Spica just E forward into the red buff and be like, wait a minute, we can just kill him.
You open your hands, they hop right on in that case, hopping into the red buff pit, and Dignitas able to slam it down. What you need to be able to do when you're already falling behind, when something is put into your face like that, you want to know that the team can rely upon those fundamentals.
You have to stand your ground at some point, as Spica might go over the wall here and try and pick a fight.
Looking for it onto Biofrost, knock up and more, has to wild growth onto himself before flashing away. Teleport coming in a supportive style for Dignitas, but the Ornn Horn goes strong. The responsive Ornn Horn from Blue's side, see if they can link it on back, but the charm directly onto Hoon, has to flash away. All of these flashes used after a lot of these connections, but no lives lost.
Able to save Private Biofrost there, kite out from the rest of the enemy team. Do lose a lot of summoners and ultimates to make it happen, but no more deaths going down. Still 2 minutes before the Ocean Dragon, so most of those except the flashes will come back up. Good look by TSM, almost finding a flank onto him. And Solo was in a good position to try and finalize that kill, but not quite able to do it.
And in the end, TSM are up 5.4K right now. So when you're looking at that dragon fight just under 2 minutes into the future, wanting to maintain that so they can slap Dig a bit harder than Dignitas can slap themselves.
Why are Dignitas slapping themselves?
I don't know. I said it.
Was that
and I meant TSM, and I was hoping you would just go right past it. And you didn't do that, Mark. You didn't do that.
English is funny. You can sometimes interpret things in a way, slap harder than themselves. Like you can say that they're slaps themselves, but you're actually...
See, and I was thinking that. Maybe somebody will read it a different way, and you just had to put me on the spot to try to justify it, and I had nothing for it.
I had to say it that way.
All right, keeping me honest. Keeping me honest. But in the end, pretty much exactly where we were before. You just humiliated my word choice.
A minute before Dragon. We're talking about the game now. TSM getting pushed mid and bot, setting up. Wards all in the jungle. Look at this. Distraction. Look at these. All these wards down there.
That is actually super important for what's to come. Solo trying to set it up right now. A direct isolation of Biofrost on the side ends up giving his own life for it. XU was also lost previously, so Dignitas losing 2. And TSM, a nice path of retreat for themselves. They don't go down bot, they go directly onto the Baron. There's no jungler around, so they see the opportunity.
Yeah, this is basically free. I mean, Hoon and Spawn and Blue are going to try to contest because if they don't, the game's basically over. But with no smite, you have to somehow win a 3v5.
All right, let's hear how TSM is taking on this play.
I stun. Keep going.
Drake, I'm gonna
let's just base, bros.
I'm out.
Let's just base.
For.
Dignitas get picked off there. You saw they tried their best. TSM, though, get the Baron, get a clean turn, pick up one more kill onto Hoon. They lured Dignitas into a false sense of security, just like us, thinking that the objective was going to be the Dragon. That's where all the vision control was, and they catch them out in the topside jungle, and it's an easy fallback onto Baron. Really nicely done here. The Sivir ult coming up big. Dignitas have lost so many turrets in the mid lane. It's so easy to actually get into this jungle of Dignitas and find these angles onto them. You can see with no mid lane inner or outer turrets out, there's not really a safe path to take back to their base. The Sivir speed up makes sure that you can get this CC chain down. So much CC on the side of TSM. 4 of the 5 members with some way to set up their own play. They get those kills, and then it's, again, because they have so many abilities to actually turn off the Baron, be able to find that easy kill into Hoon.
And exactly as you were noting, having that mid lane so prioritized to crack open by TSM, the advanced warding leading into that play after taking down the enemy jungler. Now, wearing that purple with the Red Bull Baron buff, they bring that power to the bot lane. A wave ushered in. Both of the mid lane and the bot lane are where they'll be focusing their sights right now, burning this one down.
Yep, Inhibitor going to be dropping next in the mid lane while Solo gets the bot side set up. Spica crushing that one, having a monster game again at 5-1-1. Despite that one little oopsie that he had, he has been the driving force for almost all of the team's plays. Nearly 100% kill participation.
And looking to continue that, as right now they've just been able to build so much advantages throughout the game, not giving Dignitas a lot of openings. And when you're facing a Baron buff like this with a team that has a clear gold advantage over you, there's no reason to try and misstep.
It's also difficult for Dignitas because they're so low range. We talked about how their team comp is this kind of big dive. Very hard to defend sieges. They could try and go now the Ornn ult's down.
At the Ornn ult into the responsive Ornn ult, but right now TSM, they just wanted to try and create enough distance to be able to continue chunking down on the objective.
Very easy for Sivir to spell shield such a telegraphed ability, and if that's the only ultimate that you have kind of coming in, she is able to sidestep that one easily enough. So TSM keep this pressure up, trying to work down this bot inhibitor turret.
Seeing if they can take down the second one here. TSM, Dignitas, all in the vicinity. Once this turret goes down, it gives them an opening. Blue going into stasis nice and early. Hoon, Wild Growth, and Flash away from him. Double knock-up Solo into the backline. Instinct is getting mighty low, though, but they take down the pig herself before he can make an impact. The knockups continue with all that TSM has at their skill availability. This is a 5v3 currently in time. They're going to keep up the pressure. Supers coming into the base because of the time that had passed since they took that inhib. Spawn looking to try and make the play, the burst fire and beyond. XU into the back, gets the heartbreaker. Takes over Ornn himself. Spica into stasis. He goes so low on the HP. Falls. 2 of TSM were eradicated, so it's time for them to retreat. But look at that base.
That was such a close opportunity for TSM to end the game there, but fancy footwork by Spawn, the Zeri popping off to keep them alive, found multiple kills. Solo, after the end of that, the 2 inhibitors grab, decides, I got this one, guys. Everyone else reset. A big battle between him and the Dragon, but first we gotta listen in on how that team fight went down.
Watch Zeri. Yep.
I can W in 1.
Watch. I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Watch Wu.
Wukong 넣었어. Kill Wukong. Oh, I didn't get the reset. It's okay.
Can we go Drake? TP Drake on.
So they asked if they could go Dragon. The answer was no. It happened off screen. Solo did in fact finish soloing the Dragon.
Solo Dragon.
He even flashed a well-played emote in case he was on screen to say, hey, good fight, Dragon, but he actually ended up winning that one, that 1v1.
That is the true preparation, making sure you have the emote available.
You don't know if the camera's on you, so you just got to be flashing them at all times.
I appreciate your call out of it. The audience needs to know this dire information. But right now, Bringing the action back over to the top side. You can see Chime looking for the hook, seeing if they can pick somebody out to bring them forward and burn them down with the advantages that they have created. Multiple Dignitas members holding into this bush in which they have a control ward, but it's answered by a control over from the TSM side. The pressure that they continue to mount across these lanes, now looking over towards top.
Yeah, Baron buff down, but still, like you said, so much pressure on the side of TSM with the inhibitors down bot and mid. Those are going to be constantly pushing lanes. Dignitas trying to defend this inner turret does give some angles for TSM to wrap around behind them. You can see them have to be very careful.
Right, going for it. Quite the burn down onto Instinct here. As soon as out of stasis, Blue eliminated Instinct with the kill credit. Hoon's been hovering over that wall side to see if he can find a point of entry, but they can't because look at all those minions coming into the base. The opening is here for TSM. Full team in effect. Can they make it happen? But the lockdown on Aspika is too good. You gotta be worried about those resets that they're coming through from Exu. Another route onto him, though, is answered by Mayful, putting TSM onto the forefront. But in the end, they end up losing too, and they don't feel confident enough to go for more.
Second time in a row, TSM saw the Nexus in their eyes, overstepped just a little bit. Speaking gets locked up underneath the turret. He ends up dropping, and because they focused on ending the game, they didn't even finish the top inhibitor turret, meaning that there's no double super creeps spawning down these lanes right now. It's going to give Dignitas a bit of breathing room, and Zeri continues to scale. Luckily for TSM, there's not really a big scaling advantage on Dignitas' side, though you can see how scary this Zeri is now, hitting 3 items and starting to get some armor bend.
Something that TSM will be wary of in the team fights to come, because it did feel like they thought, okay, we have the waves pushing elsewhere. If we can take down this top side, even if we can't end there, then you have the double supers coming through, and it feels like an inevitability in terms of the loss for Dignitas, but not quite finishing up. That turret around the Nexus still saved by Dignitas, but you do have to worry about that vulnerability in general that you're facing.
Yeah, I see the 1,000 damage crit from the Zeri W, looking a little gross there. TSM, you can feel how important this game is to them. If they're able to get this win, it puts them above all those other teams. We're talking about that potential 4-way tie for 6th or 7th place. Excuse me. This will just give them sole possession of it, as well as potentially a 2-game breathing room if they're able to keep finding these wins. Not gonna actually go in there. And so for TSM, you can feel how much pressure they're kind of putting on themselves to actually close this game out. They want it done. They've overstepped a couple times trying to force it down and make sure that Dignitas does not tie them in the standings.
The energy from the voices when we've gotten to hear them, especially Spica wanting to hit that go button time and time again, even in these moments. But they retake down that mid inhibitor, and that's enough for them right now to consider a win, because the objectives are starting to spawn. You have the Baron up over on that top side. Still 1 minute and 23 seconds until the next dragon, though.
I do like the decision to focus on finishing off the inhibitor, knowing that Dignitas being so low range can't really stop you from taking it unless they choose to pick the fight themselves. So TSM can grab that one for free, and we'll listen in on this Baron.
Yeah, I want to play for turn here.
Okay, we should really fight.
Just go around, go around. Yeah, they're solo. Look at me. Just go around. Silver, go now. Silver, go now. Silver, go now.
Look at Sedge here.
Yeah, look at me. Oh, he doesn't have jump.
Look at
Lulu. Keep going. I'm looking. Yeah, I'm going.
Lulu got knocked up. Yo, cares Zeri.
No flash. Look at me.
Vehicle. This guy's creep.
I'm going.
Wait, Lulu.
I want to kill Bifrost. Can we kill Bifrost?
Where the fuck did he go? All right,
Can we end? Are we end, bros?
Okay.
What the fuck?
We need
We all knew it was a potential with the live comms.
Yep. I also love the, I want to kill Biofrost. Can I kill Biofrost?
It sounded a little personal or something.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. Maybe there was some secret smack talk behind the stage. I gotta say, sick hook by Chime, grabbing Hoon out of his queue over the wall, making sure they find that first kill, remove the front line of Dignitas so that they can try and snowball through the game.
TSM are ready for this time. 3 members here. A charm onto Blue. A stopwatch hit. A hook onto 1. Taking down the biggest threat on Dignitas. TSM should feel the vibration of the fans starting to rejoice, trying to see if they can make these pushes in the final moments of the regular season. Get as many kills as you can, TSM. Set yourself up and sink that one down.
You heard the TSM chants right at the end as they grab sole possession of 7th place, moving up to 5 and 10. Looking good for a late season playoff push. 3 games left, but looking like they set themselves up well for it.
Critical moments for this squad with a definitive plan on their minds coming into this game. Dignitas, though, perhaps slightly deflated after what they just witnessed. But I love to hear the TSM fans rejoicing. They're going to need that energy to be able to continue pushing off of this.
Well, and you heard them still having fun a lot in their comps. They were less serious than Team Liquid were in that game that we saw earlier in the day. Once they win these fights, it's all serious until they know that they have the fight won. Then they're looking for how they can find the extra kills. TSM, a very fun team to watch right now, seeing how much noise they can make if they can actually secure playoffs.
Whenever there's a bit more similarity between their comms and how I feel people sound when I'm just in Discord with my friends at home playing, I feel like that's a good time for TSM on the stage.
Definitely the case. Also giving them sole possession in 7th place, make me sweat for my job a little bit. We'll have to see how that goes from there. For Dignitas, still ending up now at sole possession of 10th place with this loss as well. Gonna have to see what they can do next week. Technically not eliminated from playoffs yet. I'm not sure if they hold fate in their own hands or what they need to break that way. We'll have all those tiebreaker scenarios figured out by next week. But even for the individual players, I think you saw some good moments from Spawn, able to pop off, some good laning out of Hoon and whatnot. So still some players showing off individually.
And Spica very much continuing to be a backbone of the opposite side as well for TSM in their victory. So I think there's a lot to look forward to with both of these squads.
Well, and you can hear how vocal he is for the team. That final team fight, he's the one who's saying, Sivir, pop ult now, let's go. We have this turn opportunity, they're all low. And so Spica is very much the leader of this team, trying to, shot call for a lot of the younger guys and get them in. And he's doing a great job of it. They are being able to pick up some wins now, that this seems to be the lineup that they want to use going forward.
It is one of those things that I'm always in awe when thinking back to when that narrative began. Oh, Spica, he's the veteran of the team. He's the one leading. And I think he hasn't been around that long. It's actually really early in his career. So that's a lot of pressure to put on someone to step into that role. And he's been flourishing in terms of being that shot caller and that uniting force.
And I think there was a little bit too much put on his plate, maybe in spring, where not only do you have to shot call, you also have to potentially translate and be all like the leader for the team and whatnot. Here, you can see that he does have the ability to shot call. He can be the one deciding mid to late game, early game, what needs to happen in the game, but you do also need to give him some breathing room where he can focus on his own play, because he can absolutely carry the game.
And it's nice when you can see the squad in general starting to form a bit more of an identity in these moments. The way they can play around the advantages that Solo creates in the top side, Chime's willingness to roam and really capitalize upon those said advantages is something that I'm sure they will continue to lean in on the side of TSM.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good things working for them. Instinct has looked good since he's come in. He played the weak side Sivir when Nautilus went top, when they went to Rift Herald and whatnot. Chime, like you said, great job starting a lot of these fights. Even that Rift Herald one, he just stood in the brush, baited with E, then hooked out, and then re-engaged later. Like, the team is beginning to gel, and you wonder, like, are you going to be one of these teams that can make some noise in the lower bracket, pick these people off? Because it's very difficult to actually make the push all the way up into 6. I think it's theoretically possible. I think FlyQuest is at 7 and 9 now, and they are at 5 and 10. So, in theory, they can even break into the top half of the bracket.
That's why I'm so stoked for next week, because not only is it the last week, but Super Weeks always come through and rattle things up. So a lot can happen for not just TSM, but all of the teams in the LCS. As far as this victory goes, though, we are going to be joining Pastry Time and Spica for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I am here with TSM's own Spica. How you feeling, man? That game got a little bloated at the end there.
Yeah.
You guys are very far ahead. What happened?
I mean, I just started having fun. I think, we play well. I think we play as a team, and then it was a bit of improvement from yesterday. And I think it's important to just have fun and to be more lightheaded or more lighthearted. I think that was what we're missing a little bit. So just enjoy the game, I think.
Yeah, and I think that has showed in results. You are currently in 7th. You're actually the only team there right now. Obviously, in summer. Obviously, in summer, top 18 playoffs.
Yeah, our sole possession of 7th place.
Super Week's coming up to, hey, it's better than sole possession of 10th. You don't want that.
Yeah.
I guess, kind of with that in mind, how are you feeling about the team? Obviously, you haven't had that much time together, but it seems like you're in position to maybe squeak into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, right now, definitely playoffs is our goal. It's top 8. This split, last split, we didn't make it. We're just trying to focus, try to develop synergy, work together as a team, because we had multiple roster changes. We just got Solo coming in like last week, so we still have a lot of things to iron out. So hopefully we can start playing better and show better results as well.
Yep, and I think that has been reflected. One thing that has been fun about today, though, we have been listening in on the teams throughout the day.
Oh, I see.
I actually hear a lot of you
guys play the
kind of
comms?
leading and being yeah, we play the comms.
Oh,
so you got to watch out.
I said some stuff.
No, you're good.
I'm good?
We didn't play that part.
Okay.
But I noticed you making a lot of calls and kind of being a leader for this team. Is that your default on this team? Has that always been the case? How's that going for you? Not only jungling, but being a leader for this TSM
Yeah,
as well.
I mean, it's definitely a hard adjustment, I would say, because previously, the last 2 years, I play on a team with a lot of veterans, right? We've always had people who play the game for a long time, and you don't really have to call a lot of things. It's like the default. But this year, I play with like a lot of rookies. Sometimes you just gotta make things simple. Lay the plan step by step, and I think I'm doing that a lot better compared to before. And hopefully, I could continue improving on that as a player, as a teammate outside of game, and just make my teammates more comfortable, I would say, in game.
Yeah. Final question. Super Week's coming up. Obviously, you're trying to hold on to your spot and maybe even go a few places further in the standings in that. FlyQuest, CLG, and C9 are your opponents for that Super Week. How are you feeling about those three?
Yeah, I mean, CLG, they're playing really well right now. I mean, honestly, I feel like anything could happen. We beat FlyQuest last time we played each other, which I felt like we played pretty clean. So I have a lot of confidence. I think as long as we keep doing what we're doing, we can, take them down. I think just need to focus on ourselves. I feel like any team can win, any team can lose. So we'll see what happens.
All right, Speaker, thank you so much. Congratulations on your weekend.
Thank you.
We're almost done for the LCS here in week 7, but before we go, we are going to go back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Congrats to TSM.
Yep.
To Jap, who's now 2 out of 11 on the path to top 5. But
it's a tough path.
More importantly than the path to top 5 is the fact that TSM has just put themselves squarely into playoff position. Just like that, late in this split, when there was so much talk about the roster turmoil and turnover for this team, and about when they would turn on. I'm being told that my mic is.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Can you hear me?
I heard everything.
You heard everything.
Yeah.
And it was pretty brilliant.
It was the
I can hear
best
echo
ever.
Is my mic still not working? If it's not working, I'll go get it fixed. I'm good? Okay. I was like, I don't know if I can't tell. I need someone to tell me.
I can hear you live.
That's amazing. Where was I going with that?
TSM's in playoffs.
Yeah.
TSM
You were going with
right
in playoff position. I was at that.
They definitely haven't clinched playoffs yet, but as Spica said, this is the shred of hope that these bottom 4 teams have to latch onto towards the end of the year. Because if you can hit your stride at the right time, the possibility is there that you can still reach your goals that you've been working towards the whole year. So the season can be such a grind, but when you win games like this against the competition you're competing with for that spot, it is encouraging for the next week.
Also, there are 3 games next week, right? So a lot of swing. I know you have your web of all of the things that have to happen for TSM to end 5th, but even just with the race to kind of clinch that final playoff spot down towards the bottom of the standings, there's still a lot of swing that can happen in the final week because it's a super week.
Absolutely. But let's talk about how teams got it done today and the top performers in each of the games that we had for the day. With our POG leaderboard, it was Pal Fox in game number 1 before FBI got it done in game number 2. Whippo with quite the smashing performance in the top lane before Power of Evil and Maple picked up the honors in the mid lane for their teams respectively. From here, we're going to flip to the split-long leaderboards here, where we've got Sunday and Takui, as well as Inspired alongside Palafox all up top. But there are actually 6 players, I believe, tied in that 5th position as well. So while we have Bjergsen on the lineup, there's a bunch more behind him also with 3.
The big thing to me is Palafox moving up into this, because previously, if I recall, I don't think he was up in towards the top. He was tied with a bunch of other people. So congrats to him and congrats to CLG, because they've been looking like first of all, just really fun. Regardless of what happens in the CLG game, you always know it's going to be a fun watch.
It was a banger.
So shout out to them, but then also they're obviously been playing really well.
From contracts, he wasn't having fun, but us as viewers.
That was the best response. I did not have fun that
game. He was so.
But we had a blast.
Here's one for CLG.
Okay.
They have 10 wins now.
Yes.
If they go 3-0, they have 13 wins.
Yes.
They've gone 13-5 twice.
And
in both of those 13-5 splits, they became the LCS champions.
2015 summer.
Boom.
And then 2016 spring. Boom. Is it going to happen again?
Wow.
Only time will tell. Well, there is a way of knowing. It's stick around until playoffs, and that finals weekend.
There's no
I
way.
promise you that game will get played.
There's no way.
There's
that
no
we'll
way.
find out.
Jat
It's a
won't find
mystery.
out. The rest of us will. MasterCard Player of the Week. It goes to Blippo. We had 3 2-0 teams this week, so it was not an easy call when it came to Player of the Week when you have 3 teams that had that kind of dominance, but Blippo up there in the top lane getting it done for Team Liquid.
Yeah, just for a reminder for people that didn't get to watch yesterday's game, his Olaf was spectacular.
Yeah.
That was really just him tearing it up, especially in team fights. Felt unkillable, and so he was just driving into them. It reminded me of a little bit of blabber there. He had a little bit of blabber in him. And then he had the set game where he just took over.
Oh! I mean, this is like the only time he died, but we cut the video. So, is this his... Sorry, I'm too far away from the monitor. This is
the core gang.
Slowly coming into focus. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this
That
was
goal
the
difference
largest.
of 14 was, yeah, as you said, the largest
individual gold lead we've had at 14 minutes for a player at 27.65.
This is the play. This is
the
play.
1v. Boom, with the gore drinker right after.
Yeah, there you go.
That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But what a performance for him in that first 2-0 week for TL in quite some time. And that's one of the things we had talked about with this team. Again, so much of it is comparative to where we want these players and this set of players as a roster to be.
Yeah.
But I do feel like this weekend was finally that glimpse, and particularly the game today, of the kind of dominance that we would expect out of players with that name identity.
It was picture perfect. Like games like these where it has great structure. You know, you have a pick that's set up, countering into the Gwen. You have a great trade into it early, set up the dive. You have Core JJ come back top. Like, you double down in it. They understood they had a win condition coming in, and they played clearly to it throughout the game. So we need to see more of this Team Liquid, and we might get the prophesized demon team that just will rip you to shreds. This is what I'm looking for, and it's perfect timing. They scaled well going into playoffs.
They absolutely are peaking at the right time.
Yes.
But that's a storyline that we've talked about with teams like 100 Thieves, who always seem to turn it on at the right time and look to be doing something similar right now. CLG's on a run, 5 games here. So quite a few teams looking hot in the final moments. Speaking of looking hot, let's take a look at our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for the week to see which individuals top the table in each of these individual categories. It's a pretty decent spread this time around, actually, when I'm just looking at the team icons.
Yeah, Solo winning the category is a still new addition to the Summer Split LCS. Gotta feel good. We saw that PoE game getting that early Leandries. It cost him a dragon, but he won him the game.
He did it.
Also, shout out to 100 Thieves bot lane.
Yep.
Both of who appear here, but just they had really, really strong performances this weekend, I thought, in both of their matches. And we've talked about 100 Thieves and how, you know, they're a bot-focused team and they used to always play through bot lane. And I think this week was the first time I really saw them step out and have like 2 really strong back-to-back performances.
Yeah, FBI called out Huhi in the interview afterwards, just talking about how strong of a performance he had in the Nami game. FBI himself, just spectacular. I felt like that team fight that he had in the river, where Gnar specifically was, C9, top lane, Fudge. Fudge's Gnar, goes in for the engage. He flashes it perfect timing, and then they win the fight off of it. I thought he had an excellent team fight throughout, just of course today and yesterday's games.
He's an absolute beast. Now, congrats to those of you who earned bonus points in the LCS Sleeper Fantasy app for having those or this week's top performers in your lineup. Let's get to the standings, though, because there have been a few notable changes. First and foremost, there's no longer sole possession of first place for Evil Geniuses, as they now find themselves in a tie with 100 Thieves. We also have a tie, though, right behind them in third place between CLG and Team Liquid Honda. Before we get to Cloud9, FlyQuest, TSM to round out the top 7, and a tie between Golden Guardians and Immortals Progressive for that 8th and final slot in the playoffs before we get to Dignitas rounding things out. I do want to stop down, though, real quick here as we talk about 100 Thieves polling themselves up into that tie for first place, that simultaneously the LA Thieves, underneath the same organization, you see Nade shot, big smile on his face there, have just taken their first world championship as an organization in an esport in the Call of Duty Championship. So big congrats to them. I know that for Nade shot, that has got to feel sweeter than any world championship can.
Yeah, his team won previously, but this is the first Call of Duty League championship they've had. So it's
Yeah,
pretty
so
cool. And that is his game.
things to
That's where
come.
he came from. So yeah,
Exactly.
shout out to them.
Congrats to all of 100 Thieves family and Nadeshot in particular. Let's talk about our schedule, though, as we look at Super Week next week. Notice it says Friday at the top of your screen.
Hey.
That's right. You got to wait one less day for some League of Legends
There it is.
action
Extra
to come
work
back
days.
your
Love
way. It's Team Liquid Honda against Dignitas to kick things off before we get to Golden Guardians versus Evil Geniuses. A FlyQuest trying to take down 100 Thieves in the middle of the day before CLG goes up against longtime rivals in TSM, and we'll close things out with Immortals Progressive versus Cloud9. Again, I think just by virtue of where the standings are, each and every single one of these games has some specific weight to it.
So many ties to break.
Yeah, and every time we get to a specific day that looks like it's lopsided for one team or another, there's always that underdog that comes into play. So I'm interested in the FlyQuest 100 Thieves game. 100 Thieves on the top of the world. FlyQuest feels like they're really hungry after taking a few losses. So interested in that one specifically.
Well, it's 3 whole days of games, but also next Saturday, August 13th, it's Pool Party Day. We'll have a themed tailgate kicking off before the games, including a dunk tank, posters, Poro beach balls, the Immortals boba truck, and plenty more. Now, we've got a few more surprises coming your way, so be sure to tune in and turn up to the studio. The pool party will be going all day long.
Okay.
We can't wait to have you here.
Down for another dunk tank, Dad?
Let's go.
Dude.
I mean, dunk tank is great. Ice bath, I'm not so sure.
Maybe we add the ice
a little
into the dunk tank.
polar bear plunge.
Another bet.
Yeah.
Pepper while standing in an ice.
Which wins out? The
Just
heat?
like do a both.
I actually kind of like that idea, just to see which pain really gets to you more.
Okay, I love it. I love it.
Okay, we got to find something to bet on now.
Good luck with that.
We'll give it some thought, and we'll bring this one back in the future. I do want to take a moment to invite you all to join us in the Bud Light League Lounge. You can catch that on twitch.tv/Bud Light right after the highlights, or you can wait for the raid. But that's going to do it for us here on the LCS. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you on Friday for the final week of the regular season. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Looks for more, and he finds it. The Emperor picks up the 4th kill of the game, make it the 5th as well.
I can look here.
Yeah.
Slow. Yeah. Turn on the flash. Leona's one in the pit. Turn on that. Leona 1 HP. Leona flash. Leona's dead. I'm looking. Fiora. I'm hitting Sivir. We win.
Philip wants to survive, but
It's GG. It's GG. It's GG. Oh my god. This one was scary, guys.
these are squads that realistically have eyes set on winning Summer. They've done it before, they want to do it again, and we'll see who's coming out on top today. Blabber just barely walking away as closer, now looking for the chance, and Amadaga has already found 1 kill. Berserker's at 100 HP. He's about to die to a little bit more damage. The truck hits him, and Q2 takes him out. Blabber's got it done. Now Sumday's fighting everybody here in the middle of the pit. A double kill back over to FBI. Blabber might just be taken down next. Berserker with the flash out over the wall. Closer coming in, looking to chase them down.
I was kind of speaking from a diaphragm, to be fair. Like, it's not that so loud. Talk about. Put some real juice in it, you know? Hello.
Safety by a bit of space right here. Still has the shield. It will not matter. They'll get him. Oh my word! That gore drinker!
Silas will be first with the
I'm so strong.
Look, Wukong.
Look on that, Rakan.
Black.
I need to kite that.
I win.
I'm here, Yeah, play together. We win.
Silas first, okay.
Oh, actually, he's sensing.
I don't know where Isaiah.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh no, he's gonna be enough people. Ignar's gonna be the target. They know he has no flash, but how about the reinforcements? River is not that tanky. He's being attacked. He's been polymorphed, and he's gonna drop.
Tristan's going deep. Okay. Kill this guy. I got you. Can we end? Oh no. I didn't. Chill, guys. Hex tech, Drake.
Oh, truly.
Whimsy for a second. Now here's the dive, the scoop on a 2, and it's a perfect setup by Power of Evil. Leader's already gone. They're gonna look for Licorice now as well. They chomp him down. A double kill for the Azir, and it's Golden Guardians running away. A TP for the flank.
Also, we get a for Ornn, I guess. Dragon. Here we go.
Hey, let's go for it! Who get locked down first? Blood over the speaker!
Yeah, we got him, boys.
We got him, boys!
Nice.
Flashes away. Follow-up knockup on Nahoon leads to his death once more in the center of it all. XU still remains until TSM has something to say about it. Taking down the biggest threat on Dignitas. TSM should feel the vibration of the fans starting to rejoice, trying to see if they can make these pushes. in the final moments of the regular season.